And so the Georgian Dream leaders, if they want to have some part of dream that remains, have to maintain that hope somehow. So this started before the elections, in fact, with what was, and maybe we didn't see it, maybe I didn't see it clearly enough, the Russian path of the Georgian Dream, which started really with the 2019 Gavrilov incident that you might remember, when this Russian was invited to take the seat of the president of the Georgian parliament, which was very strange, appeared as an incident, and then was COVID and was forgotten. But then we came to the Charles Michel documents rejection, which was a much more clear sign of moving away from the reforms that were asked by the European Union and going in another direction. And then came February 2022, the Ukraine war, and on the 25th of February, 24 was the date of the start of the Russian aggression. 25th of February, the Prime Minister goes to the Georgian occupation monument of 1921, Russian occupation, and there declares that Georgia does not intend to engage, that's his words, in financial and economic sanctions. This decision is based solely on national interest of our country. At that time, there are no sanctions yet. And then we go on, 2023, the first Russian law, the reintroduction of the Russian flights, Russian rhetoric about many things about Ukraine. The Prime Minister accuses NATO of, in a way, provoking the prolongation of the war, if not starting the war at least. 2024, second Russian law, and the Russian rhetoric that goes to new heights with the speech by the one man, one ruler of Georgia, Mr. Ivanishvili, that talks about the global war party and accuses our European and Western partners of being responsible for almost everything. And gradually, meanwhile, during this, in the back of this Russian or anti-Western rhetoric with LGBT tones, with lots of accusation about the fact that Europe and America are going to take away our identity, our national values, and so on, which is something that many of you have heard in another country north of Georgia. And the construction of a Russian state is something that goes gradually, but very definitely. All institutions pass under the control of the one party. Parliament, government, Central Electoral Commission with new roles for the elections, and that's a preparation for what has to come. Central Bank, Anti-Corruption Office, even the pension fund, which is reformed. Of course, the justice system completely and totally under the control, from down to up to the Constitutional Court. And that's when we come to the Russian elections, Russian, of course, between brackets, because it's an election that is systematic, massively rigged, and very sophisticated. It's not the usual frauds that you can see in elections. It was very well planned because the changes to the electoral code were started much earlier, giving the full control of the Central Electoral Commission to the people that were appointed by the head of the Central Electoral Commission, who himself was designated not under the rules that were proposed by the European Union, but principally designated for 5 years. The electronic vote that was coming in was also something that was designed in a specific way, without any of the controls that could have been with imprints or with face recognition. call centers that were denounced earlier as using the pensions of some of the European elderly, and there are investigations on that, but the same call centers or new call centers were used during the election, 3,500 of them. Administrative resources, of course, and intimidation over the public sector much before the elections. Propaganda, Russian style, of course, I already talked about it before and during the elections, with those posters that you might have seen that put together the destruction in Ukraine of cathedrals, theaters, and on the other side, the blooming Georgia, which shocked so much the Georgian audience that they had to withdraw them, because that's not the Georgian way and character. So much it was a Russian imprint on those posters. And videos of the same kind, and the hate speech, of course, all over. Talks about, from the official ruling party, about the fact that the opposition parties wanted to overthrow the government and that they were going to be abolished right after the elections and their leaders arrested, and that has been going on and on. Black money used in huge amounts because about 600 million laris, which is about $200 million, had to be sold during the month of October to compensate for the black money that was used only during that or those 2 months. No police to be found during the elections. I personally, seeing the violence that was happening in some of the districts and precincts, called on the Minister of Internal Affairs and could not reach him. Not on his mobile phone, not on the governmental network, nowhere, nor his deputy, and to this day he has not called back. No courts to judge the irregularities and the pleas that were introduced, except one, a very famous case, because that was the one that experimented the lack of confidentiality of the electronic system, the way it was used. And of course, he was the judge that was so brave to uphold this plea was not followed up by the Court of Appeal, and none of the other appeals were ever recognized. Two main principles were violated during the election that are sufficient to show that any result would have been completely different. One is the universality, with over 1 million of our members of diaspora, many of them in Strasbourg, by the way. And Strasbourg is a very good case because that was refused, the opening of a precinct here. Whereas normally they say that if there is an embassy, that can be the case, but Strasbourg, where there are many Georgians and where there were all the rules were respected for the opening of a precinct, was not allowed. And on 1 million diaspora members, only 34,000 voted, when the whole of diaspora was very mobilized because they knew that the election was about Europe or Russia. The second principle violated was that of confidentiality because of the way that the electronic system was used, plus party cameras over the machines. And the commissars of the commission that were all appointed by the head of the Central Electoral Commission. Those were introduced as pleas by myself and the political parties in the Constitutional Court, despite what we know about the independence, so-called, of the Constitutional Court, but just to show, and with the hope that maybe some judges would understand that this was a way out of a crisis, to recognize that the results had been completely rigged and to allow for a constitutional way towards new elections. but that was a hope that was not met. And there is another plea that is introduced by the Georgian citizens, by a group of Georgian citizens, to the court in Strasbourg. And that is to say that we want to exploit all the legal ways that can be envisaged in order to get out and to get through a political solution to this very deep crisis. What is even more important is that after the elections, we are seeing an accelerated process and an accelerated Russian path. Not only the violations of the constitution that happened at the time of the elections and after the elections, the fact that the first session of the parliament that can be called only by me was called by a president of the parliament that was not at that time president of the parliament, and that is not recognized by the constitution. And they didn't leave any time for the Constitutional Court to examine the pleas that were introduced. And met the first session of the parliament without waiting, which is another anti-constitutional decision. And of course, on the 28th of November, the declaration of what we consider of war, which says that the prime minister, that at that point has no legitimacy because these elections are deeply contested, but also has no mandate for that, because the Constitution says very specifically that every institution in Georgia has to do everything possible in order to facilitate, accelerate the Euro-Atlantic integration process. And that Constitution was, in large part, written by the same Prime Minister that goes against the Constitution and says under what mandate that he suspends the negotiations, which there are no negotiations really ongoing yet, and that was what we were expecting. And what he is really suspending is the European future of Georgia without any really mandate or right to do so. And so at that point in time, everything already in Georgia is controlled by the one party, or one-man rule. It's difficult to distinguish. What remains outside of that control are the opposition media, and I want to underline that because out of 3 of them, 2 are in a very dire financial crisis. That is probably something that is also provoked. Difficult to prove it at that point, but it's very strange. The non-governmental organizations that are under the Damocles sword of the Russian law and the way it was going to be implemented. The presidency, here I am, with 2 impeachments in my back, and the fact that in 1 week time, or most, I won't have any security to secure me, but I don't know whether security at this point means any form of really security. And at that same time, and that is maybe more important, there is a campaign of hate and accusations from some small groups that are promising me all kinds of things after the elections. Political parties that stay, of course, out of the control of the state. Many of their leaders have been arrested and then released and arrested in the past days. But the main threat that's above them is what had been announced before the elections by Mr. Ivanishvili and by the members of the government, that they would abolish some of the parties, and that's national movement in the first place, but we're all called national movement supporters, so it concerns almost everyone. We're all fascist. Liberal fascist is the new terminology. And what remains really is the civil society. And you've all seen the scenes of how the civil society is treated, what form of repression, what form of intimidations, And there are new laws to add to that have been hastily adopted while people are on the streets and nobody is really paying attention to what happens in the parliament. One law that allows for preventive arrests under Orwell conditions, and a law that is very serious on public service because it really cuts down and destroys all the work that was done for some years to bring about this very European law on public service that guaranteed impartiality, professionalism, career, and that means that the administration had a memory. Now they've cut that out. They can fire anyone without any protection. They can promote anyone without any criteria or any diploma. That seems to be now the new rule. And it really means that there will be the complete politicization of the public service. And that's also an instrument for intimidation of the people that have been protesting from the public service, have been signing petitions all over, for instance, the Foreign Ministry, but also the Justice Ministry and the Education Ministry very widely. So all these people are feeling that they are under some form of surveillance and that measures might be at any time taken against them without any need for any demonstration. And another form of Russification, I would say, of the state model are the lies as a modus operandi. We have seen the lies already with the Russian law when Mr. Ivanishvili himself and the Prime Minister then promised that never again this law was not going to be introduced, and then not even a year after it was reintroduced. And now we are seeing, and you are seeing, all of you, the lies when the official statements are describing the positions of your countries, of some of your countries, during the Council of Foreign Affairs, which you had to rectify with statements. But good news, I want to let you know that those statements of rectification are not publicized by either the public television or, of course, by the governmental televisions. So the people that are supporting the Georgian Dream and are watching these televisions do not know that their government is lying, and after having lied, is also insulting its partners. So what is important to finally get to is that it's not a question today of politics or of polarization or of a government that has overextended its authority, not to say authoritarianism. It's really about this radical choice that was presented during the elections to the voters, and it's a vote about Georgia and its future. And it must be clear that Georgians will not stop until Georgia gets free and fair elections, because that is the only democratic political way out of this situation. But it is also about you. It is about Europe. First of all, it's about Europe's credibility. A country that just received candidate status, Europe cannot afford to let that country trample all democratic rules and norms after having rejected or ignored all of European Union's 12 and 9 recommendations. It cannot afford to be humiliated in what are its main principles. Then it's about Europe's strategic interests. Georgia is and has been, and I'm sure will be, the West's and Europe's foothold in the region. One that Russia is trying to take over, because Russia remembers its imperial times generals that used to say that who holds Tbilisi holds the Caucasus. And that for Russia has not changed. And if Georgia falls under Russian control, and again, I am not talking about a military intervention, I'm talking about this electoral and constitutional intervention. The stakes are very high. That concerns Black Sea security. That concerns everything linked to connectivity to Central and Southern Asia. It concerns Armenia's European future. So it's much more than just Georgia and just Georgia's democracy or just Georgia's political choices. And Georgia is part for Europe of its global struggle that Russia is waging against it. After Russia lost in Syria, should it win in Georgia? After Russia failed to impose itself in Ukraine, should it win in Georgia? After Russia failed in Moldova, should it win in Georgia? And after it failed, and I hope it will fail very soon again, in Romania, should it win in Georgia? That's, of course, those are the questions for you, because what Russia is testing now with us is a much less costly form of intervention, one that uses its proxies in the country, one that uses our own common democratic instruments, elections, and through elections impose its rule and its strengths. And if we are honest, Europe so far has not fully lived to the moment. Europe has so far met the challenge halfway. The last Foreign Affairs Council was a first step, but much more can and should be done. I won't get into specifics because that's your free decisions, but you all know where Georgians have been fighting day and night. Europe has been slow to wake up and slow to react. While European flags are being banned in Tbilisi, Georgians are still waiting for biting measures to come from Brussels and Washington. And I hope we won't have to wait for a deeper crisis to occur for Europe to act. And how can Europe act? First of all, political support. We need, and I thank the President for reminding us that, constant political attention from the highest levels. Because Georgians, first and foremost, need to know that they are not alone, that we have your back. That is what European Parliament parliamentarians did coming to Tbilisi. This was Emmanuel Macron's strong message, but we need more. We need more visits to Georgia, but visits that do respect the principle of not business as usual. Because as you know, and you have experimented that with Russia, those visits can be very well manipulated because in propaganda, they are the best, undoubtedly. So those visits need to be exactly controlled, I would say, in terms of public relations so that they do not serve a different end. We need to fight lies and disinformation. We have been saying that for months now, if not more. Can Europe accept to be called the party of war? Can Europe accept to see some of its ambassadors insulted in the country? Can Europe accept and let the Georgian government claim that it is moving toward Europe? Can Europeans accept for the Georgian Prime Minister to outright lie about Italy, Spain, and Romania's position? The second direction in which Europe can act is justice, and that is what Europe stands for. We need to free rapidly the hundreds that are in prison, and some of them under sentences that go up to 9 years. There should be very close monitoring, and I know that some European ambassadors have assisted yesterday at a trial, and they were quite impressed. So I think that many more of these visits to the courts would be very important to see how they work. And certainly freeing of those in prison and perpetrators of acts that have been qualified as torture brought to justice. New elections is also the way Europe can support us. We need for Europe to support this call as the only peaceful way forward. There is no other way, no changes in legislation, no face-saving arrangements. We know that these authorities, again, very Russian model, can do one step forward and two steps back, or two steps back, one step forward. I don't remember what was Lenin's formula, but they have been practicing that quite successfully. So we have to be very clear and very principled, as will be the Georgian population. We either go to elections or we go somewhere that we do not know, but that certainly will be a crisis that you will have to deal in much direr conditions. You have to use your leverage and be a geopolitical Europe. Europe is Georgia's biggest donor, Georgia's biggest market, home to Georgia's biggest diaspora. Europe needs to find the leverage to act. If Europe cannot exert leverage on a country of 3.7 million, how can it expect to compete with the giants of the 21st century? Europe has personal clout. It is also the preferred destination for Georgia's corrupt elite and leadership. They import post-Soviet Russia governance in Georgia, but are happy to save and spend their money in Europe, and they want the Russian corrupt rule for Georgians, but Europe for themselves. So there are many ways in which you can stand by the Georgians, because Georgia will win this fight. It will defend its freedom, democracy, and European future, and in certain ways, while not wanting at all to compare to the Ukrainian bravery and tragedy, but Ukraine is fighting for freedom, democracy, and European future, and your future, and I'm sure that they will win, and they have to be supported to the end. And on the other side, we are at a testing ground, fighting, of course, not militarily, but we're fighting with bare hands in a different manner, something that also has a very dear, clear bearing on all of us' future. The question I came here to ask is simple. Will you speed up the transition, or will you let it prolong throughout the winter? Georgians will not waver, but expect Europe to step up so we can defend Europe and its values together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Care colleghe e cari colleghi, alcuni annunci.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few announcements. Following decisions taken in the EMPLI Committee and the ECON Committee, we've been negotiating IIA under Article 72 in line with the rules, which was announced at the beginning of the session back on Monday. The President has received the PFE ECR groups together with some individual requests asking for a vote in the plenary regarding the decision taken by the EMPLI Committee to postpone negotiations until the next chapter. Institutions and functioning of European companies regarding the right to information consultation on a transnational basis. This consultation will take place tomorrow. As far as the Econ Committee's decision, we've had negotiations. The President hasn't requested a request for a vote or discussion from a sufficient number of members. As a result, the Commission can initiate negotiations. I would also like to inform members that on Thursday, the President will, together with the Council, sign 15 acts which were adopted as part of the normal legislative procedural process in line with Rule 81 of the rules. The titles of these acts will be published in the proceedings of the next sitting. So, the next item on the agenda is Council and Commission declarations regarding the preparations of the summit on the 18th and 19th of December 2024. I call, on behalf of the Council, Dr. Ziegmann. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, on Thursday, 19th December, leaders will meet in Brussels for the European Council. As always, the meeting will start with an exchange with the President of the European Parliament. As you know, this will be the first meeting chaired by President Costa, whom I wish the best of luck for this position of paramount importance. The European Council will be preceded on Wednesday, 18 December, by the EU Western Balkans Summit. Among the many topics on the agenda, Ukraine remains a top priority for the European Council. The European Council will reaffirm the European Union's unwavering support to Ukraine as it defends its territorial integrity against Russia's war of aggression. Taking stock of the latest developments, leaders will discuss how to continue responding to Ukraine's need in all their dimensions. This includes repeating the European Union's support for a comprehensive, just and lasting peace based on the principles of the United Nations Charter and international law, in line with Ukraine's peace plan. The European Council will also revert to the volatile situation in the Middle East and discuss the latest developments on the ground. The war in Gaza continues and has resulted in a humanitarian catastrophe. The European Union continues to call for an immediate ceasefire, the unconditional release of all hostages, and the provision of humanitarian assistance. Regarding Syria, leaders will exchange on the various dimensions of the recent developments. Our priority right now is to ensure an orderly, peaceful and inclusive transition of power and the protection of members of all minorities. We understand some member states may also raise possible implications as regards asylum issues. Turning now to the strategic discussions which leaders are planning to have under the heading EU in the World, they are expected to have a comprehensive discussion without written conclusions on the way forward regarding our global engagement and priorities in a multipolar landscape marked by geopolitical tensions. Following the report presented by former Finnish President Sauli Niinistö at the end of October, the European Council will address resilience, preparedness, crisis prevention and response. In addition to hybrid attacks, which have multiplied recently, the report acknowledged the evolving EU risk environment and threat landscape driven by geopolitical, climatic and technological shifts. Additionally, the need to explore further the notion of civil-military coordination. This topic is very important in the context of the devastating floods that affected Europe this past autumn. Many Europeans have also experienced the terrible consequences of extreme weather events this year. As you know, the Hungarian presidency launched a first round of reflections based on the report in the relevant fora of the Council, and the report is expected to be followed by initiatives from the Commission and the High Representative. Migration continues to rank as one of the top concerns for European citizens. Following the substantive discussions in October, leaders will take stock of an ongoing work. There are a number of legislative files with migration aspects on which we would need to progress rapidly, and one may also refer to initiatives as regards new ways to prevent and tackle illegal migration, as underlined by the October EU conclusions. The European Parliament can also contribute and help us advance on this priority. Regarding returns, leaders place great importance on enhancing return rates, which are very low, just above 20%. Therefore, we will need to work swiftly once the new Commission proposal on returns is tabled early next year. Enlargement will also be discussed. Enlargement to the Western Balkans and our eastern neighbours is a powerful tool for peace, security and prosperity, and a geopolitical imperative. It also remains an objective and merit-based process. Both the European Union and the candidate countries need to work hard and fast without undue obstacles. In this regard, the Council conclusions on enlargement adopted by the General Affairs Council on the 17th of December offer key guidance. Other significant achievements in recent days include an intergovernmental conference with Montenegro on the 16th of December, where we closed 3 chapters, and the IGC with Albania on the 17th of December, where we opened Cluster 6. The Council has also made significant steps towards opening Cluster 3 with Serbia, which has been recommended by the Commission for a long while. Leaders will also address recent developments in Georgia and in Moldova. In closing, we expect a substantial European Council meeting during which leaders will address recent international developments, as well as having a more strategic discussion on the longer-term future of the European Union in the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Grazie a lei, Ministro Zygmunt. E ora...
Thank you, Mr. Zygmunt. The next speaker is the President of the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen. Go ahead, Madam.
Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs les...
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, I would like to start by expressing my absolute solidarity with the inhabitants of Mayotte. This is part of France, and the whole of Europe are now mourning. France yesterday called for initiation of the European Civil Protection Mechanism, and we are ready to step in to coordinate emergency aid from Europe. We will work together to face down this challenge.
Focus on 2 key topics of the next European Council, and that is Syria and Ukraine. The fall of Bashar al-Assad is a liberation for the Syrian people. We have all seen the heartbreaking images coming from Assad's prisons, where so many innocents were held, tortured, and killed. Innocents like the young girl who spent 14 years in jail for a social media post, or the babies born in prison who had never seen the light of day. Assad had built a whole system of underground dungeons. And this was the true face of the regime. And this is why so many Syrians are overwhelmed with joy. For the first time in decades, hope is back to Syria. But while the old Syria is gone, the new one is not born yet. Some of the first steps taken by the new leadership are encouraging, but many questions are still open. Will there be a political transition that respects national unity? Will all minorities be safe and protected? Will the fight against Daesh continue? Just to name a few. The future of Syria is full of promises, but also fraught with risks. The coming weeks and months will be crucial to shape this future, and Europe will play its role. Syria shares a maritime border with one of our member states, and events in Syria have affected us deeply over the last decade. A credible and inclusive transition is a core European interest. So Europe must engage, both at regional and at local level. I just came back from Jordan and Turkey, where I discussed how we can work together for the stability in the region. First, our top diplomat has returned to Syria. Our union has always kept a presence in Damascus to support those in need, while respecting the principles of no contacts, no cooperation, no funding for the Assad regime. But now, our presence takes a different dimension. And we will intensify our direct contacts with HTS and other factions. We care about Syria's future, and we have to be there on the ground. And this is why we have just launched a new humanitarian air bridge via Turkey and Jordan. We have increased our humanitarian aid to more than 160 million euros this year. And we are ready to do even more, provided that we get better access across the country. But we should also consider expanding our support beyond humanitarian aid. Europe is ready, and right now already, Syria's biggest donor. Just a few figures. Since 2011, we have mobilized 33 billion euros through our annual Syria conferences. And we will continue this support. But we might need a new focus on early recovery and reconstruction. So we are speaking about water, electricity, infrastructure, etc. But again, this will have to follow a step-for-step approach. In other words, the new leadership in Damascus has to prove that their deeds match their words. Also in this context, we should reconsider our sectoral sanctions to facilitate reconstruction. And here again, to do so, we need to see real progress towards an inclusive political process. Europe has leverage in Syria, and we should use it so that the power can go back to the people of Syria. Finally, on refugees, the fall of the regime has given hope to so many Syrian refugees. We know that a significant number of them have already started going back to Syria, but UN agencies tell us that risks remain for both individuals and ethnic groups. So while all refugees have the right to return, this has to be voluntary, safe, and dignified. For Syrians who decide to go home, Europe is ready to support them every step of their way. Syria belongs to all of its people, including those who fled from Assad's brutality, and all Syrians have the right to take the country's future into their hand. Honourable members, the events in Syria will resonate well beyond the Middle East. The fall of Assad is a cautionary tale about the limits of Russia's power projection. After 3 years of all-out war, Russia has not managed to break Ukraine's resistance. Putin is trying harder than ever, with new weapons, new troops from North Korea, a new wave of attacks on energy infrastructure, and his strategy is very clear. He's trying to make gains on the ground and to terrorize the people of Ukraine. So, bolstering Ukraine right now is not only a moral imperative, it is a strategic imperative. The world is watching. Our friends, and even more our foes, will observe carefully how we sustain our support to Ukraine, and this support has to be ironclad. The most immediate challenge is Ukraine's energy system. We have already done a lot on this front. We have provided Ukraine with thousands of power generators, transformers, electrical components, millions of LED bulbs, but we must do more. There's still a substantial capacity gap. Tomorrow in the European Council, I will ask leaders to do more on repairs, to further upgrade the connecting grids, and to do more for decentralized electricity generation. In the darkest days of the year, we must keep the lights on and keep the hope alive. And beyond the winter, we must maintain Ukraine's basic economic and financial stability. The IMF estimates Ukraine's financing gap at over 42 billion euros for the year 2025. The good news is that we are closing this gap together with our G7 partners and with international financial institutions. Our union will contribute 13 billion euros next year from the Ukraine facility. And as of January, we will start transferring our part of the G7 loan, financed by the revenues of immobilized Russian assets. And that is over 18 billion euros for 2025. And this is just the European Union's share. This will give, if we work together, Ukraine economic and financial stability until the end of the year of 2025. And it will free up their fiscal space to purchase military equipment. In other words, Putin's strategy to drive Kyiv into the financial abyss has utterly failed. And this is a major achievement, because the economic dimension of this war is as important as the military one. Over 1/3 of Russia's budget today goes to military spending. It is a war economy. So it is essential to undermine Putin's potential revenue. Last week, we adopted our 15th package of sanctions. It includes measures against Russia's shadow fleet and circumvention channels. And the 16th package is already in preparation. Our sanctions are taking a toll on the Russian economy. The ruble is at its lowest levels since the start of the war, in spite of massive countermeasures by the Russian Central Bank. Inflation has reached 70% in some sectors of the Russian economy, 70. We are sending a very clear message to the Kremlin. The longer the war continues, the higher the price for the Russian economy. And finally, we also must continue our political support for Ukraine. They have achieved tremendous progress towards membership of our union. And if they keep up these efforts, we should be ready to open the negotiations on the fundamentals cluster in early 2025 and other clusters during this year. Ukrainians are fighting for their future in our union, and they must know that their efforts are paying off. The flag of Ukraine will fly at the heart of our union. So to conclude, this is the moment to stay the course. No matter what happens next, we do need to keep key principles in mind, which we held up throughout this war. First, Ukraine must remain an independent state with the right to choose its own destiny. Second, it is for Ukraine to decide on its own territory. And third, we have always to keep in mind that when we speak about Ukraine's security, we speak about Europe's security. We need a just and lasting peace for Ukraine and for all of Europe. Thank you, and long live Europe.
Grazie a lei, Presidente von der
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, President von der Leyen. Moving on now to speakers on behalf of the political groups, starting with Mr. Weber.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin,
Madam President, President of the Commission, colleagues, it is good that as the European Council starts work, it is directing its attention to the Western Balkans, where decisions need to be made and where we need to deliver on our promises. Of course, the Western Balkan countries have to make an effort. They have to do their bit. But also we here in Europe need to understand that enlargement policy is geopolitics. Enlargement brings stability, which is urgently needed. Our neighborhood is unstable enough as it is. There are positive developments. In Syria, for example, the mass murderer Assad has gone to Moscow. That shows the nature of the Putin system. This is a day of liberation for the Syrians, and it's a day of defeat for Russia and Iran. We don't know what will happen, but Europe is there ready to be a partner, and the EPP supports this path. The situation in Ukraine is more difficult. Ukraine needs a signal of encouragement with what is happening in the United States. It was very important that Kaja Kallas and Antonio Costa went to Kiev. We need to make clear that we are ready to deliver on our promise to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Whatever happens in Washington on the 20th of January, we stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, and we have to be ready to take on an even greater responsibility. Russia is weak. Russia it does have high inflation. We have to stay the course because that is in the interest of our values. Ukraine will come out victorious. There are two other things I want to say about Europe internally and the migration debate. We need the entry-exit system to start working. We need new partnership agreements, and I want to thank the European Commission. The agreements with Morocco and Jordan are an extension of our Mediterranean partnerships. We are doing well in migration management. We have to work with our partners against the smugglers. Europe is delivering in these areas, and that's good. We have to take the concerns of our citizens seriously, especially at Christmas time. People are losing jobs. Factories are facing closure. Many people are worried about the future of their jobs. We need less regulation. We don't want to punish our car industry. It is vitally important that we support that industry, which makes up such an important part of our economy. The EPP also supports Mercosur. Of course, we take people's concerns seriously and farmers' concerns seriously. The Mercosur agreement, at a time of insecurity, Mercosur offers opportunities, the creation of jobs in South America and in Europe. At the end of a very intensive 2024, I want to say to my fellow group leaders, it has been difficult, it has been intense, but I wish you all a very happy festive season and a good start to the new year.
Il gruppo dei Socialisti e Democratici.
Thank you for the Socialists and Democrats. Ms. Garcia Perez.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President von der Leyen. Last week, I had the opportunity to go to Ukraine for the second time. I had a very clear objective, which was to reaffirm to President Zelensky and to his government the support that the EU has and the support we have for the fight against the criminal regime of Putin. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that Ukraine is going through one of the most difficult moments since February 2022. Russia is hitting civilian infrastructure very hard, leaving the Ukrainian people in the cold and in a situation of insecurity, and are threatening the use of nuclear weapons. We have North Korean troops supporting Russia in the Kursk region, and Iranian drones and missiles are relentlessly terrorizing citizens and hitting cities. Despite the suffering of Ukraine on the battlefield, the Ukrainian authorities are not envisaging a ceasefire. The message I was given by President Zelensky and by other members of his government was very clear. They do not want help to negotiate. What they want is help to achieve peace through a position of strength that will oblige Putin to negotiate. They want help to win the war because they believe that they will win this war. They know what they are fighting for. They are fighting for peace, security, and the prosperity of their children. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot act as Chamberlain did. We cannot simply leave Ukraine to its fate. That would be making the same mistake as the British Prime Minister did in 1938 when Czechoslovakia was left to Hitler. Those who believe that sacrificing Ukraine will help to safeguard global peace are making a serious mistake. Putin, the same as Hitler, will not stop. If Putin wins in Ukraine, then what awaits Moldova and Georgia? How far will Putin go when it comes to interference and sabotage? The war of Russia against Ukraine is not an isolated crisis. This is the precursor to a global conflict between authoritarian regimes and democracies, and we can no longer depend on the United States for our security. Now is the time for the EU to act. It is time for us to assume responsibility for our future, to do what is necessary to assure that the peace that Trump's talking about is not simply a capitulation. It is very important for the present and the future of our democracies. President Zelensky and his government want us to live up to our commitments. Ukraine needs more airspace defense, more munitions, more long-distance weapons. We need to implement the 15th package of sanctions, and we also need to use the 200 billion euros of Russian frozen funds to help them develop their defense industry. Ladies and gentlemen, last November we commemorated the 35th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. That was a moment that signaled the end of the Cold War and a new global order. There was a hope for a world based on cooperation, multilateralism, peace, and prosperity. But all that disappeared with the cruel invasion of Russia in Ukraine. 35 years later, I have seen something I never would have imagined. In Kiev, I saw a brave Ukraine, a Ukraine which is a candidate to enter the European Union, a Ukraine which is very firmly committed to European values. And believe me, ladies and gentlemen, if we are also brave, our history will not end in the same way as we saw with Chamberlain in the Second World War. Our history, the history of Ukraine and the European Union, will end with us all being members of the same family. Thank you very much.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Bardera. Thank you, President. President von der Leyen, would you dare to look French farmers in the eyes? Just a few days ago, you said you were acting on behalf of us, all of us, but in fact, apparently you're acting alone. You concluded negotiations in South America for a Mercosur agreement, which signs a death warrant for thousands of French farmers. Just after this economic and political crime, you then cancelled at the last minute your planned visit to the reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. What courage! very recently, your own political group, the EPP, refused an urgent debate on the agricultural situation. And France, which is, of course, the second largest economy in Europe, one of the founding members, has comprehensively rejected this agreement. This free trade agreement is something we must reject. It forces us to accept hormone growth inhibitors, promoters. In Brazil, for example, more than 90% of the pesticides used in Brazil are banned in France. So as to enable Mercedes to export more cars to South America, you have sacrificed French farmers. Ms. von der Leyen, is a French farmer worth less than a German car maker? Can we abandon our food sovereignty on your ambitions by delivering it into the hands of people promoting unfair trade? Our farmers find themselves at a crossroads, faced with an existential crisis. They have a choice of continuing to exist or disappear. Agriculture underpins the power of France and Europe. It has shaped our countrysides, our landscapes, and indeed France. It's not just another strategic industry for a country or a guarantee of autonomy. It's the beating heart of France and an incredibly important part of our national identity. The fight against this treaty is far from over. I'm still optimistic that a blocking minority will be constituted in the Council. So, in the face of your enormous obstinacy regarding this agreement, which goes hand in hand with your absolute obsession about nuclear power and your idea to impose ever more standards and red tape on European businesses, we are increasingly asking ourselves, who are you really working for, madam?
Mr.
Min.
Le Conseil européen.
The European Council will be devoted for the most part to the situation in the Middle East. We shouldn't be naive. Al-Qaeda are responsible for atrocities in Syria. So are we going to be able to work with them as Democrats? It's totally illusory. The fact is, it is Islamists in power in that country. Erdogan has largely put them there. Erdogan's Turkey is an Islamist country. We shouldn't be cooperating with it, and we should stop sending billions to Erdogan. Were there democracy introduced in Syria, it would be time to send all of the Syrian migrants back there from Europe. Now, the United States, there'll be a new page of our relations with the United States on the 20th of January. It's a tremendous opportunity. They will reform their economy. Are we going to reform ours? We need more competitiveness, more protection. And on security and defense, there's also a tremendous opportunity. Trump is an isolationist, and we need to be sure that we can increase our military capability, increase our industrial capability so as to be autonomous. On immigration, we need to defend our borders. That is urgent. We shouldn't just accept immigration and redistribution, which is your model, Ms. von der Leyen. What we should do in Europe is do what Giorgia Meloni has successfully done, partnerships with Egypt, Tunisia, Albania to prevent more migratory flows from south to north. And on Mercosur, Ms. von der Leyen, I want to say in all seriousness, as a French person, I have scores to settle with you. What you did in Montevideo, what you did to ruin French, Polish, Italian farmers is abhorrent. This is what the people of Europe don't want anymore. There's no democratic legitimacy to your position, and yet you're sacrificing our farmers so as to be able to sell German cars. You should be serving the 27 European nations. What we've seen is a German politician saving her country's industry and selling our farmers down the river.
Ms. Hyatt.
Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Madam President, Ministers, Madam President. Dear colleagues, this European summit looks at the attacks on people's freedom. Syria, Moldova, Georgia, it is our moral obligation as well as in our strategic interest to support these people in their fight for freedom. Syria, first of all. The fall of Bashar al-Assad is a real ray of hope for Syrians, but we need a transition that respects all minorities and the rights of all. Since the fall of Assad, certain countries have started to revise their migration policies already. In Damascus, peace and security are not back yet. Who can say that Syrians are safe in their country now? Nobody can say that. In Ukraine, they count on us to provide weapons. Their energy infrastructure is being targeted. It makes it very difficult to get through the winter. We cannot relent in our sanctions. We see North Korean soldiers, Yemeni soldiers. These are threats to our democracy. This conflict has an international dimension, so we need to act as quickly as possible to make sure Ukraine has a fair and lasting peace with robust security guarantees on its own terms. And finally, Georgia. We have Georgians who have been protesting for weeks. We have seen President Zurabishvili just an hour ago here in this hemicycle. She's the only independent institution in Georgia, and we fully support her from the side of the Renew group. The people in Georgia have been extremely courageous in the face of repression. They have peacefully protested against their election being stolen. They will not accept fraud or interference in this way, and they are right. As their government blocks their European dreams, they protest. The Georgian dream is turning into their worst nightmare. They are serving the Kremlin and not Georgia. Let us be very clear. In all of these countries I have mentioned to you, there is one point in common, and that is Vladimir Putin. He supported Assad. He's interfering in Tbilisi, and even our own member states have been the targets of foreign interference. Just look what happened in Romania. Dear colleagues, this summit must show the unity of Europeans in Syria, in Ukraine. If Europe does not defend democracy, no one else will do it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Rehnke.
Grazie, Madam Commission President, dear colleagues. In these times of tectonic geopolitical changes, this European Council must send a clear signal. The European Union is a reliable and a strong partner for all those people in the world that are longing for democracy, for peace, and for freedom. It is an honor that President Zurabishvili addressed the House this morning at such a crucial moment for Georgia. And I expect also this clear signal of solidarity from the European Council. We stand by the side of all Georgians who are fighting for freedom, for democracy, and for a European future. Because Georgia's future lies within the European Union. And we strongly condemn the recent attacks on democracy, election violations, and repression against peaceful protesters and independent media. And the President said it here, it is very often EU flags that are in the streets when people are protesting for their European future and for democracy. So it is on us not to let these protesters down. And this is why the EU must introduce targeted sanctions against leading political figures that were responsible for the repression. Georgia needs new elections with international election observations, and we call on the EU to introduce a special envoy for Georgian-European relations. And at the same time, we will not forget the people of Moldova, who also seek peace and freedom within the European Union and who are facing a difficult winter ahead of them. The European Council should also reassure the Syrian people. The EU will help to turn your hope for a free and safe Syria for all into reality. A peaceful transfer of power is now most urgent, and we must provide acute humanitarian aid for Syrians because the difficult times are not over yet. We have to hold mass murderer Assad and his torture masters accountable for their crimes against their own people. Syria is a real defeat for Russia. By abandoning his protege Assad, Putin demonstrated his own weakness before the eyes of the world. His great power ambitions have failed in Syria. And trust me, colleagues, these great power ambitions will also fail in Ukraine. We also see that with the new US president coming in, that the challenges also to the west of Europe are not becoming smaller. We want the European Council, especially against the backdrop of what's happening in January in the US, to deliver on our promise towards Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine as long as it takes until Russia's invasion fails, until peace on Ukraine's terms becomes reality. Whether we look westwards to the US, to the Middle East, or to Eastern Europe, the only certainty right now is uncertainty. And the European Union can and has to be an anchor of stability, of democracy, of human rights, and of the hope of all those people who want to live in a peaceful world. Let us be, with this Parliament, the beacon of hope for those who are longing for democracy, peace, and freedom. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di intervenire.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Shudovan. Go ahead.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you, Madam President. After listening to these substanceless and pointless interventions, it shows just how pointless the European Union has become. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine took a new turn when North Korean troops were deployed, which simply goes to show this war continues to escalate. Rather than trying to pursue peace, and this would apply as well to Gaza, where that terrible war continues. We've also seen the way in which the Islamic groups attacked October on the 7th of October. Israel has long since defeated those groups. The target of their attacks now are the Palestinian civilian population. And following the fall of the dictator Assad, we've seen Turkey bombing Kurds and Israel occupying part of the Golan Heights. Three crises just on our border, in our near neighborhood. Three crises in which the European Union has basically got nothing to say. In other words, we're further contributing to this by our absence of positions. Ms. von der Leyen, the Turkish dictator has now been given €1 billion, while at the same time his army and his allies amongst Islamic militia are continuing to wage war on the Kurds. So this further example of double standards removes any credibility which the European had left. When it comes to EU external policy, it's now become increasingly clear the EU is willing to break international law. We keep hearing, and this has been the case again today, the only thing that the majority can agree on here is that we should be spending more on weapons. If migrants drown in the Mediterranean, we can save money on having to house them. When it comes to achieving lasting peace in Ukraine, any such peace must be based in international law. But if we want peace, we have to do something to achieve it. We need negotiations to achieve security guarantees and to send European peace forces to Ukraine following a ceasefire. That's far more sensible than talking about sending further money to buy arms for Ukraine. The people of Europe want more than just sending weapons and victory on the battlefield. The EU should stand up unequivocally in favour of a Palestinian state. We should finally make it clear to Netanyahu's government that a safe and sovereign Israel can only live alongside a safe and sovereign Palestine. That's the key to peace in the Middle East. Rather than reaching out a hand of friendship to Erdogan so as to further consolidate his efforts to impose his rule, We should recognize Kurds. They helped us beat IS. I do hope that the European Union won't simply abandon them now. So 3 crises, 3 proposals on solutions. I think you'd be well advised, Madam, to follow that advice so as to ensure that we can re-inject some credibility to EU foreign policy. One final comment. On the 20th of January 2025, when Trump takes office, it won't be enough just to zip across the Atlantic and to pump hands. We will then require massive investment in our industry and future technologies. We'll have to ensure that we have security for energy supplies, our farming sector, our health sectors. In a nutshell, we need to ensure that we have strategic independence and autonomy so as to ensure that Europe's future is secured in a multipolar world while at the same time defending democracy and trying to rebuild social cohesion. Thank you, Mr. Aust.
Frau Präsidentin, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren!
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the world is changing. We are seeing demographic changes to the disadvantage of Europe. We're seeing greater demographic growth in Asia and Africa. Also, our science, our technology, our know-how in this area has shrunk in the last 30 years. We've been overtaken by other countries. We have a moralizing foreign policy that is too eager to place sanctions. We have to think about resources such as coal, nuclear energy and gas. The world is changing, but the established political forces continue doing business as usual. There is a real lack of ambition that's been shown by the new head of the European Council, President Costa. In his first meeting with heads of state and government on Thursday, there was no mention of the word competition, of growth. We need to be talking about investment and growth. It's a time when France and Germany are in an economic crisis. Our growth in Europe is much slower than any other large economic power around the world. The EU established powers don't seem to understand the serious situation that we're in. Our economic policy should be key, but no one seems to be talking about this at the summit. We need patriotic forces, patriotic governments that are putting our citizens first, not just feminist foreign policy. So at this European Council, we need to be looking at growth, how we can give fresh impetus to growth in Europe. We need to look at what is necessary to do. We need to help European farmers. Look at what's happening in Mercosur. We need to make sure that our farmers are competitive. We need to reduce bureaucracy in the European Union. Look at the issue of artificial intelligence in the EU as well. There's no major European company in this area, and the EU has nevertheless put in place extensive legislation. We shouldn't have people that are just afraid of what is new. Look at the automotive industry. We're going to see in the next 50 years more cars being sold than in the last 100 years, but we see production going to India, to Latin America, to Africa. So we need to end this ban on combustion engines, this issue of green steel, which is costing 30 to 50 times more than conventional steel. We need to end all of these transitions. Bitcoin, people are preparing for this, but in the EU we just have regulations and legislation. We have to look at a different type of economic policy, but the EU established powers continue doing as they have always done and are overtaken by other regions around the world. So we need to see a change in Czech Republic, in Poland, as we have seen, in Germany when the AfD is elected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison.
Security will be the main topic for our discussions and our decisions in the next months. Security is the main concern of the people. Providing security is the main duty of national and European institutions, and security is essentially linked to prosperity and jobs in Europe. We have to be aware that Russia and other autocracies are challenging our security and our democracy. They are challenging democracy and security around the world. They are challenging it in candidate countries and also in EU member states. Russia, North Korea, Iran, Venezuela are united, and we also have to be united and strong in defending our democracy, in defending our security. Russia and other autocracies are challenging our security when they are interfering in elections, when they are instrumentalizing migration from Africa via Russia and Belarus to the Polish and European border. They are challenging our security when they are spreading disinformation, when they are breaking electoral laws, when they are illegally funding candidates, politicians and campaigns and are trying to bribe voters. Denying this won't help us. It will just weaken our response. This is why the question is, what shall we do? And our answer needs to be, firstly, we have to be aware of the Russian and autocratic interference in our democratic order. Secondly, we have to inform people about the dangers. Thirdly, we have to increase the resilience of our institutions and defend our values. Fourthly, we have to protect our borders clearly. Number 5, we have to make defense a priority for our spending over the course of the next years, and we have to apply European legislation online to protect our media and online landscape and evaluate if our legislation is strong enough or if we have to further strengthen it to protect our citizens and our democracies. And I believe we have to do this together as pro-European parties. Thank you very much.
Madam President, in the upcoming Council meeting, we'll be talking about Syria, Ukraine, the role of the European Union in the world, the Middle East, immigration. But one question we can't avoid anymore is whether we do actually have a European external policy. We're moving towards a political and federal Europe, apparently, or we're going to stick with an intergovernmental Europe. Thinking back to the words of Spinelli and Rossi in the Ventotene Manifesto, they said all of that. If we miss these opportunities, any other progress will be a mirage. And we have to ensure that Europe can be built out of the sovereign national states. We find ourselves in a difficult time in which nationalism is rearing its ugly head. At this time, we have to ensure that Europe takes on new courageous forms to move towards a political Europe. Only in this way can we bring together and combine the force of individual countries. United Europe is a source of hope. Nationalism condemns us to stagnation. That's the story of European populism. Think back to this simple fact in the Council meeting that will help you. We have to move forward for a stronger, more humane Europe. We should move towards the United States of Europe. Thank you.
Prego.
The Hungarian presidency comes to an end, so we can sum up our achievements. One of our great achievements is to face honestly our crises, migration crisis, economic crisis, the sanctions that increased the inflation in Europe. The Hungarian presidency also came to a pact on competitiveness, which is a great step forward in terms of our economy. Another great step forward is the full accession of Romania and Bulgaria to the Schengen sphere. We could also make a great step forward towards the strong Europe. And last but not least, the Hungarian Prime Minister finally took efficient diplomatic steps to come closer to peace in Ukraine. So we had a very ambitious presidency, and we took very important steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Fidanza. Thank you, Madam President. We are on the eve of a European Council summit focused on foreign relations, the Middle East, Ukraine, above all. And following the Syrian crisis, we should try to face this challenge. Once again, European taxpayers' money is being sent to Turkey to deal with Syrian refugees. We should be spending money properly so as to ensure that Erdogan doesn't turn our money against Europe. We also have to follow clearly the path set out by Giorgia Meloni, which has been picked up on Mrs. von der Leyen's letter. We have to conclude agreements with third countries based on the model we have with Tunisia, which has enabled us to reduce the number of arrivals of illegal immigrants by more than 80% over the last 12 months. We have to set up repatriation centres in third countries in line with the Italy-Albania protocol. It's also urgent that we have initiatives so as to ensure that we can try to move away from a politicised judiciary, which criticises the use of safe third countries to have these centres. If we carry on like this, Europe will no longer be able to send back illegal immigrants. And we know, of course, the fact that thousands of people have disappeared, but those people then be able to open Europe without risking anything. This will be an open door to human traffickers and the mafia. This will be the death knell of Schengen and the death knell of Europe as we know it, and this is something we simply cannot allow to happen.
Prego.
Mr. Gerbrandy.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, instead of addressing one or two political priorities, I'd like to focus on the functioning of the European Council itself. This month, the European Council celebrates its 15th anniversary, so still in puberty, you might say, and too young to, and I quote Article 15 of the treaty, define and develop the general political directions and priorities. Micromanaging has been the hallmark of the European Council so far. Many small national breaks have prevented big forward-looking projects to be finished. We still do not have a digital single market, no capital market, no banking union. As Mario Draghi reminded us, Europe cannot afford further delay. The time has come for the European Council to come of age and play its own part, overcome short-term national interests, give European political direction, but let the European Commission and the legislators do their jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Onorevole Kunke, prego.
Ms. Kunke.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, President. In the USR, we have a misogynist, anti-democratic president incoming. In Georgia, we see journalists being attacked by masked men, and we see the despot Orban, who has led the EU Council over the last 6 months. So there are a lot of challenges for the EU, what it can be in the future. So we have to be brave. We cannot compromise when it comes to defending international law, democracy and human rights. There is threat after threat that we face. Putin, Netanyahu, Trump. Tomorrow, when the EU heads and states of government meet for the last time under this EU presidency, hopefully they will show that they are the leaders that we so desperately need. Thank you.
Oliveira.
Senhores deputados, quem criou expectativas com a escolha de António Costa para presidir ao Conselho Europeu certamente estará hoje desiludido ao perceber que não há mudanças nas políticas da União Europeia. Ainda não é desta que o...
Madam President, we've seen the recent election of Antonio Costa as President of the European Council. This won't change European policy, however. The President of the Council should come to the European Parliament to engage in debate about the problems facing our peoples. The European agenda does not contain anything which really has an interest to citizens, support for pensions, supports for housing, support for rights, policies which will enable people to face an ever-increasing cost of living, health, education, culture, politicals which would secure genuine investment for building peace, and respect of the rights of peoples. On the contrary, the first meeting chaired by Antonio Costa of the European Council was characterized by plans to further extend indefinitely the war in Ukraine, to ignore the problems faced by the people of Palestine, and to turn a blind eye to an efficient migration policy. So we have to listen to those people who are shouting out in the streets of Lisbon. And to Antonio Costa, listen to what those people are saying. They're talking about the real concerns of our people.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, just before Christmas, the European Council will be talking about war. They're going to be talking about extending the war in Ukraine, and no talk of peace negotiations. And just before Christmas, with all this war talk, the Europeans will have to worry about more war next year. In Germany, people are worried about Friedrich Merz attending these meetings. We hear about Ukraine being supported for as long as it takes. People from the CDU, if you really want to play war, you need to think about sending your own sons to the front and not the sons of decent citizens of the European Union who don't want to have anything to do with it. We are going to fight for the right of all of Europe's sons to spend Christmas 2025 at home without fear of war.
Blue card for you.
We have a blue card for you, Mr. Jungblut.
Piper, prego.
Guten Tag, Herr Kollege hier oben. Moin.
I'm up here. You talked a lot about peace. And so I want to ask you, do you know Putin's conditions for peace negotiations? He set them out in detail at a press conference 3 months ago and repeated them a couple of weeks ago. Are you aware? He talked about there only being peace negotiations with Ukraine once Ukraine has laid down arms and handed over all the territory that Russia wants. Are you aware of that? And would you conduct peace negotiations under those conditions?
Also bei Friedensverhandlungen.
Peace negotiations are negotiations. So, of course, Russia is going to lay down conditions without expecting to get everything that it's asked for. But we're going to have President Trump soon. We will have these peace negotiations. We will finally have protagonists who can bring about peace, because the European institutions have clearly failed to do so.
Onorevole Dostal.
Mr. Dostal.
Vážená komise a
Esteemed Commission and Council, partly absent. You support the color revolution in Georgia. You send billions to Ukraine, and you're failing in economic policy. People don't care what you're sending to Zelensky. They want support for the car industry. Europe was a great economic power, but it has lost out to the USA and China. Unfortunately, what we have now is high prices and debts. Ms. von der Leyen, you don't have any soldiers. You should do your job. You should work for prosperity. We need proper energy policy. Get rid of the Green Deal. The people from the big groups, this is your commission, not ours. You'll see at the next elections. That's when you'll get the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Tobey.
President, Commissioner, the EPP welcomes that migration remains at the top of the agenda of the European Council, because the citizens of Europe rightfully also expect that we take back control of migration. The October conclusions show a clear political will among the member states, and let me be clear, the EPP group stands ready to push it forward in the European Parliament. We need a full implementation of the Migration Pact, no exceptions. We need to reinforce our external borders, increase cooperation with third countries, and speed up the return of irregular migrations. The EPP also welcomes that the Commission recently decided to step up support for Member States to counter the weaponization of migration by Russia and Belarus. This is key to also strengthen our security at the external borders. The next crucial step should now be to deliver a new proposal on return. This is actually a matter of urgency, and we need a full regulation, not a weak directive. And we need also to make progress on different ways to counter illegal migration, with more and new solutions outside of Europe, for example, with return hubs. This is a matter of urgency, and we need to deliver to our citizens. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole Moreno Sanchez.
Thank you. Mr. Moreno Sanchez.
Gracias, Presidenta. Querido.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, looking at the current economic and geopolitical context, the EU needs to be a reference for peace, democracy, social well-being, and the protection of the planet. We have two wars on our doorstep, so the EU needs to be a political and diplomatic actor that speaks with one voice and that has a common defence policy. We need to have a fair and sustainable trade policy through the WTO and together with our trading partners. Only in this way will we be able to manage conflicts with the US and China and strengthen our economic resilience and diversify our supply chains. So we need to ratify CETA as soon as possible, and the Mercosur agreement. We need to implement all of the Green Deal and our Paris commitments. Only in this way will we be able to assure our strategic autonomy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Borgia. Thank you, Madam President. On the eve of the European Council summit, I'm very curious about what's going to happen. Obviously, the promises from the electoral campaign are still ringing in our ears. Some of those things are still on the table. After years during which the Liga has been trying to explain to you the impact of uncontrolled immigration, austerity, we are seeing ourselves invaded by immigrants. And it's a purely quantitative approach to immigration rather than qualitative. We also note that millions of Europeans are against this, but our authorities ignore that. So citizens throughout Europe face conditions which are becoming increasingly like the Far West in their everyday lives. There's a far more simple approach to this. Hotspots are a very good idea. This would enable us to, and we should also try to reduce the number of departures so as to avoid these people reaching Europe. Matteo Salvini, who was Home Minister for Italy, found the solution. This is a solution which people could understand, which they supported. But this consensus terrified those who simply want to push for chaos. We saw it happen in Palermo. And all of this has been a political process, a political trial. And this has simply led to what we said would happen. Thank you, Mr. Bilan.
Dziękuję bardzo, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Madam President. One of the issues on this forthcoming Brussels summit will be the situation in Syria, and that's rightly so. There are dangers resulting from the fall of the brutal dictatorship. There is concern about the protection of minorities, especially religious minorities, especially Christians. Christians are the most persecuted religious minority in the world, and the European Union is the only entity that can help, that can protect the Christians in Syria. We also face a new wave of migration. We've something like 5 million Syrians who've come to the European Union in the last 10 years, and we need to prevent another wave of migration. The Migration Pact should stop. More than a year ago, in the Polish Parliament, the Polish Prime Minister said he would not be cheated by Europe, and then 2 days later came the Migration Pact, which demonstrated the opposite. The summit should also discuss the Mercosur trade pact. I hope that the poor old Polish Prime Minister isn't going to be conned again by Europe, because the Polish farming faces destruction.
Thanks to you.
Collega's, goedemorgen.
Colleagues, good morning. Let's be honest. We are faced with a real crisis of leadership. Not with you in the Commission, but in the Council, as our colleague Gerbrandy just pointed out. The citizens of Europe really are afraid. They're afraid of the military weakness of Europe, of a potential nuclear attack, and whether their savings are safe in their banks. What kind of advice are we getting from member states? In the Netherlands, the government is calling on people to withdraw lots of cash from banks. In Sweden, they're printing brochures about war, and in Denmark, they're suggesting people have a torch at home. Of course, it's important to ensure that people be prepared for potential conflict, but torches won't really help very much. Brochures aren't preparation. So I turn to Ms. von der Leyen, and I hope that you'll transmit this message to her. I hope that she will convince the Council to take action so as to ensure that our citizens' savings are safe in the banks. Secondly, that we can quickly conclude a European defence plan, moving towards a European army. Ladies and gentlemen, my Christmas wish would be for a powerful Europe, a strong European defence union, and a European army. That's the best way to protect our citizens. Thank you. Please respect your speaking time, colleagues. Ms. Martins.
Obrigada, Sra. Presidente, senhoras e senhores deputados. Está em curso uma...
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing a shift in the balance in the Middle East. We have the Palestinian people, we have the Kurdish people, but we see Israel and Turkey that are united and are supported by the EU. We see that the Kurdish women were nominated for the Sakharov Prize, but they are facing these autocratic governments. There's the situation in Bolivia as well. The extreme right is allying itself with Erdogan and Netanyahu. And I think the problem here is a lack of trust. Von der Leyen speaks of Israel but forgets Palestine. What is going to happen in the Council? Will Costa's election change anything?
Thank you. There are few places where you can find people as detached from reality as in the European institutions. The Czech Prime Minister has started hallucinating, promising that his incompetent government will get us to catch up with German salary levels, even though in reality wages are falling. The whole Czech Republic is laughing about that. Now, I read in the invitation to the European Council that we're in a multipolar world and we need to expand our network of partners, and we're supposed to do that by strengthening transatlantic ties. Hello, Antonio Costa is hallucinating too. On the international scene, we can't just put a dog collar around our necks and ask the United States to take us walkies. After all, we are their economic competitors. That's how they see us. Think of the Inflation Reduction Act. Enough of this failed policy of swamping Ukraine with weapons. You've brought us to the brink of nuclear war. Enough of these policies that don't work. Enough destruction of our industry and agriculture. Let's start facing the world independently and not as someone else's poodle.
Thank you, Mr. Bellamy. Commissioner, a few days ago, on the 6th of December, the European Commission signed an agreement with Mercosur. This agreement isn't problematic in just one way. There are at least two enormous problems. First of all, it's problematic strategically speaking. We know that some companies will benefit if this agreement were to be signed tomorrow, but others will lose. In fact, some industries will lose everything. I'm thinking about our farmers, and in particular livestock farmers. We simply don't have the right to view this agreement as an economic equation with winners and losers. We should be looking at it strategically speaking regarding our essential production industries. Agriculture is an essential sector. It's not some kind of whimsical folklore activity. It's an essential component in protecting our identity. It's also essential to ensure that our continent will be resilient in the face of future crises. It enables us to guarantee food security for our inhabitants. What would the people who've applauded Mercosur say if a food crisis meant that Europe were no longer able to feed its population with its own production? They would then say that we've been irresponsible. They'd be quite right. Over and beyond economic problems, we're faced with a political problem. The European Commission has waited for France, which has been and is still opposed to this agreement. So the Commission waited for the French government to fall so as to sneak through the signature of this agreement. You can't treat a democracy in this way. You can't treat the citizens of our member states in this way. The European Commission has a democratic duty to ensure that this agreement be submitted both to the European Parliament for ratification, and we're working on creating a majority against this. National parliaments must also be given their word to say. Europe can't be built without those who make it up.
Mr. Ripasi.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, Herr
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, we have the European Council, the EU in the world as the topic. Now, in this current context, we have to be careful not to simply fall back on national positions. We need more Europe. We need the single market to be on the same level as the USA and China. We need to invest in the future. We need to bring capital to Europe. We need a defense union worthy of its name. We also need trade agreements such as the Mercosur agreement. We need this nationalist dogma to be left behind. We need stronger connections between France, Germany and Poland, more stable pro-European majorities here in the European Parliament, rather than trying to create very narrow majorities with the far right. Anything else will weaken us. Thank you.
Prego.
Mr. Knotek.
Thank the Hungarian presidency for professional, proactive and innovative approach. Now, in the beginning of the new mandate, I would wish to Mr. Costa to have a strong European Council, because we need a strong voice of member states. EU is a project of member states, and only strong European Council will defend EU future and will overpower the EU Commission's appetite to control EU citizens and weaken or destroy European nations. It's time to have more strict, more detailed, more bold conclusions of the European Council to protect the member states of the EU. Now to the agenda of the European Council. I appreciate the geopolitical agenda is in the center, logically, including the war against Israel. But when we are talking about ceasefire, we should also mention, and it's not in the text, that the first condition for the ceasefire is the release of hostages, and this should be the voice of the EU member states. What I'm missing in the text is accent on the EU economy. Industry is leaving Europe, world emissions are not decreasing, and the Commission wants to continue with the green agenda. And this should be also strictly addressed and refused in the European Council. Conclusions. So we need end of green madness. We need end of green dictate, and we shall stop ruining our industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Charlie Weimers.
Thank you, Madam President. Returns of Syrians will be high on the agenda as heads of states and governments gather this week. But will they discuss the elephant in the room? That rulings by the EU court makes it all but impossible to send back migrants to Syria. We're at a democratic fork in the road, ladies and gentlemen. Either elected governments will be able to send back Syrians, or EU law will be upheld. Will non-elected EU commissioners take elected governments to court for delivering what voters want? The Commission could inform member states they will not uphold these EU laws, or governments could persuade the Commission to propose changes to EU legislation to enable returns. If this does not happen, the EU will face a crisis both of democracy and legitimacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fabienne Keller.
Madame la Présidente, chère Sabine.
Madam President, Commissioner, Mr. Marošević, colleagues. In the letter which the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, sent to Member States on Monday, as in the pre-conclusions of the Council, I have noted a certain enthusiasm for innovative ideas designed to improve management of migration, in particular its external dimension. By innovative, I mean that the intention is to externalize European migration policy. When it comes to returns policies or camps like the Italians set up in Albania. However, there's only one advantage to this. They provide an ample demonstration that the externalization of migrant policy, as pushed by Giorgia Meloni, is a dead-end street at an enormous cost. So we've already built an effective and efficient migration policy, which is the Asylum and Migration Pact, a European solution based on solidarity, respecting our duty to take in those who need it, with at the same time a whole chapter on returning illegal immigrants and new border procedures. Let's start by ensuring that this pact be properly implemented before turning to simplistic and populist solutions.
The next speaker is Jussi Saramo.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Madam President, in terms of people's standard of living, Europe is a leading superpower, though there's still room to improve workers' rights. Europe has taken measures to combat the destruction of nature and climate change. Too little, but enough to show others the way. But as the Draghi report shows, we're falling behind China and the United States. China and the United States have protected their economies, while Europe has placed its faith in the market's ability to solve problems. The solutions proposed by Europe's political right to deal with declining competitiveness are tragicomic. Instead of taking the future into our own hands, we're doing the opposite and want to reduce regulation. If all you have in your toolbox is a hammer, all of your challenges look like nails. On top of all that, in Europe, we have a far-right fifth column gaining in strength. The far-right want to halt the green transition and live at the mercy of states that live off selling gas and oil. Europe has to become independent. We should certainly not aspire to be vassals of Putin, Xi or Trump.
Colleagues, I have to be strict with the speaking time because we are already 16 minutes over the time and the other colleagues want to start with the votes in time, so please stick to your speaking time you have. Luca Sieper is our next speaker, please.
Liebe Mitmenschen,
Colleagues, one of the topics on the agenda for the summit is the situation in the Middle East, and I'm very pleased that the EU is looking towards this region because it gives us a chance to learn from our mistakes over the last decades, particularly looking at Syria. We have the chance to show that we can do things better. In Syria, we have a reawakening of civil society, the same civil society that we left in such a difficult situation and was subjected to so much suffering and led to this huge migration wave to Europe. Particularly in this situation, vulnerable groups deserve our support. We need to help NGOs, for example, that are fighting for women's rights. We're seeing a male-dominated new government with Islamic philosophy. So I think this is a new opportunity for Europe to be strong and to learn from its mistakes. Thank you.
Der nächste Redner ist Paolo Cunha.
Paulo Cunha.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Queremos que o Conselho Europeu que amanhã começa seja...
Madam President, we want the European Council under the leadership of Antonio Costa to lead us into a new chapter. There are many challenges in the field of democracy, rule of law, interference, protection of fundamental rights, human rights, defense, protecting Ukraine from Russia's criminal attacks, the conflict in the Middle East, strengthening Europe's policies, protecting the weakest members of society, cohesion policy, housing policy, social and territorial cohesion, leveling the playing field across regions. There's so much to do.
Mendes.
Obrigada, Sra. Presidente. Sra. Presidente, caros colegas, eu aproveito esta oportunidade.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to use this opportunity to wish the members of the European Council all the best and a good mandate. As we've just heard, the current situation is very complex. The political situation is very difficult. The war rumbles on in Ukraine, and we're faced with a spreading conflict in the Middle East beyond Palestine. In a multipolar world, Europe should continue to defend the rule of law, while at the same time defending rules, fundamental rights and human rights. Europe should continue to be a beacon of hope, progress and social progress, and a link between all five continents. We must redouble our efforts to defend our values. We are the world's largest trade bloc. We have trade agreements with 72 countries. This is very important for us. It strengthens us. However, at a time marked by geopolitical tension, we have to continue strengthening our security and our values, and we must strive to speak with a single voice as the United States of Europe.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca. Można odnieść wrażenie...
Thank you, Madam President. You could have the impression that the European Council is dealing with everything except the people of the European Union. Ukraine, Georgia, the Middle East, these are important subjects, but how long are you going to continue to try to make the world happy when the people of Europe are struggling under the policies of the European Commission? Our economy is failing. The centers of our towns and cities are becoming dangerous. Neither the people of Poland nor the people of the rest of Central and Eastern Europe are going to send anyone to fight in Ukraine. This is not possible. We certainly aren't going to defend the front line in Ukraine so that the Germans can do more business with Russia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mrs. von der Leyen, who unfortunately left from the room a while ago, met yesterday Erdogan. And what did she say? She said that he's an important associate. We want to improve the relations between European Union and Turkey, and she wants to give him $1 billion more for hosting the refugees. I would like to ask Mrs. von der Leyen, does she know that Erdogan has blood in his hands? Does she know that he occupies European territory in Cyprus? Does she know that Erdogan is performing a genocide against the Kurds? In association with the Azeris, he invaded Nagorno-Karabakh. In association with the jihadists in Syria, they murder daily Christians. Does she know that he violates daily the sovereign rights of Greece? Instead, Mrs. von der Leyen, to coming out and taking photos smiling with Mr. Erdogan, she should impose very serious sanctions already. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Svenja Hahn.
Das wirtschaftspolitische Irrlichtern und außenpolitische
The foreign and economic policy from Olaf Scholz has isolated Germany in the EU. Germany needs a strong Germany to help the EU as well. So we are talking about the role of the EU in the world at this EU summit, and we need a strong Germany in Europe too. When we talk about values around the world, our single market is very important. We're talking about more trade agreements with more partners such as Mercosur. But it's not going to be solved with China or Donald Trump. We need to have a strong economic basis so that we can support Ukraine. Only with a strong economy will we have enough to invest in digitalization and other important topics and have a strong functioning social system. We need to have economic growth. That's key at the moment. Thank you.
Rednerin ist Estrella Galán.
Gracias, Presidenta. No sé.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not sure if the Council is fully aware of the situation which many of our neighbours are facing. Families like our own, schoolmates of our sons and daughters, the people who look after our elderly parents, or the people who did all the hard work during the pandemic. Today, the International Day celebrating migrants, we are having to listen to hate speech from the far right. The Council seems to have surrendered to this narrative which discriminates and isolates people rather than promoting fair policies which don't leave anybody behind. They are adopting measures which represent an enormous and frightening step back in terms of rights. So the more than 700,000 Spaniards who've signed a petition calling for a popular legislative initiative leading to regulation of those people who live amongst us. The Council should think again. Rather than surrendering in the face of hate speech, doing away with the right of asylum or criminalising migration as happened last week, they should be defending fair and courageous migration policies. Our values are not up for negotiation.
Bitte ich zu entschuldigen.
We have a blue card. Unfortunately, due to the time constraints, we can't do blue cards. Otherwise, we'll be completely over time. Carla Ressler is next.
Thank you, Vice President, dear colleagues. The global transformation has never been as fast as it is today. Things that used to take a decade now take weeks to happen. We're on the eve of the new European Council meeting with the new President of the European Council and the new European Commission. In just a few weeks, the Assad regime has fallen, the war in Ukraine has entered a new, more dangerous phase, and the economic, geopolitical, and hybrid pressure on Europe is increasing. However, the stagnation we see in Europe can be avoided. The position of Europe in the new, more dangerous world depends primarily on European steps, on the strength of our economy, on more investment going into defense and the integration of the capital union. We need to make choices that will prioritize good policies and will focus on competition, as we can see in Mario Draghi's report. We must intensify returns. We must conclude intelligent strategic partnerships with Jordan and Morocco, as has been announced recently. We must also step up the enlargement process of 6 countries from the Western Balkans through the growth package, the investment economic package, and based on merits and respecting the European rules.
My dear colleagues, I feel the initiative of the new President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, the initiative is very good. In the Council of December, to examine the role of Europe in the world, the election of Trump, the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, and the change of the regime in Syria have made the international environment very complicated. So it's necessary, the European Union, to be present in the international developments, especially concerning the wider neighborhood, the Ukraine, the Western Balkans, and the Eastern Mediterranean. We cannot and we shouldn't leave third countries and forces to decide without us, because simply Europe has not a single voice. Today, more than ever, it's necessary to strengthen our strategic autonomy, the strategic autonomy of Europe, especially in defense and security. The reports Draghi and Inisto has shown some measures. What remains for all of us is to have the political will in order to implement a part of these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marieke Elers.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, Madam President. Migration is once again at the top of the agenda of the European Council. Today, on the so-called Day of the Migrant, I am forced to recognise that we still have no real solutions. The unwillingness or inability of the European Union to control migration to our beautiful countries means that many of us now feel like aliens in our own towns and villages. The AU is acting as if immigration is something inevitable. That's rubbish. There are effective and realistic measures which can be implemented. Nor is it as complicated as people seem to tell us. And we are now seeing this in the Netherlands. We now decide ourselves who can stay in our country and who has to leave. We don't need migration. What we do need is a family-friendly policy. We have to start by ensuring that our own population have a stable foundation, their own house, regular income, so that they can found a family. We also have to convince our children that technical skills are just as valuable, if not more valuable, than academic skills. I refuse to accept that we in Europe should be dependent on doctors, chemists, or astronauts from Afghanistan, Yemen, or Malawi. I refuse to accept the idea that uncontrolled migration is a powerful force which we can't resist. I also refuse to accept that our children are destined to become aliens in their oan country.
Speaker is Yadi Yadis.
Main topic for the Council is the European Union and the world. We should be realists. The best geopolitical investment in order to have a diplomatic and political power is to have a common European defense. But before we look what happens beyond our continent, let's see what happens within our borders. Thousands of illegal migrants have filled up every corner of Europe. increasing the feeling of insecurity in the citizens. Some countries, such as my country, are in danger for demographic change, since it endangered Cyprus to become an Ottoman caliphate under the manipulations of Turkey. In spite of that, Madam Chair, I noticed that for one more time you forgot no mention to the illegal Turkish occupation and the necessity to liberate Cyprus, to have international law prevailing within Europe. Instead of that, Madam Chairman, I saw you embracing the new Sultan Erdogan. If you forget, we don't forget. We have the doubt to protect our national existence, our traditions, and our civilization, to give to the next generations a Europe that's proud and Christian and not humiliated and Islamic.
Pierre Vedren.
Merci, Madame. Chers collègues, notre Parlement est installé.
Colleagues, our Parliament has been set up, the Commission has started working, and in a few hours the Council will be having a major meeting. But where are we in Europe at the moment? Where is Europe's place with the rising USA, China, Russia? We need to make our voice heard. It is not enough. It is no longer enough to be a market. The storm is on its way, and we will be swept away if we are not united and strong. We need to be a bold, sovereign power which meets the needs of its citizens. We have to defend our interests, protect our industry, secure our resources, and guarantee our defense together. It's not time for woolly compromises right now. We need unity, ambition. We need to be up to the task. This is what our citizens want. The world is watching, and our future depends on it. Thank you.
Speakers, Tom Berendsen.
Beste collega's.
Colleagues, 2024, war on our continent. We should be independent of the United States for our defense. High European energy prices, which is leading to ever greater dependence for our resources on China. Our industry is losing its competitiveness and employment levels are coming under pressure. For families, prices and bills are rising. As they sit around the kitchen table, people are asking themselves, is war coming? Will I have a job soon? What's our children's future? Our position in the European Union in a rapidly changing world is quite rightly an important subject to be dealt with at the Council meeting this week. I would say to the Council and the Member States, have the courage to choose energy, defence, innovation. Those are the priorities in Europe. That's what you should be focusing on, and the budget too. Focus on practical issues affecting our households and try to simplify legislation. The Christmas period is a great time to think back and to think forward. If we look back to 2024, you don't necessarily feel hope welling up, but it's always good to be hopeful about the future. If Europe cooperates, if we combine our forces, if we try to translate our common interests in long-term policy, we can make things better. Let's hope that next year will be the year of cooperation. Let's set our differences aside, because right now we need strength.
Tak for det. Vi må ikke glemme. Ukrainerne kan.
Thank you very much. We cannot forget those who are fighting every day for their own country, who are on the front line fighting for freedom, our freedom in Ukraine. Now, a few weeks ago, I was able to go to Ukraine and to see the destruction caused by the war. I saw a strong, resilient people that was not giving up. That is why they need our help, and the EU needs to do everything it can to help the Ukrainians from a military, economic and civilian point of view. We have to have unwavering support to Ukraine till they regain their freedom, and I hope this summit will reflect this. We need to help Ukraine. Really, those who are paying the highest price are the Ukrainians themselves.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At the end of the year, we're going to have the last European Council meeting. Looking back, we had elections. We've got the Patriots for Europe, a new group with 68 members. We're preparing for the next stage. We're ready to become the second largest group and then the largest group. And we've also had the elections in the United States. Biden and Kamala Harris have been consigned to history, and Donald Trump is on his way. And that brings me to another issue on the Council agenda, Syria and the refugees. The people who fled before the Assad regime should now go back. The last thing we need is to keep them here and bring in Assad's friends, former friends as well. We also need to make sure that there is peace between Russia and Ukraine. We need to make sure there's a ceasefire, an end to the dying. I think we have the opportunity now to move into a brighter future.
Thank you very much, Madam. Dear colleagues, I believe that focusing the first Council under new leadership to external actions is a good decision. Continuing war in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, but also hybrid wars going all around us, as we heard in the morning session, are clearly showing importance of that. Secondly, given the uncertainty about future course of US policy, it is important to focus on position of the EU in the global world. We need a strong position to be able to defend our interest. Also in closer perimeter, focusing on enlargement and also resilience of our society is important. But to deliver on all of this, we need a stronger economy. Listening what was said on this topic, especially by speakers from extreme sides of the hemicycle, makes me sad. And it's going clearly against any economic logic. Attacking effort to improve the situation of our exporters. Turning back on the transition of our economy to sustainable, effective and modern technology, this is exactly what would harm our economy and harm our citizens. I hope the Council will get back to the topic of the economy very soon and will find the rational proposals and go forward. And this is not what our colleagues proposed here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Victor Negrescu.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Ultimul Consiliu European din acest an reprezintă șansa unui nou.
This last European Council of the year is an opportunity for a new beginning. Under the new President, Antonio Costa, supported by the Social Democratic family, there is a proposal for a new way of doing things and obtaining consensus that is necessary. There are many challenges we face. There are conflicts that have to be resolved. Consider the situation of the Republic of Moldova, the energy crisis, interference in Europe's elections. We need to defend our values. We have to support our allies. We have to help those who need help. Otherwise, we'll be next. Social media isn't going to save our democracy. Only coherent messages. There should be no manipulation of public opinion. There should be no invading other countries. It's very important that we increase the standard of living of our populations. Europe has to be relevant and powerful on the international scene in future.
It is important to caution against the increasing move we are witnessing towards protectionism. Take the US President-elect Donald Trump's proposed tariffs. A 60% tariff on Chinese imports, combined with smaller tariffs on others, could cost American and European households thousands annually, while driving inflation, reducing disposable income, and ultimately harming businesses and workers on both sides of the Atlantic. The transatlantic relationship remains the largest economic partnership in the world. EU-US trade alone supports over 16 million jobs and accounts for nearly a third of global GDP. It is not in our interest, nor the United States, to risk this with trade barriers or tariffs, with Trump threatening 20% tariffs on EU goods. This could lead to a trade war, and a trade war will only harm our shared prosperity. As we face increasing threats to security from Russia and our competitiveness from China, closer cooperation between the EU, US and UK is not optional, it is essential.
And let us say so.
Honourable members, the summit will be the end of 6 months of disgrace. It's been quite exceptional in terms of the European Union, in terms of the poor performance. The head of government has basically lied, has also been inciting negative feelings about the European Union, and he's also been aiding Putin's war objectives. This is most unfortunate. Now, in October, Mr. Orban came before the House, and it was quite an exceptional session, as you may remember. And also, at every opportunity, they've said, of course, here in this Parliament, that they respect the people of Hungary, and there's no comparison being drawn between the head of the government and the people of Hungary. So looking back at what's happened over these last 6 months, if there's been any successes, it's not thanks to Orban, it's despite Orban. The best thing about this presidency is the fact that it is coming to an end. I very much hope that our Polish friends will take a step forward and leave this behind.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year is what we're wishing each other at the moment, but that's not happening on our external frontiers. So there's the war in Ukraine. Putin is destroying the electricity infrastructure and is literally leaving Ukrainians out in the cold. We are seeing this morning the President, there are people encouraging protests against Russian interference. We're seeing the Polish border is being used in hybrid war. All is not quiet on the Eastern Front. Europe needs a ring of friends, but today we only have a ring of fire. Yesterday, here, I asked for a powerful response to the use of TikTok in Romania, and the Commission has spoken clearly about that. Russia, when it comes to Russia, the question is not if Russia is at war, because it certainly is today. It's a hybrid war, and that's something that should be rejected by the whole of this Parliament.
Thank you, President, Commission, Council. We have to get the member states out of their irresponsible waiting mode, perfectly reflected today by the presidency, actually. President von der Leyen was right. Russia is weaker than we think. This is the moment to further bolster Ukraine. Supporting the energy network is great, but we need the Commission to push member states to deliver the air defense that Ukraine needs now. Ukraine does not need more messages of unwavering support, but more of what works. ATACMS, manpads to defend Ukrainians and our shared values and destiny. I don't believe in a turn of events in January magically leading to a fair, just and lasting peace. But even if you do, We need a strongly defended Ukraine and Europe. We fight for a world we want, not the world we have. This should be a defining moment for Europe. It's time to use the full strength of our tools to create the future we want and to proactively make clear to our allies, including the United States, what we want and what we need from them, and to get out of the waiting mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Matthias Nemetz.
Cenjeni visoki zbor. Evropski voditelji.
Dear members, tomorrow European leaders will be meeting for the first time under President Costa. They have a very dense agenda and many challenges to face. We are dealing with two conflicts near Europe, and the European economy is cooling down. The cost of living is rising for our citizens, and we need to see the changes are coming in the White House. The only positive point out of this is will be the joining of the accession to the Schengen zone by Bulgaria and Romania. And the lack of unity in Europe is something we see everywhere. We have to take a position against the genocide in Gaza, and at the same time, we can't allow the accession process to be held hostage to single states' opinions. We also need to guarantee that Europe becomes a space of peace and well-being. This should be our goal.
Now we come to the Catch the Eye. The first speaker on the Catch the Eye is Davor Ivo Stier.
President, yesterday two important things happened, important for the accession process. One good news from Bosnia and Herzegovina, where the Council of Ministers adopted two laws which are key for the European perspective of that country, and we need to welcome that, and we need to be ready to support opening of negotiating chapters with Bosnia and Herzegovina as soon as possible. The second piece of news is the meeting of the Committee for Constitutional Affairs in Montenegro, which showed how polarized the society in Montenegro is. It was a conflict between political orientation and political identity there. So we have to say that people in Montenegro have a right to have a sovereign country where they can decide on their own what their destiny will be. They also have the right to European Montenegro. Our common goal should be the integration of the entire Western Balkans in the EU. Thank you.
Fernando López Aguilar.
Frau Präsidentin, Kommission.
Thank you, Chair. Commission, after the tyranny of the Assad family has been overthrown in Syria, now we need to think of the 4 million Syrians who are refugees in the EU, 3 million of them in Germany. They are being told that it's time for them to return, and we've heard reasonable words from President von der Leyen. These returns have to be dignified and voluntary, but in order for that to happen, it is necessary for the EU to have a diplomatic architecture that incentivizes transit and origin countries with safe passage, having safe corridors, and humanitarian visas. The implementation of the Asylum and Migration Pact, which took so much work over 2 legislative terms in this House, means that we need to have mandatory solidarity and shared responsibility among member states. There's nothing more urgent for this legislature than to ensure that all member states fully and rigorously meet their legal obligations with this legislation. Thank you.
Speaker is Sebastian Tinkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam President, the coldest season is behind the corner and Ukraine is living critical moments. Recently, Russia committed one of the biggest attacks on Ukraine's energy system. It launched 93 missiles and 200 drones.
This shows what kind of war Russia is waging every day. It's a war against civilians. We have to put an end to these attacks, and Ukraine needs stronger support. Russia has to be weakened globally. New sanctions against Russia were just announced, and the list included for the first time actors who have been involved in Russia's hybrid influence abroad. I am asking why only now? Russia has been continued its aggression for 3 years, and only now we can put sanctions to such a crowd. The European Union must be able to do better. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maria Grappini.
Doamna președintă, domnule comisar, discutăm.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. We're speaking about the Council meeting, and we've talked about the College of Commissioners. Now, the President of the Commission has spoken only about geopolitical issues. Of course, they're important, but if we want to talk about our place in the world, then surely we have to think about the role that we can play economically. Everything goes through economics. We're in the middle of winter, and citizens are finding it hard to pay their energy bills. After all, our prices are 3 times higher than in the United States of America. We also have huge gaps in terms of innovation compared to the USA, compared to China. I really would like us to speak about economics, about the economic situation. We have a re-industrialization program put forward by the Commission, but it's been set aside. Nothing's happening. Nothing's being done. The SMEs are struggling. So again, let's get back to economics. We're mid-winter. I think that at this Council, we really should have been talking about economics and also the citizens of Europe.
George Brown. George Brown. Or the time is over, sorry.
My name is Grzegorz, madam. Grzegorz Braun. George would be Jerzy in Polish. So, Madam von der Leyen came again to confirm her commitment to waging wars against Europeans because the Eurocolcos is more and more auto-aggressive by Green Deal, Blue Deal, Rainbow Deal, Immigration Pact. But she also declares wars on other parties, other countries. She confirms her commitment to overthrowing governments, parliaments in the countries that she does not like the way people chose. So, in the light of international law, which states that it is illegal and criminal to prepare aggressive wars, Madam von der Leyen is already a war criminal. Thank you very much.
I have to amend that nobody here has to be called a criminal. We have to deal here with respect. And sorry for not speaking your name correctly, but I don't speak Polish. I think you don't speak as perfect German like me. So I think it's a question of respect and to deal with each other. And please don't call someone a criminal here in this House. That's not okay. Now we come to the Commission. Maroš Šefčovič, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I really appreciate especially your last remark because we have to respect each other in this House, and I think that was very, very important intervention. But coming back to this debate, I think that the intensity of the exchange this morning just clearly demonstrated that the European Council is meeting at a crucial time with truly strategic themes to debate. And I would like to appreciate all your encouragement for support to Ukraine. As it's very clear from this discussion, the upcoming winter will be very tough on military, energy and economic fronts, and therefore the support of the European Union will be crucial in all these aspects, and it's great to see the big convergence of views in this House in this very regard. I think last intervention of Mr. Lopez Aguilar was highlighting the big part of today's debate on Syrian people. And again here I very much welcome and appreciate your remarks who are underscoring the importance for the Syrian people for a political transition that would respect national unity, territorial integrity and sovereignty. The coming weeks and months will be very crucial for the future of Syria, and as you heard from the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, European will play its role. And this is why we have already launched the new humanitarian air bridge via Turkey and Jordan. We have increased our humanitarian aid to more than 160 million euros this year, and we are ready to do even more once we get better access across the country. But I think that we would need also to consider how we can expand further our support beyond humanitarian aid. And I'm saying this despite the fact that Europe is already the biggest Syria's donor, because since 2011, our annual Syria conferences have mobilized around 23 billion euros. And we will continue this support, but I think that now we will add the new focus, the focus on early recovery, on reconstruction, and on the needs to get this country on its feet. If you allow, Madam President and honourable members, let me also address some of the interventions on EU-Mercosur partnership agreement. We will have plenty of opportunities to discuss every detail of this agreement in this House, starting with INTA and other committees in January, and I'm sure all across Europe. So I would like to make just a few important remarks. We in the European Commission, and me personally, have utmost respect for European farmers, for European agri-food community, and for European food security. And this goes without saying about our utmost respect for our member state, and especially such a founding member state like France. And I think that over the years, thanks to the hard work of our farmers and our cooperation in Europe, Europe has become global agri-food powerhouse, one of the biggest exporters in the world, with exports reaching 230 billion, resulting in total surplus of more than 70 billion euros. All our trade agreements are aimed at consolidating this very strong position, but also on opening new markets for fair trade, for creating new export opportunities, and for creating new jobs here in Europe. If you look at concrete results of latest agreement, I believe that we have a good story to tell for agri-food exports, for protection of GI, so our unique food products cannot be imitated or falsified, that they have to be protected, and also we can clearly demonstrate that our agreements increased our trade volumes, trade exchange, and contributed to the increase of our competitiveness and gave new strength to our industry. Therefore, with all this in mind, we negotiated with Mercosur partners very carefully. We scrupulously followed our negotiating mandate, and I hope we will have a debate based on real facts and figures. If you allow me to conclude on two very concrete points, because I think they need to be addressed. And this is the question which was raised by several honourable members. I would like to underscore that all meat treated with antibiotics as a growth promoter are banned in and for export in the European Union. In the European Union, we have very strict legislation prohibiting the use both of antimicrobials as growth promoters and the use in animals of certain antibiotics that are used to treat humans to ensure their effectiveness. And I would like to reassure everyone in this House and, of course, our agri-food community that we never in the past and we will never in the future compromise on this. Our food standards are highest in the world and we will keep them like that. I can assure you about this. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now, on behalf of the Council, Mr. Siegmund, please.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members, Commissioner Šefčovič. The European Council meeting has a substantial agenda. Leaders will deal with immediate crises as well as more long-term strategic challenges. Thank you for your remarks and comments on the different subjects on this meeting's agenda. I've been listening attentively and I will convey them to the President of the European Council. Thanking him very much once again for your attention, and let's hope that the year 2025 will bring peace and prosperity in Europe, and I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, die Aussprache.
Dear colleagues, that concludes our debate. We move on to the next item on our agenda. Next item on the agenda is Parliament's statements on preparations for the EU Western Balkans Summit. First speaker is Davor Ivo Stier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear colleagues, as we have responded to the Russian aggression by making bold strategic decisions, including the opening of accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova, the same level of strategic thinking should guide us in our approach to the Western Balkans. All the 6 countries from this region have been promised a European perspective at the Thessaloniki summit already 2 decades ago. It was true then, but it is even more today. The enlargement of the EU to the Western Balkans has a prime geopolitical importance. The accession negotiations will certainly remain merit-based, but we should not neglect the wider strategic implications of the integration of this region into the European Union. Being fully aware of the new geopolitical circumstances and the challenges posed to us by strategic competitors and adversaries, it is also crucial that the candidate countries seize the opportunity of a reinvigorated enlargement process that speed up reforms, recognise and reconcile with each other, respect the rule of law, and particularly important, that they align with the EU's foreign and security policy in this defining moment. At a time when Ukraine is showing its geopolitical alignment and commitment to Europe every day on the battlefield, a clear alignment is also expected from all the countries in the Western Balkans. We commend those countries in the region that have already sided with us in confronting the autocracies that challenge our democratic values. Their geopolitical alignment was backed by domestic reforms, regional cooperation and good neighbourly relations, thus paving the way for significant progress in the accession negotiations during this year. In the cases where the ruling political structures did not achieve such a progress, their citizens, however, remain committed to the EU values, and we will not turn our back to these future EU citizens. We will, through the growth plan, intend to bring to them some of the benefits of EU's freedoms even before membership. But we also need to move faster in some areas like the integration of the Western Balkans to the European roaming-free area. This is important that we make even better progress there. The Commission can count on our support to accomplish the strategic task of integrating the Western Balkans into the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, again, I want to remind you to keep the speaking time because at 12 o'clock we want to vote. So the next speaker is Yannis Maniatis.
Dear colleagues, the European prospect for the Western Balkans is a European strategy. It started in 2003 with the Greek presidency that ended in the Thessaloniki Declaration. In this new period, we have to repeat the European perspective for these countries. However, this is not a one-way street. These countries have to make effort as well. They have to respect the European acquis, and they have to organize free election, protect national minorities, such as the Greek ethnic minority in northern Epirus, and the protection of property. We need good neighborhood relations, respect for international commitments and treaties. We have to forget dangerous nationalistic rhetoric. Thank you.
Colleagues, I would like to explain that we are very strict in time and we don't have enough time before the vote, so we will close the Catch the Eye now, and also we will not open the blue card system for this debate so that we can finish perhaps in time. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Adam Bilan. I skipped someone. Alexander Nikolic, sorry, it was my fail.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. Everyone asks whether a particular country is ready to join the EU, but you never wonder whether the EU is worth joining. Because of your actions, the EU is a shadow of what it was, and it's no longer a cause of dreams. If you look culturally, socially, at the great powers, it's no longer the source of progress. We're just a vulgar market. We are colonized in our streets through unchecked mass migration, migration that you can't keep in check. Technologically, militarily, industrially, we have been outclassed, and the only thing we have to sell people are free money and checks. So now we need to rebuild Europe, one that is respected, respectable, powerful. It knows where it's come from, where it's going, one that can make its strength respected and respect the strength of the great countries that compose it. Thank you.
Now we have Mr. Bielan.
Madam President, today's EU-Western Balkans Summit is a vital opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to a region of strategic importance. Countries in the Western Balkans aspire to join our Union, and we must provide clear, consistent guidance toward their full integration. They face relentless hybrid threats, disinformation, and geopolitical competition. Foreign actors exploit vulnerabilities, undermining our collective stability. Close cooperation with NATO and our transatlantic partners is essential. EU accession must be paired with responsible governance, robust security frameworks, and genuine resilience. I urge the Commission to help counter Russian interference in the region's internal affairs and deepen ties with truly committed candidates. This is not only about enlargement, but also about the security of all Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marian Šarec.
Drage kolegice in kolegi, najprej...
Dear colleagues, first of all, congratulations to Montenegro at having closed 3 chapters. This is a great success. However, when it comes to the Western Balkans, they have been waiting for too long, and we've done too little for this region. In the previous legislature, we didn't go far enough. And if in this mandate we don't actually carry out an expansion into the Western Balkans, we will regret it. It's true that we can't do everything. Some countries are readier than others. This is why we need to do our utmost to help them go forward. The European Parliament says it's in favor of a meritocracy, and we've opened an EU Parliament office in Podgorica in Montenegro. So the process needs to go on. We need to create an opportunity for this. And also the public opinion right now in the Western Balkans is in favor of EU accession. In Montenegro, we have 80% pro-EU feelings. This is why we should do our utmost to carry out this EU accession. Politicians in the Western Balkans should avoid points that could divide these nations and feed hatred. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, yes, it was a wake-up call to see Russian army invading Ukraine. It was a wake-up call also for some of our governments that did not have the priority when it comes to enlargement of the Western Balkan countries. And some of them have finally realized that Western Balkans is not somewhere at the outskirts, but in the inner yard of the European Union. And I very much welcome that now the Council has this meeting with the Balkan leaders and engages with ambition when it comes to enlargement. And yes, we also have to see that we as European Union have also caused some disappointment because we were not always keeping up to our promises. But okay, now is the time to move forward. We just have to see that with good initiatives like the Growth Pact, we need to look into who are we giving this money to. Is this governments that follow the rule of law? Is it governments that support independent justice? Is it governments that align with our geostrategical positions? And there we need to be very clear and also very critical. Where the rule of law is kept, that must be clearly decisive. And also we here in this House have some homeworks to do. I call on all members here in the House from countries that are still not accepting Kosovo as an independent state. We have some work to do here. Speak to your people back home. Let's get this moving. And we also got some homeworks to do when it comes to bilateral issues that are unfortunately involved and included into our negotiations towards accession. Please, let's clarify bilateral issues on a bilateral basis and not use accession process to actually talk about bilateral issues. Let's find compromises. Let's move on. Let's welcome Western Balkan states at the table of European nations as soon as possible. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nicolas Farantouris.
There are clearly European countries that for decades have been asking to be included in our European family. However, the European Union has turned its interest in other parts of Europe and not in the Western Balkans. We need a strong support message for countries that have made efforts to honor the Copenhagen criteria and achieve convergence with our European family. The Western Balkans are in the heart of Europe and they need a resounding message. So I'm asking for the inclusion of Montenegro and Serbia in the European Union. If these are not the countries that are included, who will be the countries? Dear colleagues and dear Commissioner, right now, Serbia and Montenegro have to be included in our European family.
But I don't see him in the room, so I will go directly to Reinhold Lopatka. Bitte schön.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende. Thank you very much, Madam President, honourable colleagues. Croatia has now been a member of the EU for 10 years. That's a good thing, but it's a pity that their neighbours, Bosnia, Herzegovina, or indeed Serbia, or indeed Montenegro, they're still quite remote, quite far removed from this possibility of joining the European Union. So there is this summit coming up, and I think it's an opportunity for us to really focus more on this key region, not just our neighbours, of strategic importance. We're also talking about a community of values. But in addition to that, these countries are very important for our security. For Austria, it's always been clear Western Balkans form part of Europe, and it's our responsibility to ensure that we stand united and firm on this issue. We shouldn't delay this accession process because delay would mean danger. It means danger, it means that risk that others who do not really agree with our democracy, our rule of law, with our human rights, that these other factors will come into play more strongly. That is the risk. Therefore, we need to have a clear vision, and we should assume that all these states belong in the European Union. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alessandra Moretti.
The Western Balkans are already in Europe, not just because of geography, but because of our history, the shared challenges we face and the solutions that we can find together. But in fact, the situation seems to be the opposite. This process seems to be stalling, if not going backwards. We always hear this. We need to see new impetus from the European institutions so that accession, the rule of law and stability pacts are taken up by these countries. The Western Balkans are part of Europe just as we are, and we need them, but not at any price. Clearly, we need to see a clear will to be part of our family. If you're part of the European Union, you have to respect its values. We can't expect any violence in political debate, any types of spying on journalists or activists, repressive measures, and so on. And however, we have to put into acts to make it clear where we stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Az Európai Tanács.
The Hungarian presidency of the EU Council is coming to an end, and it's been very important for us to see that this Hungarian presidency has been a success. We can actually substantiate that point by referring to a number of successes. For instance, the fact that as of the 1st of January, Romania and Bulgaria form part of the Schengen area. That is one achievement. Also, Serbia is now in a position to be able to table its positions, its submissions regarding Articles 16 and 19, competitiveness and also inclusive growth. It belongs to that cluster, and it's important that they can move forward with that. It means that at the end of January, beginning of February, we can begin negotiations on that cluster. I personally think that it will be a boost to the enlargement process. It's important for Serbia. Serbia is a key country in this region and also in Europe. It's time now. It's time for the European Union to realise that and to step up the pace when it comes to the accession of Serbia in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, on the 1st of July 2013, Croatia became the first of the 7 Western Balkan countries to join the EU. It was a historic moment, and it was a symbol of hope and a new start for the whole region. It's been about 10 years, and now we are facing an important crossroads. Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Serbia, Kosovo have all carried out courageous reforms. They are modernizing their economy, their democracies, and showing a clear will to join European values. All these steps have been taken to bring them to the heart of Europe. 18 million citizens and a GDP growth rate of 3%. They are an asset for the EU. They are a clear link between Asia, the Middle East, and Europe, and this is a clear a road to link us to vital resources. Europe has always believed in their EU perspective, and integrating the Western Balkans means strengthening our external borders and having a stalwart against external threats.
Ilan Kjučuk is our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, yes, it is important to speak about the future of the Western Balkans, especially in the context of this forum, the summit between the EU and the Western Balkans. But let this forum not become a series of photographs. Let this forum not be a series of empty speeches, not conveying any meaningful message. I do hope that this summit will become a fundamental for the future enlargement of the Union. What do I mean? The Western Balkan countries must have vibrant democracies, abide by our standards, respect human rights far before joining the Union, and they must have real plans for their economies. The development plan is a good basis, but we should keep track of its implementation, and the funds provided to the Western Balkans should be usefully absorbed.
Spoštovani, 1. novembra letos se je
On the 1st of November this year in Novosa, there was a terrible tragedy. A railway station roof collapsed and 15 people died. This led to protests in Serbia. Students, teachers, journalists, citizens all came out to demand justice. And those responsible for this have to provide a response. Amnesty International referred to activists being arrested and said that authorities were spying and intercepting telephones of activists through the Pegasus software. This was, and they have asked for an inquiry into those responsible for this. So as a candidate country, Serbia has to align with our democratic principles and the rule of law. It has to put an end to the illegal use of these types of instruments to control their people. And I just want to express my solidarity with all victims and everyone affected by the tragedy.
Μου κάνει εντύπωση πως δεν υπάρχει κανένας από την Επιτροπή για να μας ακούσει.
Well, I'm surprised because there is nobody on behalf of the European Commission that would listen to us. The world is changing and the European Union is at the forefront. Enlargement is not only a geopolitical necessity, it is our choice for security in Europe. Preparing the summit, the European Union Western Balkan Summit, is an opportunity for us to focus on the enlargement of the Union. There are many challenges, but we open the door and we offer to the countries of the Western Balkan a clear way forward. As the president of the delegation EU-Serbia, I'm doing everything I can to convince Belgrade that we need them and they need us. I need to be clear. Attacks such as the attack against our colleague Fredi Beleri in Albania have to be condemned. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tonino Piccola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Western Balkan Summit is coming up in the middle of the busy enlargement week. As enlargement policy becomes again mainstream, it's crucial to uphold the merit-based process based on all of the Copenhagen criteria. Lack of consistency from the EU leadership mixed with the particular interest of member states affect our credibility. We can rebuild trust in the European Union only by addressing the main challenges: the rule of law, judiciary, widespread corruption, freedom of media, and the democratic standards. Investments and infrastructure projects are very welcome. However, economic convergence and the common market can't be our only goal to achieve in the region. We need to redirect significantly more funds towards projects that produce democratic, not only economic values. Our enlargement policy shouldn't be a transactional tool sponsoring stabilocracy. Western Balkans countries belong to the European Union. Let us not miss this opportunity to do it right for them and for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Anna Maria Ciesind.
Balcani ed Unione Europea.
The Balkans and the European Union. In the Balkan route, we see an affront to Europe and Italy. 1.7 billion euros of European citizen money has not stopped illegal immigration. It actually incentivizes it. Croatian police pushes back migrants who try to cross the border. I've seen it with my own eyes. In Lipa, there are criminal gangs that push migrants into Europe because Croatia is a step away. They call it the game in English, but it's not a game. This is illegal, and they keep trying again and again so they can reach Trieste, Venice, Milan, who pay the price for the lack of security. I've asked the European Commission how they can justify the use of public money to create incentives for the illegal crossing of our borders, which instead should be protected through the best use of Frontex and several pushback centers who should block and not create incentives for the Balkan passage route.
Ivailo Valchev.
Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will show how important and key the unity of the Union with the Western Balkans is. Despite the Union's efforts, however, countries like North Macedonia and Serbia refuse to follow Europe's policies. The new Prime Minister in Skopje came into power with anti-Bulgarian rhetoric. They even announced they would suspend working on Corridor 8 despite its strategic importance for the Union. Serbia does not adhere to the common foreign policy and is destabilizing the Western Balkans. Their chauvinistic approach and the constant tension along the border with Kosovo are a threat to the security in the region. Let's show at this summit that you should reconcile with the past and stick to your commitments.
Chair, dear, no one. Summit after summit, we are presented with heartwarming words about how the Union is not complete without the Western Balkans. But the fact is that we have let down the region for the past 20 years due to internal struggles, disinterest, and for electoral gains. We desperately need action, gradual integration into our single market, massive green investments, make citizens feel the benefits of the EU. But we also need to talk with one voice, a voice that consistently prioritizes democratic reforms and respect for European values, that rejects ethnic divisions and backsliding of the rule of law, that defends the rights of the citizens who are our true allies. For real integration into the EU, we must prove our credibility, and that means ensuring that the citizens of the Western Balkans enjoy the same freedoms and prosperity as we do, and that we act in unity to achieve this. This is the only way.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Željana Zovko.
Thank you. Summit Evropske unije zapadnog.
Thank you. The summit between the EU and the Western Balkans is a good signal that the EU thinks this is an important geostrategical move to secure its borders. A part of the Western Balkans need to become a part of the EU, and it's up to the leaders of these countries to decide whether they will join the EU or not, thanks to the reforms they will undertake. The most interesting country for Croatia is Bosnia and Herzegovina. Unfortunately, it's suffering in the reforms because its internal composition and structure of the government is very complex. Croats are a part of the are constitutive people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, but in the parliament some key acts on border control and the protection on personal data have passed through the parliament in Bosnia and Herzegovina without Croatian votes. However, €1 billion for reforms has been blocked by Bosniak parties. I will not allow for those who miss opportunities to miss this opportunity. And I will remind, in 2005, Macedonia has received the candidate status together with Croatia. Where is Macedonia now? And I have to... the speaker has been interrupted.
The next speaker is Andreas Schieder.
Dear colleagues, EU enlargement needs a bit of a boost, and the region of the Western Balkans needs a European outlook based on European fundamental values. Look towards Serbia. Look what's happened these last few weeks. Mass protests. Why? because on the 1st of November in Novi Sad, the ceiling or the roof of a station collapsed. Many people died, including children. And the reason why the roof collapsed was corruption, abuse of the process, and poor construction technique. Now, we've seen the regime, the Vučić regime, we've seen the protests that have been repressed violently, as it happens. So we need to stand up and say we have full solidarity with the students who are out there protesting in Serbia. We stand by their side because they are protesting against corruption, the corruption of the Vučić regime. They're protesting in favour of democracy and a European outlook for Serbia. Thank you.
Speaker is Zerban Dimitrie Sturza.
Stimați colegi, politica de extindere este...
Colleagues, enlargement policy has to be a priority for the European Union. Without the Western Balkan countries and without the Republic of Moldova, the EU won't be complete. Enlargement isn't just an opportunity for these countries, but also for the European Union. Enlargement of the European project should help to strengthen security and to guarantee peace for our continent. And yet, despite this, the pre-accession advantages granted to the Western Balkan countries are conditioned on a process based on merit and on implementation of irreversible and full reforms. Democracy, rule of law, fundamental rights cannot be negotiated. They have to remain the pillars for accession into the European project. EU accession should be a strategic commitment, not just a reaction to geopolitical pressure or a reaction to pressure from Russia or China. Enlargement is not a sprint, but it's a marathon. Together we will be stronger.
Gordon Bozanac.
Danke, Madam Chair. Volio bih da danas ovdje mogu...
I wish I could be speaking Montenegrin or Serbian today, but there will be no translation. I would like to speak Bosnian, but somebody will say this is not an official language. I would like to speak Albanian or Macedonian, but I know that even if I speak Croatian, people in the Western Balkans will hear me. And my message is this is certainly a moment where the door of the European Union is open again. We should use this moment. You should press the people in your countries to adopt reforms, because even if the moment is good, there will be no lenience. We have to control some mistakes, such as hunger for lithium. We should stop this approach. I would like to support everybody in the public administration or in the streets of our various cities who believe that Western Balkans can be an area of the rule of law. Students in Serbia who are protesting today are a great inspiration for the European path.
Is Matej Tonin.
Spoštovana predsedujoča, kolegice in kolegi.
Chair, colleagues, the EU is a project based on peace, and this peace project will never be complete if we don't have the Western Balkan countries within the EU. I wish to see them become members of the EU as soon as possible. It's in our interest, and especially in their interest. I'm convinced of the fact that they will carry out the reforms properly, but I am concerned because in some member states there isn't enough support for EU expansion. In the last Eurobarometer of 2024, in 23 member states in the European Union, out of these 23, most are in favor, but in 4 of these countries, the majority are against further EU expansion: Austria, France, Germany, and Belgium. We must ensure that we can explain to citizens that EU accession is good for both all the new member states.
Dear colleagues, in the Western Balkans, our credibility and strategic interests are at stake. So, support what we need more of and no appeasement of autocrats and destabilizers like Vučić and Dodik, you would think. So do give North Macedonia clear guarantees that constitutional amendment will remove Bulgaria's objections and do not lead to new ones. Do not reward Serbia's backsliding on fundamentals, use of spyware, destabilizing, non-alignment with CFSP. Do lift the sanctions against Kosovo and stop shifting the blame for dysfunctional dialogue to Pristina. And in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the opening of accession negotiations has not inspired more action. So there we need a change in tactics and engagement. 1 or 2 countries in the EU before 29 is possible. So not another press point with enlargement blah blah, please, but mobilization of political will for Europeans in the Western Balkans, for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Fredis Beleris.
Dear colleagues, the EU Western Balkan Summit is a good opportunity for us to discuss the speed and the conditions under which this necessary enlargement will take place. Firstly, we should not follow a Cold War logic. We should not extend a hand of friendship to some countries simply so that they do not succumb to pressure from countries such as Russia. If the quality of democracy and political stability has not reached a sufficient level, when they are member states, syndromes and pathologies of their history may reappear in those countries. Furthermore, it is imperative that we do not make concessions in rule of law issues. The imprisonment of opposition leaders in Albania on the eve of the elections is indicative of how the instrumentalization of justice may turn a democratic regime to an authoritarian one. Disregarding these conditions in order to serve political expediencies is perceived by part of the public opinion as something that creates anti-European reflexes. Thank you.
Beg the colleagues who are coming in, please do it quiet. Walk but not talk, please.
Mr. Sokol, thank you. In the enlargement process, the southeastern European countries need to be assessed based on their progress. The greatest obstacle to enlargement is still Serbian hegemonistic policies. This is why it is important that the EU sends a clear message to Podgorica, and that is that acts matter, not words. There was an announcement on the nationality law which would put into question the independence of Montenegro. This is not in line with European values and rule of law. The fact that Montenegro closed only 3 rather than 4 chapters confirms this. This negatively reflects on their path towards the European Union. So it is very important to resist the politics of the Serbian world and that they show clearly that they belong to the EU. Thank you.
Is to keep quiet when entering the room because the debate is still going on. The next speaker is Dimitris Tsiodras.
Dear colleagues, Greece has been and still is an advocate of the enlargement with the Western Balkans, a process that started in 2003 in Thessaloniki. The European future is linked with a series of conditions, the Copenhagen criteria, common values, respect for the rule of law and fundamental rights. Just look at what is happening in Albania. There is disrespect for the rights of the Greek minority. Our colleague Fredis Beleris was condemned precisely because he defended those rights. These are topics that are mentioned in the decisions of the Council as well as the need for North Macedonia to respect the conditions. Candidate countries must have good cooperation relations with their European neighbors. They must align their foreign policy and not identify themselves with authoritarian third parties. The enlargement must go on, but the candidate countries must in practice show their commitment to this path. Thank you.
And now the next speaker is Carlo Ressler, and I again would like to ask the entering colleagues to keep quiet, please.
Thank you, Vice President. Dear colleagues, the southeast of Europe is undoubtedly the area that is of key strategic importance to the EU. It is an area of huge untapped potential as well. Global events, many conflicts enhance how important this region is in geopolitical terms. The economy of the Western Balkans largely depends on trade with the EU. That is why economic and energetic integration is very important, as well as the growth plan, a huge investment project. That is why it is important for Bosnia and Herzegovina to have its reform agenda as soon as possible. However, what is even more important is a clear direction towards Europe in the mentality and culture. This is unclear as yet because the path towards Europe needs to be based on clear rules.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the floor, ladies and gentlemen. Some naive citizens in the Western Balkans believe in prosperity when they enter the EU, and they'll be heavily disappointed because they will have to meet a lot of conditions that are not good for them. It is expected that they'll give up their sovereignty, that they will mindlessly implement EU regulations. They're supposed to open their markets to foreign goods and let powerful companies dominate their markets, and very soon they'll have to get used to the idea that nothing will belong to them in their countries. They won't be part of the Schengen area. Some of them will leave their countries and work in the wealthier part of Europe, which will weaken their countries' economies. The demographic structure for population will become worse, such as in the Baltics. They will become net players. The EU enlargement will only help supranational companies.
The next speaker under Catch the Eye is Sean Kelly. 1 minute, and please strict. And again, please, colleagues, the respect for the colleagues who are in the debate should also be your priority. Thank you.
Thank you, President. I have been in favour of this for quite a long time, and we have seen that Ursula von der Leyen has been doing her best to implement this. When it comes to countries in the Western Balkans, a lot of work has been done in order to allow them to join the Union, and they will join the Union. This shows a new image of new member states. It has changed since the last decades. A lot of progress has been done in order to allow them to join our Union. They've worked on improving their economies and ensuring that they will not bring down other EU member states. Something else they have worked on is the rule of law. Implementing this and making sure that it is steadfast in these countries. I would be very happy to welcome them into the Union as soon as possible. Thank you.
We have just 2 speakers left, and it would be nice if you could respect the debate, because it was also of some of you that we have the delay. Sorry. So the next speaker is Mr. Tyrkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam Chair, the EU-Western Balkan relationship is clouded by Serbia's pro-Russian attitude, the tensions caused by the region's history, and its significantly worse economic situation. EU strategy for the region, however, seems to be that of just shoving money to the countries and hope for the best as far as their EU eligibility is concerned. Wishful thinking and dealing out money alone will not make these countries fit for the EU. We must take off our silk gloves and set them tough conditions, not just rhetorics and hot air. Let us start from this one.
Albania must curb its crime, the waves of which are felt all over Europe as well. Serbia must make a commitment to break all its ties with Russia and join the common EU sanctions against Putin. Oh, well, they don't feel like it just now. Well, let's see about opening the EU path again when they actually do start feeling like it.
Speaker, and the last speaker in this debate is Luka Sieper.
Dear colleagues, the Western Balkans is not just a distant region. It is the new frontier of our union's growth. And the people there have shown unwavering support for our European values. And it's time to honor this commitment. We must deepen our engagement with a growth plan that builds a sustainable, prosperous economy for the region. We must strengthen our cooperation in foreign and security policy to safeguard stability and mitigate the impacts of Russia's aggression. Only when the entire European continent has the opportunity to join our union, we can truly call ourselves a European Union. And this is not, like this colleague said, just for social media. This is because I truly believe in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Die Aussprache ist hiermit geschlossen.
That concludes the debate, and in a few moments we will start with the vote. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. We are going to start. First of all, I have information about the composition of the political groups, that Nora Junco Garcia and Diego Solier are members of the ECR group as today, 18th of December. I would like you to inform the House that I have received a request for a point of order, and I will give the floor to Mr. Jordan Bardella.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. Yes, a point of order, Article 211 and 213. regarding the creation of 4 new committees in this Parliament, which already has 20 committees. 4 new ones on defence, health, housing, and so-called democratic shield, which is basically impinging upon sovereign prerogatives. Once again, this is madness in the European Parliament, a technocratic union that's trying to interfere with all problems and solving none of them. Regarding the establishment of this Parliament and the committees of this Parliament, you may remember your position regarding PFE. This week, in fact, the press disclosed an internal article from the Renew Group, which lost 30% of its members and is the 5th force in this Parliament and wants to basically sideline the first one, trying to teach the world democracy. But look what happened on the 9th of June of this year. Citizens voted for an anti-democratic political force, and their voices should be heard.
Well, thank you very much. Now we are going to decide democratically in this chamber about this. We pass to the votes. Okay. I have another point of order of Zingaretti, please.
Solo per dire che non si...
I just wanted to say that we're not speaking about obscure practices. This is called anti-fascism. Thank you.
Okay. We are going to start the votes. First of all, proposal for a decision by Conference of Presidents on setting up a standing committee on security and defense and a standing committee on public health. Amendment 6 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 2 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 7 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3 in favor, against, abstentions, rejected. Amendment 8 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 9 to 14 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Original text, paragraph 4.4, introductory part, original text in 2 parts. First part by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Approved. Second part, adopted. Second part, in favor, against, abstentions, adopted. Amendment 5, in favor, against, abstentions, rejected. Amendment 15, by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 16 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Paragraph 4.4.3, original text in two parts. First part, in favor, against, rejected, abstentions, adopted. Second part, by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Paragraph 4.4.7, original text by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. And the final vote, the decision as a whole, by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Now we are going to pass to the proposal for a decision by Conference of Presidents on setting up a special committee on the European Democracy Shield on defending its responsibilities, numerical strength and term of office. Amendment 2 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 3 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 4 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 5 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Vote the decision as a whole by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Proposal for a decision by Conference of Presidents on setting up a special committee on the housing crisis in the European Union and defining its responsibilities, numerical strength and term of office. Amendment 3. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 4. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 13. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 5. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 10. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 14. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 6. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 7. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 11. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 16. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 15. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 8. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 9. By roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Amendment 1. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 2. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Rejected. Amendment 12 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Rejected. And the vote, the decision as a whole, by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Now, the report by Ms. Laluk and Mr. Zarzalejos on the appointment of the chair of the Anti-Money Laundering Authority. This is by secret ballot. The vote is the appointment of Bruno Sego. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Mr. Jonsky on the East Pacific States Interim Partnership Agreement, accession of Tonga. The vote is a consent by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Ms. Cavazzini on the conclusion on behalf of the European Union of the United Nations Convention on Transparency in Treaty-Based Investor-State Arbitration. Vote consent by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Report by Mr. Jonsky on the East Pacific States Interim Partnership Agreement accession of Niue. Vote consent by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. I would like you to remind the members who are on the speakers list for the first debate in the afternoon to remain in the chamber, as the debate will start immediately after the votes. And the last vote, report by Mr. Jonsky on the East Pacific States Interim Partnership Agreement, accession of Tuvalu. Vote consent by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. Si les parece, vamos a continuar con la sesión.
With your agreement, ladies and gentlemen, I suggest we resume the session. I believe you've all received the minutes from yesterday's session, and that's available to all members. If there are no comments on the minutes, then we will deem them approved and duly noted. Let us then move on to the next item on our agenda. This is a topical debate in accordance with Rule 169. Restoring the EU's competitive edge, the need for an impact assessment on the Green Deal policies. I would like to inform members that for this debate, there's not going to be a catch-the-eye procedure, no catch-the-eye this time, and nor will there be any blue cards admitted. The topical debate, as I'm sure you're aware, is governed by Rule 169 of our rules, and I suggest we begin this debate with the intervention of Mr. Procaccini as author of the report.
4 minutos.
You have 4 minutes.
Grazie,
Thank you, President. Commissioner Ribeira, colleagues, I'll say this to begin with. Any of you who are allergic to reality might be at risk of an anaphylactic shock when you hear my words. Decarbonisation, the price of deindustrialisation, is the most tragic mistake that Europe has made in recent decades. Now, I don't doubt the good faith of many of you. But as the old saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. 4 minutes would not be enough to set out a full list of all of the catastrophic consequences that we're going to see in the coming years because of this Green Deal. Its poisoned fruits are already starting to mature, to ripen, and in the coming years they are going to poison the whole European economy, and that's without saying anything about the impact it's going to have on our societies. I'll start with the clearest example, the ban on combustion engines set for 2035, with no distinction between fossil fuels or renewable fuels such as biofuels. This is a suicidal choice. There are already fines planned from next year, and it's leading to closures of production chains or for them to move far away, as far as possible from Europe. There's another crisis coming in the aeromotive sector. In the coming days, European airlines are going to have to use sustainable fuels, which will cost 6 times more than the ones they use today. And yet other world airlines will not be obliged to do this. Now, of course, there's also the requirement to use 42.5% renewable fuels by 2030, 0 emissions for all new buildings, public buildings from 2028, private buildings from 2030. Or think about the ETS system, which will lead to high production costs for all European companies, and the fact that they can no longer compete with businesses around the rest of the world. The ETS directive for maritime transport is even worse, and it has even higher penalties. We're already seeing its effect on trade, an increase in prices, and it has the environmental paradox. We're seeing an inevitable slide towards road transport, which of course means higher polluting emissions. But sadly, no one ever listens to me. All of those who support Frans Timmermans and Greta Thunberg are trying to run up against the wall of reality. You have to think that beyond this wall, you think that it's a clean world, but it's not. There's just the political, economic and social death of Europe. Now, we've said this here and outside. We've seen schizophrenic measures that completely contradict one another. If you think about the packaging directives, this was supposed to put an end to the circular economy. Or if you think about energy in general, a few years ago we saw a slogan on Italian television, methane will help out, because methane was seen as less polluting than fossil fuels. And now you almost can't talk about using methane. In a few months, we're going to see a directive on industrial emissions, which won't just affect industry, but also on farms and livestock, because livestock let out noxious gases. This is unacceptable. Our planet has existed for 3.5 billion years. Do you really think that cow farts are going to endanger the planet? The world has seen its highest CO2 emissions in its history, and yet the European Union has chosen the lowest possible peak of 7% of global emissions. Europe is becoming smaller in the world. The choices that we're making are ones that can only be chosen by countries that are economically doing well. Jean Guiton said this, 1 billion ideas are not worth one single person. It's a people that we have to live and die for. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora...
Thank you very much. And we now move on to Mr. Gigmond, who will be speaking for Council.
Thank you, dear Mr. President, honourable members, Commissioner Ribera. I'm delighted to address the plenary today. The Council shares your concerns at the economic challenges currently faced by the European Union, especially when compared to other major economies. The good news is that, fulfilling a main priority of the Hungarian presidency, Romania and Bulgaria will become members of the Schengen area from 1st of January next year, and this move will contribute to boosting the competitiveness of the European Union also. As you know, this September, Mario Draghi published his report on the future of the European competitiveness, which provides a comprehensive overview of the challenges to Europe's competitiveness. The report proposes a new industrial strategy for Europe that combines decarbonisation and competitiveness. These two topics are in fact interlinked and cannot be separated from each other. In addition, we are nearing the end of the Hungarian presidency. On this occasion, I would like to mention that in November, the EU heads of state or government adopted the Budapest Declaration on the new European competitiveness deal. This is a major document, as the declaration stresses the need for decisive action to overcome the critical challenges to Europe's competitiveness and calls on all EU institutions, member states and stakeholders to urgently implement and deliver this new European competitiveness deal. It is also a crucial input for the upcoming Clean Industrial Deal, which the Council is looking forward to. Looking ahead to our future work, let me stress this. It is our common task to develop and implement, in a dialogue with all stakeholders, an effective industrial policy that decarbonizes our industry, while at the same time strengthens the Union's competitive advantage in digital and clean technologies. We need a long-term strategy to bolster and protect our competitiveness and productivity in a fully integrated single market, a strategy to address successfully the growing challenges facing our economic actors. Under the umbrella of the Clean Industrial Deal, the task is now to ensure that green transition objectives are also a powerful driver for competitiveness. It is also fundamental to strengthen the resilience of our economies. This will require massive public and private investments. The upcoming revision of the European Climate Law to set a 2040 climate target should be accompanied by an enabling framework to forge a successful path towards a competitive and climate-neutral Europe. Our industry and businesses need a clear, stable, supportive and predictable green policy framework to support and provide confidence for investments in innovation and technologies for the future. As part of that framework, we need to address simplification and reducing regulatory burdens, as highlighted by the Draghi report and the Budapest Declaration. First, let me underline that this is an exercise that concerns all EU policy areas and not only green policies. Secondly, it will be important to look at enhanced consistency between climate, energy, industrial and other relevant policies to take account of their interactions and interdependencies and the cumulative impacts of policies. The signals from the Commission of a more integrated approach are welcome, and the Council looks forward to initiatives in this spirit. As co-legislators, Council and Parliament have a responsibility in securing a clear, stable and predictable framework. The Council stands ready to work constructively towards that during this legislature. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene...
Thank you very much. I call next the Vice President of the European Commission, Teresa Ribeira, on behalf of the Commission.
Good morning, good afternoon already, and thank you, President Lopez, and thank you, Mr. Procaccini, for this opportunity to share views on something which matters to all of us, how we can deal with a better and more competitive Europe, and how we can do it addressing the real root case for what we have been missing for a while. Almost 5 years ago, the Commission made history with the European Green Deal. This set out our sustainability ambitions, but it was trying to face the challenge on how we can produce prosperity, growth, while reducing emissions, reducing pollution, and reducing the problems that future generations, even current generations, will be facing in case we do not take the right action. The European Green Deal remains our guiding blueprint for sustainability, but also for competitiveness. It is our strategy for long-term growth and prosperity, and it has set in motion the transformation of our society and our economy. Of course, there are lots of challenges ahead of us, but in fact, 5 years on, we have made significant progress. We put in place a strong legislative framework based on solid impact assessment for this transformation. Our full focus now will be on how we can facilitate a fair and inclusive transformation, a fair and inclusive implementation of those principles, those values, those targets that were valid 5 years ago and are even more valid today. The European Green Deal initiatives have already yielded results. I'm going to mention a few examples. We have shown that it is possible to decouple economic growth from emissions. Since 1990, greenhouse gas emissions have dropped by more than 37%, while our economy has grown by close to 70%. We have reduced air pollution, reducing at the same time the number of premature deaths of Europeans. With the Repower EU programme, we responded to the energy war waged by Russia against our economy. We avoided blackouts, brought energy prices down close to pre-war levels, and doubled down on clean, affordable, and homegrown renewable energy. Competitiveness connected to the efficient use of resources is a must. In the first half of 2024, wind and solar energy for the first time overtook power generation from fossil fuels combined. And yet, our citizens and European business had and still have to cope with high energy prices and inflation. But do not mistake anyone. We cannot be competitive if our economy relies on the fossil fuels that we do not produce. To ensure the success of the transition, we need to act with greater agility and provide better support to individuals and business along the way. The good news is that we count on prominent strengths, such as industries, our SMEs, our innovators, and our workers. How can we reinforce the EU's competitive edge? We will master a clean, just, and competitive transition only with a competitive European economy. In January, the Commission will present as a first major initiative a competitiveness compass, building upon the 3 pillars of the Draghi report. This means, first, closing the innovation gap. Second, a plan to decarbonize our industry. And third, increasing security and reducing dependencies, such as on critical raw materials, impacting on the price of energy. We will introduce a clean industrial deal within the first 100 days of the mandate. This comprehensive plan will focus on boosting the competitiveness of the European industries while accelerating Europe's decarbonisation and ensuring a just transition to workers and consumers. We will work on initiatives aiming to strengthen the business case in Europe. This means concrete actions to simplify permits and improve access to infrastructures, energy and raw materials, public and private funding, skills and technologies, and well-functioning markets. This is crucial to ensure a level playing field also internationally. We will put forward a combination of legislative and non-legislative measures. For instance, think of an Industrial Decarbonisation Accelerator Act that could support European lead markets for the development, production and diffusion of clean tech solutions in industry. It would channel investment in infrastructure and industry, in particular for energy-intensive sectors. Intrinsically linked to the Clean Industrial Deal, we need to put forward the drivers to ensure predictability and sense of direction to the business and investments communities. Therefore, the Commission will work to present an amendment to the European climate law so that we can count on an intermediate target for net 90% reduction for 2040. We will work on other initiatives such as the Action Plan for Affordable Energy, the Chemicals Industry Package or Circular Economy Act, so that we ensure a comprehensive and consistent plan to boost long-lasting, successful industrial opportunities. Honourable members, I can assure you that all these initiatives will be prepared in line with the better regulation principles, including thorough impact assessment and simple implementation approaches tailored to a small business adhering to the principle of subsidiarity. This includes implementing a new SMEs and competitiveness check to minimise administrative burdens while maintaining high standards. And of course, the Commission will pursue its efforts to deepen the single market. With its more than 440 million consumers and large economies of scale, it remains a key asset for the competitiveness of European industry and for scaling solutions to lower our carbon footprint. We have committed to cutting existing reporting requirements by at least 25% and at least 35% for SMEs, and we have a plan to introduce a new SMEs and competitiveness check to consider these dimensions more prominently in the impact assessments. The Commission will also carefully consider the proportionality and cost dimension of the delegated and implementing acts stemming from the adopted European Green Deal and will seek to analyse any significant cost, even if an impact assessment will not always be needed. Honourable members, our European Green Deal ambitions remain unchanged. We will stay on course to becoming a climate-neutral and resource-efficient economy. At the same time, we will work hard to ensure adequate support for maintaining the competitiveness of our industries and business. To ensure prosperity for our citizens, we will foster new opportunities in evolving clean tech sectors and create high-quality jobs in order to achieve sustainable prosperity. And very honestly, we want to do it with you. Thank you.
Vamos al turno de las intervenciones en nombre de los grupos políticos. En primer lugar, tiene la palabra el señor Ferber.
Now we hear from the political groups. First of all, Mr. Ferber.
Thank you very much, President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. The European Union has set itself a very ambitious objective when it comes to decarbonisation of our economy. It's called the Green Deal. We've heard a promise, notably from the Greens, saying that we will be in the lead in terms of technology. In fact, the German Federal Chancellor has talked about this as well, waxing lyrical about growth, an economic miracle. He's mentioned the figure of 8%. Well, has that actually happened? There are warnings about the decarbonisation of our economy. It might not go without saying, and actually we have to look carefully at our competitiveness. So what's actually happened? We're not talking about 8% growth or 9% growth. We're at 0.9% growth for the EU, and in Germany, for the second year running, we're in a recession, and the outlook is not much better than that. It's pretty bleak. Therefore, something's gone seriously awry. The Green Deal is not really a deal for our companies, for our enterprises. It's mostly a burden for our companies. And therefore, I ask you the question, what's happened here? What happened, for instance, in the last term of this Parliament? What went wrong? What about these measures for the Green Deal? What has that meant for jobs, for businesses, for SMEs in Europe? You know, what's happened? What's the impact been? We need to look at that, and we need to answer these questions. Cost for energy production, can we afford all of this when we've got competitors from the USA, from China? We've got products coming from from other countries that are not really that keen on protecting the environment or indeed the climate. You know, we have focused a lot on this in the past, on competitiveness. Let's do it again. Now, I'm not saying that we should question the climate targets that we have. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying rather, let's look at how we go about this. There must be a smarter way. There must be a way with less red tape in order to get to this target, to this objective. That should be our focus, and here we're awaiting the proposals from the Commission. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tendré la palabra.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Shahim, on behalf of the S&D.
Niet ver van mijn huis staat de oude Philips.
Oh, not far from my house is the old Philips factory. This has led to profit for the region. So the Philips success has led to success, jobs, and new innovation. Philips saw all of the success, not just from making cheese. So why have we got so much tunnel vision in Europe when it comes to our auto industry? We have to stand firm. We have to invest in electrical cars, smaller, more efficient engines. But look what's happening. China and the United States are investing in this. We are not investing in our jobs or looking for new jobs. The market won't be created by this legislation. We have to create jobs and growth. So when is that light going to come on for you? When are we going to see things properly? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tendría la palabra.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Borgia, a minute and a half on behalf of the Patriots for Europe.
Grazie.
Thank you. Commissioner, you've spoken about the fact that the Green Deal was going to make history. But in just one phrase, you show that you're living outside reality and that you're living on a completely different planet. The sales of electric cars are not taking off, and we don't have the conditions to generate all of the electricity that would be needed in order to guarantee the mobility of all of these electric vehicles throughout the European Union. And my question is, how can you speak about prosperity when we see that outside car factories, you have families protesting as they are concerned? For 70 years, car companies were only opening plants, now they're closing them. So you speak of being inclusive. Have you seen the results of the elections? People no longer trust you. And what would have happened when it comes to the packaging industry if we had passed the packaging directive? Commissioner, we don't need ecological militants, rather. We need someone who will improve our situation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tendría la palabra.
Now, Madam Zalewska, a minute and a half for the ECR.
Pani komisarz, Zielony Ład okazał się globalną misją.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Green Deal has become mystifying, and it's turning people against each other. If we look at the Fit for 55 colleague, we are seeing that taxes are increasing, and it is completely doing away with the growth we've seen in European countries. We can't turn away from reality. The situation as it is, it requires the setting up of reforms. We need to look reality in the face. We have unrealistic targets that can never be reached, and in no way can we accept this. We need to see every day, every month, how is the money that we're spending meeting these goals. And I ask the EEAS and the Environmental Authority they think we're going to meet our targets by 2030, but the Commission is saying it'll be by 2040 to reach this 50% decrease in emissions. And this, beyond the ETS controls, we don't know what's being done with citizens' money. And what is holding up this financial pyramid, and what is going to prevent it from falling down through new regulations? Simply speaking, we can't stay behind. Last month in Baku, the entire world saw that what nobody wanted to hear. We need to everybody wants to be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Confin, for a minute and a half, on behalf of Renew. Colleagues, Mr. Procaccini, you proposed a debate based on facts, and I welcome a debate based on facts. Do you know that last year, Europe, all of us, all of its businesses, households, families, bought 400 billion gas and petrol from abroad, and the United States exported 150 billion in petrol and gas in one single year. That's almost 600 billion difference between us and the United States because we depend on fossil fuel. And over the last 5 years, it's $250 billion difference between the United States and us over 5 years. Why? Because we are dependent on fossil fuels. So energy, the Green Deal, that's really at the heart of our project if we want to win back our competitiveness and sovereignty. In Italy, you want to develop a nuclear energy. As a Frenchman, I welcome that. What does that mean? That means more electricity. But for more electricity, you need supply and demand. Demand is electrification of our mobility, electric cars. Call them nuclear cars if you want. Why are you opposed to that? Electrification means more electricity for our industry. It will help decarbonize our industry. Why are you against that if you want to see more methane? Just be consistent, Mr. Procaccini. Look at reality, and then you'll come and support the Green Deal like we do.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Bloss, a minute and a half for the Greens.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, colleagues, Vice President of the Commission. First of all, I want to remind my colleagues from the EPP, even though Mr. Weber already left, that the Green Deal is the idea of the Conservative Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. It's your man on the moon project. And now you're stabbing your own Commission President in the back. Remember, it even took the Green votes to get your Commission President elected. So get your act together, support your Commission President, or we cannot take you serious. And I want to ask my ECR colleague to maybe think a little bit more about innovation than about cow farts. Innovation means investment into new technologies, technologies that enable new industries, new manufacturing. But you want to create a business environment of chaos, of unpredictability, and of instability. You want to kill innovation. It boils down to the question if you want to continue with an old business model that keeps us dependent on fossil imports, that gives power to people like Putin to skyrocket inflation in Europe for normal people and for businesses, or you choose a future-oriented business model with homegrown renewables, produced with European technology that brings down our energy prices, that creates local jobs and prosperity, and empowers our own innovative farmers, engineers, craftsmen and women. If you go for the past, Europe will lose. We choose the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora pasaríamos la palabra a la señora.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Madame Hasenkamp for 1 minute on behalf of the left. Thank you, President. The catastrophic consequences of climate change are becoming increasingly visible, and they're costing more and more lives. Animal and plant species are dying out at an unprecedented rate, and the pollution of our soil, air and water is endangering the basis of our very existence. Every day of delay brings us closer to the irreversible destruction of our planet. And if we do nothing, that's going to also lead to sky-high financial costs. So what's the Commission and most of this Parliament doing? They prefer to listen to industry, to big agro, and to the populists who will willfully deny these facts. People who will happily sacrifice our future piece by piece for short-term economic gain. Commissioner Ribeiro, now is the time to tell us, what are you going to do? How are you going to fight the fake news from the far right, including here in this Parliament? You said that your Green Deal ambitions haven't changed, but what is your timeline? When are you going to come forward with all of the legislative proposals that we still don't have for the Green Deal? Thank you.
David.
Thank you. Now, Mr. David, 1 minute on behalf of the ESN.
Dámy a pánové.
Ladies and gentlemen, irresponsible and non-intelligent intervention in our economy has led to the destruction that we are seeing today. Interference with education systems have led to deterioration of the level of education. We are less competitive in technical areas. The absurd project of Green Deal is based on lies, and even today, when not 100% of the project has been implemented, we can see that it has destroyed the EU's economy. It might not be a mistake. Maybe this is an intention in order to spread war in EU countries. Environment needs to be truly protected, and we need to be truly protected from the Green Deal. The impact of the Green Deal should have been reviewed beforehand, because only an idiot waits doing nothing and then is surprised by the outcome.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of the political groups, and now we'll hear from Mr. Schwab.
Ms. Vice President, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen. Die Mitgliedstaaten der Europäischen Union.
The member states of the EU approved the Paris Agreement. We collectively signed up to it, and that is our target. Now, on the path towards this objective, we've had the Draghi report and we've seen our weaknesses. 2 million jobs lost every year in order to help work towards these targets. Also, you have to remember that we don't have bottomless resources to meet these targets. So therefore, we need to be honest. We need to be really honest. The means that we have, how can we use them most effectively? That is the question. And it's not good enough to just talk about the future, about the right thing to do. We need to think carefully about this economically, in terms of welfare for our citizens here in Europe. How can we reach this target? How can we make sure that these targets are implemented properly with good effect? So it's not going to be a diktat from Brussels or bureaucracy from Berlin, or indeed through punitive inspection measures. No, it's about motivation. It's about motivation, and that's a difficult task for the European Commission, but that should be your target. We need to be competitive in order to protect our climate. We can do this.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Cléchot, 1 minute.
Madame la vice-présidente de la Commission, Monsieur le Président.
Vice President, Commissioner, let me remind you about the energy reality. There is no economic competitiveness in countries that are hit by climate change, by pollution, and lack of biodiversity and others. Nearly 50% of GDP is based on nature, and this affects everyone, and all CEOs know it. The competitiveness of European industry is based on energy that will come through the massification of renewable energy. Nuclear costs 9 times more expensive. Carbon is 5 times more expensive due to the crisis in Ukraine. The competitiveness of agriculture means that we need to restore our soil, and the competitiveness of our industry means we need to have clean energy, not what we used in the past. We need to stop lying to workers. What is dangerous for us is unfair competition from China, not the Green Deal.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor to Mr. Bouchardet for a minute. Thank you very much. 10 years later, when the damage is already done, we're here talking about the impact of the Green Deal. The Commission is a mass layoff plan. It's going to mean ruin for European industry. The impact is going to happen here and outside. The Green Deal is a low-quality plan. It's going to lead to migration. It's going to impact on young people, families, people in rural areas, farmers. It's going to lead to the devastation of the car industry in Spain, and this is your fault. The Green Deal is being paid for by European industry. People are having to give up their way of living because they can't fish in the Mediterranean, or we're seeing farmers protesting because they can't compete with people from Africa or Mercosur. A car can't drive from Spain to Warsaw because of the pollution that it will cause. Once again, we're here saying we don't want any trade agreement that's going to lead to mass import of products that won't meet the same health and safety standards that we imply on our producers. We need to have a European nuclear plan. We need to lower the taxes, and we need to dismantle all of these supervisors and agencies that are hampering our producers. The Green Deal has been a nightmare, and we need to get back to a great European economy once more. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now I'll give the floor to Madam Donat-Zan for a minute and a half.
Commissario Ribeira, con lei rischiamo di passare.
Commissioner Ribeira, we risk with you going from ideology to fantasy. Europe has well-being because we manufacture, we produce, we work, and we are based on strategic areas such as chemicals, steel, plastics, and we've also grown the car industry and the naval industry. But if we use fantasy and we make wrong choices based on pollution and we don't carry out an impact assessment on the social impacts, then I'd like to thank Mr. Procaccini for mentioning decarbonization. But the data is clear. China, 91, India 21, USA 8, and in Europe 10th place. We are closing car factories, and there's a market that is producing things that we're producing things the market doesn't want. We need to look at who is actually polluting the world. We have, if we excellently recycle, reuse, and use renewable energy, there's no need, because there are so many different sources for energy, not only one. In order to be competitive, we simply need to see what we're investing in. We need to focus on research and innovation, and we need to do what the Italian government is doing. Our Prime Minister has said that we need to go beyond ideology, and that means that our minister has proposed investing 2 billion in Italy instead of closing factories. This is what Europe needs to do in order to be competitive, or something like that.
Palabra, señor.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Etienne.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, what an exciting debate. One part of this House is saying there can't be competitiveness without protecting the climate, and the other side is saying you can't have protection of the climate without competitiveness. And I suppose, in some ways, they're both right. Both sides are right. But I think we need to be careful about this. We've set ourselves some climate targets. I don't think we should change them. However, what we need to be clear about is how we get there, how we reach those targets. How can we maybe achieve greater effectiveness in terms of the rules, regulations that we have given ourselves? I'm convinced that the Commission should take a look at this, revisit this, look at the different legislative processes. I mean, we've talked about this already. It has been planned as part of our talks, our negotiations. We've talked a lot about the Draghi report in this regard. I would like to ask you dear members, to look carefully at what the Draghi report says, for instance on combustion engines. Just take a look at the report, read it carefully. And then a critical question where we'll need to take a decision concerns the strategy. We need a strategy. You know, how much are we actually going to produce? We want to decarbonise our transport. We need to look at vehicles. We need to look at maritime transport. We need to look at aviation. And for the time being, we haven't really invested enough in this particular area. So if we really want climate neutrality in all of these areas, then we need to have the right fuels for that. And I think the Commission really should be working on a strategy to that effect and look at production. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ms. Toussaint for 1 minute.
Depuis 50 ans, l'Europe. For 50 years, Europe has been losing millions of jobs, 2 million in France, particularly in the textile sector, and today, because of the financial crisis in 2008, and again today, we're seeing ArcelorMittal, Michelin, other companies. We have to support these jobs at any cost, but also we have to be serious. The Green Deal is not responsible for these jobs being lost. Since 2015, we already produce fewer cars in France than in the 60s. The cause of this is the insatiable appetite of shareholders and managers who use the same old arguments and blame environmental legislation and social rights. But the truth is that the environmental destruction that we're seeing today is what is destroying the EU. You on the right and the far right, you talk about unemployment, healthcare disasters, environmental disasters, but the Green Deal is not a break but an opportunity for our industry, for our sovereignty and our business and jobs. So I want to state that clearly here. Don't touch the Green Deal because that is our future.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And now I'll give the floor to Ms. Rackete for 1 minute.
I am not interested in a competition how European companies and corporations can destroy the living planet even faster than they are already, causing more pollution, more health problems, more environmental destruction, and more poverty. The aim of our economy must be fair distribution within ecologically and physically safe limits. And we have already crossed the planetary boundaries for freshwater, land use, climate change, and biosphere integrity. We are also on the edge of social tipping points because no version of green capitalism provides solution to reverse the exploitation and impoverishment of people for the profits of corporations. What we need are limits to greed and ecological destruction. Business as usual in the form of the Green Deal and green capitalism are no solutions to the existential crisis we are in.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Buchheit for 2 minutes.
Gracias, Presidente. Ja, meine Damen und Herren.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we were promised growth, jobs, well-being. Instead of that, we've got poverty, and we've got a loss of assets, loss of wealth. You know, we're talking about a big programme. We have to remember that these are things that we could actually do ourselves because people are feeling that prices are on the rise, energy, etc. Also, unemployment is on the increase. And yet, if you look at the institutions, you know, what are they talking about? They're talking about the indexes, they're talking about the German economy, but as we know, the German economy for the second year running will be in a recession. And again, we're looking about increases in fuel prices for the next year to come and also for the years to follow. Everything becoming more expensive. And we're told that in Europe, apparently, you can't really find any areas where we could make maybe some money, some profit. This is what we're told. Now, we have the Green Deal, and we have the Green Deal as defended by the Commission, and it seems to me that what they're actually doing is redistributing certain prosperity, but it's not to the advantage of our businesses. So what is the Green Deal? The Green Deal is basically sabotage. It is the sabotage of national economies that used to work perfectly well in the past. We've got multi-annual programs or plans. We've got a commissioner. It's a kind of dirigisme, and obviously that is not something that is advantageous for our freedom. We're losing in terms of competitiveness here in Europe, and also, of course, the citizens are suffering from this. An impact assessment won't help them out, I'm afraid. So please don't waste our time, don't waste your own time. You need to work with farmers, you need to work with businesses, and you need to do what you actually promised to begin with, namely to work for the people, not against the people. So please put this Green Deal in the garbage can. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Ms. Jovanovic for 1 minute.
I will speak in Romanian. Mulțumesc. Stimată doamnă comisar.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Ms. von der Leyen, thank you. The entire European Commission has placed us in a Kafkaesque rhetoric of the absurd. Now we're being told that animals pollute, but we need to look at the fact that humans pollute as well. You have destroyed Europe. This is what you've done. You have deindustrialized Europe, and you have killed people. The Oltenia electric plant has been closed. You've closed down mines. You've left thousands of people without a job. And, of course, they are breadwinners for their families. There's been a massive exodus from Romania. Half of our population has had to go beyond our borders. You've destroyed our industry. We have nothing left. People have a €200 monthly pension and €50 when they have a disability. This is how we live in Europe because of a European Commission which, pollutes with its stupidity, its lack of culture, and because I think that nobody learned biology and or anatomy, and you have sent us into a dictatorship. Thank you. Thank you. Now I give the floor to Mr. Zoido for 1.5 minutes.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. In recent years, Europe has faced the four horsemen of the apocalypse: the pandemics, war, Franz Timmermans, and now Teresa Ribera. Endangering the future of Europe, industry and culture. In Spain, Madame Ribera has now decided to move to Europe and try to impose the same ideological failures that she wanted to impose in Spain. Today, we are paying a very high price because we didn't predict the consequences of the tsunami of green legislation. Now we're seeing that Madam Teresa is focusing on farm to fork, and yet the European Commission has to listen to the voices raising the alarm and work together with the European Parliament, together with our farmers. This has to be done through urgent legislative streamlining and simplification. We can't burden businesses with administrative red tape, particularly linked to the Green Deal, and particularly that affects farmers. And we also have to adopt a new trade agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now give the floor to Mr. De Caro for 1.5 minutes.
Cari colleghi.
Dear colleagues, the 10th legislative term has opened within an environmental and digital transition, a transition in which Europe is a main actor. We need to see what role we will play. Are we going to go towards the future, or are we simply going to survive until the world we're living in runs out, basically? These are the goals of the Green Deal. This is what scientists say. This is what the Draghi report said, which you keep quoting. This is what nature is yelling at us in its most dramatic way, and we're still burying our dead. If Europe wants to once again have a cultural and political hegemony and to use the values based on its roots, we need to place people at the center of our clean energy, clean industry, sustainable energy production. These are all challenges. We can change our cities and ensure a future for our children's children. We need to look at the future while helping out those who are being left behind by protecting the environment, ensuring the competitiveness of companies, and ensuring working conditions. We need to have ambitious climate goals for 2040. We need to write a new page in history, and in life as in history, there are moments where we should not be afraid, and I wish you good work with no fear. Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Haider for a minute and a half.
Thank you very much. An impact assessment of the Green Deal. Well, how about reading a newspaper? Get out of your Brussels bubble, please. Because if you look at the newspapers, you'll be able to see for yourselves the consequences of the Green Deal. Energy prices on the rise, unemployment, farmers who are being run into the ground, etc., etc. These are all the consequences of the Green Deal. So let's be clear. Let's be frank. The Green Deal is destructive, and it won't actually give us any international competitiveness. Really not. So it's an either-or. Either the Green Deal or competitiveness. One or the other. Then, if you look at the costs of this rather misguided Green Deal, we're talking about millions, billions of costs for a completely counterproductive programme. It's costing us a fortune. Where is that money supposed to come from? Well, it comes from, I suppose, destroying our farming, destroying our industry, basically chasing industry out of the EU, and also accumulating debts, or indeed more contributions, etc., etc., or all of them put together. I suppose that would be the way of achieving that. That is what it would cost us. So please be realistic. We need to move back towards competitiveness, and we can only have competitiveness if we don't have a Green Deal. So get rid of the green disaster.
Gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Now Mr. Vondra has a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Commissioner Ribera, you should listen to us, not to discuss here. Please stop killing the European automotive industry. Please stop killing the nuclear energy here. Stop discriminate nuclear energy. The chief economist of EBRD said that people tend to think about industrial policy as picking winners, but actually it is equally important to let losers go. This statement underlines deeper problem with our current debate about the Green Deal. Winners and losers are a natural part of industrial life cycle in market economy. My issue, is that the Green Deal is not market-driven. It is a political mandate imposed on the industries, and it significantly disrupts the free market economy. Commissioners claim they listen to industries. I honestly wonder which ones. Industries plea for more time, more flexibility, and less bureaucracy. And as a convinced advocate of free market economy, I fully understand them. Industries are not our enemies. They represent the pillar of our welfare. And to speak about winners and losers in this sense is cynical, because it is the Fit for 55 package which created a value set, regulations, conditions, and frankly some of them are unrealistic, overambitious and ideological, so they need urgently to be reassessed and corrected. Thank you.
Gracias. Ahora
Thank you. Now Mr. Grutler has the floor for a minute and a half.
Madame la vice-présidente de la...
Madam Vice President of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, opposing competitiveness and durability is not simply irresponsible, it is also dangerous for our common future. The Green Deal is a major step forward, and many regions in the world are envious of us. We will not tolerate any step backwards. Our industries, our companies, our SMEs need stability and visibility for the long term. Our success tomorrow depends on our ability to adapt to a changing world. In my region, right now, companies are building the fast-speed trains of the future, electric vehicles, hydrogen storage batteries, also working on nuclear energy. In fact, what's happened is that we have known how to adapt, and so this makes us more competitive with the world. Those who call to strike down the Green Deal are playing with fire. There will be no flourishing economy when the planet's temperature goes above 2 degrees. We need concrete measures. We need ambitious public-private financing. We need adapted financing without losing our goals. And we need to be pragmatic in finding solutions that are adapted to each sector. Yes to the simplification, but no to arbitrary deregulation that would be completely counterproductive.
Muchas gracias. Ahora...
All right, thank you. Now, Ms. Mathieu has the floor for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, let me say this very loud and clear. The Green Deal, that's our best strategy to regain competitiveness in the world. And that's not merely just our point of view. That's what all innovative companies and the trade unions tell me every day. That's what the Commission says. Thank you, Ms. Ribera. That's what all the impact assessments of the Green Deal policies say. Time and time again, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen that the benefits far exceed the costs. So I have to ask those skeptics of the Green Deal, do you truly want to jeopardize hundreds of thousands of jobs and investments and economic security? Do you really want the Chinese to take over our car industry and clean tech? I believe the answer should be a resounding no. So forget about the status quo of the fossil fuel industry. Instead of pulling the brakes, we should double down on investments in the green economy and make the workers the true winners of this transition. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Mr. Jongen, for 1 minute, please.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. The European Green Deal is sheer madness. It is a self-destructive program, destroying our industry. We're looking at electricity prices, the increase, 800 instead of 8 as per usual. And we're talking about billions, 2-point-something billion that would have to be invested in order to reach these climate targets. What for? What for? CO2 emission savings that are completely neutralized by China in just 1 month or so. The Draghi report noted that energy prices are far too high in Europe, but the recommendations he makes are no use, because basically what he's advocating is even more of a planned economy. But I suppose that is really what this policy is all about. I really think that we should release the economy from this ideology, which is completely insane. What about the citizens of Europe? They are becoming poorer and poorer. We need something, as suggested by Xavier Millet, to help our farmers here in Europe.
Navarrete por 1 minuto y medio.
Mr. Navarrete now for 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Commissioner. In the European Union, we are taking on the restriction of the Green Deal, and our global competitives are making progress with better pragmatism, fewer burdens, and moving towards better market competitiveness and technological progress. The European Union is facing more restrictions, and we paid a price. But perhaps we have we contributed less to global emissions than the United States? Well, sadly, no. If we look at the comparisons between the US and the EU over recent decades in terms of emissions, then it's similar results. Some people have said that we have to do nothing. I think we have to look again at the strategies that we have followed in recent years and implement in-depth reforms. We need to focus on technological reform and also prices. We can't just set arbitrary dates and targets. If we do that, we'll be ignoring our responsibility towards citizens. We want to move towards a strong and competitive economy. This will require a strategy that offsets the costs of the Green Deal, reduces regulatory burdens, and implements policies that will improve competitiveness. Yes, we need to see a green transition, but without imposing restrictions that will undermine our ability to innovate. This is what we owe to our citizens. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Vulcan for a minute.
Sehr geehrter Präsident.
President, thank you very much. Commissioner, welcome. I'm glad you're here. I'm a lawyer, and I believe in the power of law to defend us, and we need good law. We need good law, and that is why we need, of course, not only good law, but also good impact assessment. And I'm turning to the right side of this House. What have you been doing these last 5 years, I wonder? You clearly haven't read the reports from the Commission, because if you'd read the reports from the Commission, you'd have seen the impact assessment. Now, you're asking for yet another impact assessment. I think what you're seeking to do is slow down the process. You're trying to put in more red tape. And citizens who should have, more rights, less bureaucracy, according to you, that's actually nonsense. You don't believe in climate change, you don't want to do anything about it, and that is a risk to human life, a risk to jobs, and it's also a risk to the competitiveness of our European industry. We need to have safety, security in terms of planning, not random decisions. We need less dependency on fossil fuels. We shouldn't be depending on autocratic states. We should be independent, and not tell, people stories that are actually negative in terms of jobs and people's futures. We, as Social Democrats, will be defending the Green Deal, I can tell you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Bonte for a minute and a half.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Impact assessments can be very helpful in telling us the impact of a particular policy, but we needed those 5 years ago. It's too late now, because today the results of the Green Deal are very clear. Our industry, which once symbolized welfare, well-being, progress, employment, are now paying the price for this overburdened regulatory framework and these targets. And we're seeing mass layoffs. The Green Deal is absolutely destroying our industry. What we need is an industrial renaissance, and to ensure that we can keep our ambitions high. Europe has to be a leader in technological innovation, in high-value production and economic growth. But at the moment, we're not seeing that. To do this, a certain number of things have to happen. First of all, energy. Energy has to be reliable, affordable, and available for all of our companies. The second is that entrepreneurs don't have to be subject to all of these reporting requirements, and the faster they're scrapped, the better. Last but least, we have to focus on creating jobs and prosperity, not on just meeting objectives. We have to work together for a Europe that works and is productive for us and for the generations that will follow us. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I call next Mrs. Maréchal for a minute and a half.
Chers collègues, mars 2020.
Dear colleagues, March 2021. And Imperial Wheels, the last producer of aluminum in France, they also closed down. 2024, Bosch officially announced that it will be closing its factory in Calvados. 2024, Michelin will be closing further factories in France. And this goes on and on. This epidemic, which is harming the automotive industry, is not limited to France. We're seeing it also in Belgium, Italy, Germany. How do you want our industries to continue being competitiveness when your Green Deal irrealistically wants us to reduce our greenhouse emissions by 50% in Europe, when you want to no longer have combustion engine vehicles by the middle of the century? How will this be possible if you have these unrealistic CO2 emissions targets? And this is while China is dominating the renewables market, including solar panels and batteries. Do you know that in order to export towards us, China is opening 50 new coal plants? So your European energy transition is in reality a gigantic Buy China Act. This is not ambition, this is sabotage.
Merci.
Thank you.
Kiitos puhemies.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the effects of climate change are already being seen more and more clearly already in our everyday lives. The objectives of the Green Deal are therefore more important than ever before. The package is unprecedented in our history in its complexity and in its scope, and it covers more or less all the policies in the EU. In the last mandate, we approved a huge amount of legislation, and it is only being implemented now. We, however, know already that the objectives pertaining to clean energy, transport, and decarbonizing of industry are really ambitious. And as many reports have pointed out, the funds needed to implement the project are far from being gathered together. The question arises, where do we get the money? When money is tight, we need to assess very carefully how we can use them efficiently. We have to see to it that all proposals go to the same direction and promote the improve our competitiveness and the sustainability of the measures to be implemented. It is very well possible that the effectiveness of extensive legislation will be weakened by overlapping regulation, and comprehensive assessment should have been already carried out in advance. Therefore, we need constant critical assessment. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Rasmus Nordqvist is next.
Thank you. I must say I was both surprised and really concerned when I saw the topic line of today's debate. Good impact assessments on the Green Deal were already carefully done and reviewed. So what new assessment could we draw today? That regulatory action to tackle environmental degradation and growing greenhouse gas emission is even more pressing today than it was yesterday. These policies are precisely what we need to build more competitive and resource-efficient European economy. So the main conclusion of this debate today is that the far right here in the Parliament are prepared to do European self-sabotage. The only thing we will achieve by questioning the Green Deal today is to weaken the regulatory certainty, which is precisely what the businesses actually need. So all in all, it's plainly irresponsible politically. This is about our future, it's about our planet, and it is about our competitiveness. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Anja.
Thank you very much. Anja Arndt is next.
Wenn man ein Haus
If you want to completely change a house, then you pull the old one down and you build a completely new one. The House of Europe is being wantonly destroyed and has been for years. The Green Deal is the wrecking ball. The people of the European Union are being subject without any protection to this destruction, and we have to take this agenda that's behind it and finally understand that this is a danger to the common good and that this is based on scientific lies, so we must bring it to a stop. Why is this happening? Who's behind this? And what's going to happen to Europe after the demolition of the economy and agriculture of Europe? The European Commission justifies its climate policies with scientific lies which have already been refuted. This is a scandal, citizens. This is an agenda to make you poor and then dispossess you. The maintenance that people are behind climate change is at fault of this, and it is incorrect. Your Green Deal, Ms von der Leyen, is not just something that belongs in the bin. it is time for a new investigative committee. Germany needs the FD and the EU needs the ESN. Thank you. Tom Berenson. Thank you, President. The EU is the second biggest economic power of the world. It's being challenged more and more by other big blocs, and so we face a challenge. Maintaining our competitiveness, making our economy resilient, and protecting what needs protecting. And that is far from a simple task. We have a great deal of we rely a great deal on many other parts of the world for defence, for other aspects. We see the overhanging fear. So I know that leadership is necessary now. To the parties to the right of us, I say, don't wipe the Green Deal off the table. We have to make sure that other economies turn green as well. And to the parties to the left of me and us, don't just keep on repeating the same thing. We need to make sure we don't make ourselves even more dependent from other parts of the world. We need sensible, rational policies from the centre. Let us make a European answer to this. Let us deal with clean and affordable energy. Let us protect ourselves in an honest way against competition from other parts of the world. Let us look at infrastructure, clean tech. To be brief, let us be safe and realistic in an energy policy and couple it with an industrial policy that is green and future-proof. Thank you very much. César Luna.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much, Vice President Ribera. I'm happy to hear that the Spanish economy is going very well, and it's in partly thanks to you. So thank you very much. I'm very pleased to see you here. Mr. Procaccini, I can't see you. European competitiveness is never in conflict with sustainability. On the contrary, it depends on it. And here you've mentioned the US, which has its Inflation Reduction Act, and China, which is making massive investments in clean tech. So this is why here in Europe we're caught up in these sterile debates. We can't waste time. We've seen it with the deforestation regulation, and now we're talking about the car and van Emissions Act, which is trying to dilute our environmental commitments. So who's going to benefit from this backsliding? It's not going to be the citizens. And there are companies who have already invested to bring themselves into line with the European standards. We need to defend our ambitious environmental standards and legal security and fair playing field for companies and for the future generations, people from the right.
Thank you very much. Jana Nagyová.
Vážený pane předsedo, vážená komise.
Dear Chair, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the Green Deal for Europe is an ambitious project that had a potential to bring about many important changes. However, instead, through its way of implementation, it resulted in killing our industry and reducing our competitiveness. I believe that the Draghi report shows enough facts. And even though not all the measures adopted by the previous mandate have been implemented, the facts and figures show us a clear impact of this policy. It is obvious that Europe is drowning and nobody seems to be accountable. And the politicians who caused this keep governing our continent, and they tell us everything's fine and we want to continue. Let me give you several facts. The world production of emissions in the past years have increased. Since 2022, it has been growing by 1.3% per year. Up to pre-COVID time, it was only 0.8% per year. However, the European production of emissions has dropped by 7.5% per year. As a result of that, the Europe right now accounts only for 6% of the worldwide emission production. Well, that's great. However, China currently accounts for 30% of the emissions production. So what are we pretending to do? We are reallocating our production into the third countries, and then we are importing from these countries green technology, green cars, green toys, and we pretend to be more green. I don't think this is what we want. We have to be more reasonable and less.
Thank you very much. Fenner Kjartaisen.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President. Europe has lost competitiveness and attractiveness. Its inability to innovate, overwhelming red tape, and the cost of energy, mainly due to our sanctions against Russia, are the main causes. But the climate policy of our Union, this unrealistic ideology, this madness that claims that Europe can save the world by ruining its own economy, in other words, the Green Deal, is the main cause of our pain. We must abolish it. European economic actors must take their responsibility. The heads of business federations of our member states should band together to create a commission to renew our economy and stand up to the von der Leyen Commission that creates problems rather than solving them, introduces taxes instead of scrapping them, suffocates initiative rather than fostering it. Carbon emissions are a very small problem when compared to our economic decline.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gebrandi is next.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, our economy moves in waves, waves named after Nikolai Kondratyev. And every 40 to 60 years, the economy changes dramatically thanks to new technology, like the steam engine in 1800, electrical engineering in 1900, and the information technology in the 90s of the previous century. With every Kondratyev wave, fast movers will win and slow movers will lose. And those who resist change are among the biggest losers. Currently, we are in a green tech wave. All over the world, clean tech is changing the economy drastically. China is its champion, spending more on clean tech than the rest of the world combined. Europe cannot stay behind for economic reasons, and that is the Green Deal, the new growth model to be on top of the latest economic development. Electric vehicles are the perfect example. They are replacing the combustion engine like cars replaced horses and carriages. So if you're not interested in saving our planet by greening our economy, please do so for saving our economy. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher collègue. Thank you very much. Lena Schilling is next.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, es hat in dieser Debatte, ich habe es gestoppt, knapp.
Well, it only took 4 minutes in this debate until someone denied the climate crisis. We're not having that debate today because we are talking about people, ECR. We're not talking about, you're not talking about how we can make life for people better. You're talking about election campaigns. And it's a real shame because you're not taking things seriously. Farmers will tell you that the climate crisis is already here. You only need to look at the floods and destroyed livelihoods and lives. Failing to recognise that is a scandal. And when we have these debates, we need to talk about what the Green Deal means for our economy, what it can mean in terms of progress and competitiveness. Not acting is the most expensive option. So let's not bury our heads in the sand, but rather secure a future for upcoming generations where our children can have a good life. This isn't a game, this is about our future.
Thank you very much. Ms. Laikova.
В Европейския парламент не минава и седмица.
In the European Parliament, there is not a week that goes by without a discussion about the sorry state of the competitiveness of the EU. More and more companies are going bankrupt. Entire sectors of the economy cannot survive without subsidies. The main reason is clear, and that is the Green Deal. The energy crisis of last week showed how vulnerable our system was. Prices of energy reached record highs. There were no reserve power sources. And at the same time, we are asked to close our thermal power plants running on coal, which risks not only our energy security, but the stability of our entire economy. The Green Deal is a total failure and must be stopped immediately, or it will continue to destroy the European and Bulgarian economy. Bulgaria needs a revival, and the European Union needs a Europe of sovereign nations.
A Europa enfrenta déficit de competitividade.
Europe is facing a lack of competitiveness, and we all recognise that. Talking about the cause is a good way to avoid making mistakes, but we need to take real decisions to relaunch our economy. Therefore, we should work on two basic goals. Firstly, get back to competitiveness, and secondly, lead in the fight against climate change. These goals are not contradictory. On the contrary, decarbonisation is an opportunity for growth. We should move towards clean energy and invest in it. The economy of the future is a digital economy, and so we're going to need more and more energy for that. The energy union is no longer a need, it's an urgent need. We need more connectivity and greater security. These are musts. But we must get rid of red tape for companies. We have to regulate, of course, but it should be simple and effective. We need a new agenda with the 3 Rs: reduce red tape, recycle, and redefine the strategies that will enable us to fight climate change. A lot of studies have already been done. The theory is well known. Now we have to start acting. Thank you.
Ms. Burkhardt.
Dank, liebe Kolleginnen und
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. When the right side and the Conservatives talk about competitiveness, the whole Green Deal is under attack. Even the sacred cow, the CDU-CSU, the price for carbon. But what's going to happen to our competitiveness when prices go up and we have no affordable alternatives? It'll mean that housing, mobility and heating will be unaffordable for most. Most people won't be able to make ends meet when our economy is meant to be thriving. What about blocking investments for the future, risking planning certainty, and gifting tax breaks for the rich? What are people going to do when they have to use their cars because there aren't any buses and trains, because the fuel price has gone up? We missed the bus to change to electric mobility. We're talking about social powder keg being generated. We are in favour of a different policy for affordable housing with appropriate infrastructure and affordable energy. I'm very pleased that we have Ms. Ribeira as a competent commissioner for this. Thank you. Roberto Vanacci.
Commissaria Ribeira.
Commissioner Ribeira, please look at me in the eyes. We were supposed to all be dead by now. We should have been swept away by a climate Armageddon. And we're all here safe and sound. The planet is moving forward, prosperous, and the world population is growing by 75 million people a year. It took 32 years since the Conference of Rio to realize that the insane, drastic, draconian measures that the European Union has taken on climate have done nothing but bring about poverty, unemployment, and recession. On the other hand, our economies have grown, and we know that we're going to continue to find new resources of energy. So a utopian project has become absolutely ridiculous. Albert Einstein said that insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So we've got to stop. We can't do impact assessments when we already know what's happening. Your useless environmentalism has shown its true face, which is global communism. which everywhere it has tried to take root has created poverty and obstructionism. So we need to throw this Green Deal away and take back progress. We need to give our citizens responses.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Mario.
Thank you very much. Mario Mantovani.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner. The results of the Green Deal, I think, are clear for everybody. Deindustrialization, a collapse in production, lack of or increase in gaps in our supply chains, problems for companies. That's something we know for sure, that a planned economy after the Soviet model is weakening the competitiveness of Europe. We're looking at energy prices in Europe, which are 3 times those in the US and China. And for 2050, we're going to need double as much energy as we have now, and renewable energy is not going to be enough. Ms. Ribeira, we need a just and fair competitive approach. We need massive investments for energy independence and technological neutrality, which will go beyond renewables, will include hydrogen, nuclear, and other forms of fuel. We need to have a vision. We need a proper policy, not an ideology.
Merci.
Left-wing ideology. Thank you. Martin Hojsík.
Ďakujem. Zdravie našich detí namiesto toxickej kontaminácie.
The health of our children instead of contamination in our water, air we can breathe, work where you don't have to breathe in toxic substances that kill you slowly, healthy soil. These things can't be taken for granted. This week we've approved new relief for the flood victims. The recovery post-disaster is going to cost tens of millions. The costs of this crisis are unimaginable, and behind these figures are human lives. So the solutions are not just good for our health, they have to be good for our wallet as well. We're talking about investments that will bring returns. They will bring jobs, security, freedom, independence from dictators. The path is always forward.
Thank you, Ms. Zbayi.
Micro. Oui, c'est bon.
C'est bon. Dear colleagues, at a moment when Mayotte is counting the dead and facing chaos, this proposal by the ECR group is indecent. Climate disasters over 20 years have created 600,000 victims, but if human lives count less than money for you, let me give you some other figures. 228 million euros a year due to our inaction. You say that the Green Deal destroys competitiveness. Up to 2010 in France, 2 million jobs were destroyed in industry. And today, the circular economy, local economy, the decarbonised economy is what is creating jobs. Competitiveness is giving ourselves the tools to win. What do we want to win? In the 21st century, we have the challenge of creating a space of peace and democracy that is unique in the world. Now, let's win the ecological transition. Before I was elected here, I ran a company. And let me tell you, let's not let those companies who are already investing in this fall apart.
Thank you very much. Raúl de la Hoz Quintana.
Presidente.
President, Vice President, sometimes discussing competitiveness leads us to recognize our shortcomings for the most of us here, but also we focus on our objectives and what needs to be the tools to bring back competitiveness to our economy. So we warmly welcome von der Leyen's announcement about the clean industrial deal. But what's lacking in developing tools is a sense of where ambition should lie. Excessively ambitious climate targets need to be compatible with industry and energy policy, which finally are the guarantees for our economy's competitiveness. The Clean Industrial Deal should result from an exhaustive assessment of the elements of the Green Deal, and in no way can they be a simple update of the Green Deal policies. It needs to contain measures which will see us move into a paradigm shift in the European economy. This deal needs to put at the same level decarbonisation and competitiveness. And we also need to adopt as a fundamental objective the need to reform those policies which have held us back in pursuing climate goals. We need to be aware that they have held us back. We have a lot to do and little time, but what we need to do is get our economy back on track while keeping our climate objectives.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pellerin-Carlin.
Présidente.
Madam Vice President, we're all aware that burning petrol, burning gas, burning oil is worsening the environmental disaster as we see the devastating effects in Mayotte, part of France. But if we're making those hydrocarbons the basis of our economy, is really putting the European economy at the mercy of those producers of oil and gas. It is putting the hands of our people in the hands, putting the future of our people in the hands of Vladimir Putin. Putin is using these fuels as a weapon to create inflation in Europe, for destroying jobs in industry. So let's be serious about this. Vladimir Putin can stop the deliveries of oil and gas, but he cannot stop the wind from blowing in Normandy or the sun from shining in Occitanie. So let us be serious in our approach. Europe should be an ecological power. It won't be a power at all. We need to produce energy on our own shores, and that's the way we'll defend our freedom.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Anna Brilka.
Pani komisarz, w Polsce w ostatnich...
Thank you, Commissioner. Over the last few weeks in Poland, the Last Generation group has been terrorizing the citizens of Warsaw, blocking the roads to the city. I'm sure that you, who are partisans of the climate religion, would support them while they're really threatening the Polish economy and making lives harder for citizens. But these poor young people, well, somebody told them that we're all about to die if we do nothing. Europe is responsible for 7% of CO2 emissions in the world. Perhaps you don't realize that we may turn off the lights and go and live in caves, but around the rest of the world, that will change nothing. Your whole European Green Deal is just another nail in the coffin of the European Union and the life of European citizens. You have created an atmosphere of psychosis, which is torturing people. And we've seen the results. When it comes to the candidates for the elections in my country, the candidates for the mayor of Warsaw has said we're all going to disappear if we do nothing. So let's throw this Green Deal in the bin. It's what it deserves.
Chris van Dijk.
Dank u, voorzitter.
Thank you very much, President, Minister, Madam Commissioner. Climate policy per se is not the villain here, but the lack of attention for the impact on our competitive power, industry and transport. The cost of overregulation is huge. Graydon estimated that 30% of our firms are being threatened by the reporting obligations included in the ESG directive. European legislation is too detailed, too constraining, and often, by the way, incoherent. Today we're talking about the impact of the Green Deal, but maybe we should have started in a more fundamental way and a more balanced approach. Let at least this serve as a lesson for the future. And that's why, Commissioner, This Commission is going to have to carry out better impact assessments before any legislation is proposed. The impact assessments need to be passed on and inform the member states and the national level, and we have to take into consideration the compound effect of all that legislation. And finally, I would urge us to look at scientific knowledge, not base our policy on ideology, and so we should consider nuclear energy, and if you do that, you'll find an ally in us. Emma Wiesner.
Thank you. I've been listening, and you say you don't want the Green Deal because you don't want to change, that it will be expensive. But wake up, open your eyes. With 3.1 degrees of climate change, that's what will change society. That's what will be expensive. So what you're proposing is actually going into much more change and a much more costly scenario. Open your eyes. It's happening every day, like in Valencia in October, in Romania in September, and Mayotte just last week. It is everywhere. So we are not done, and I don't want to spend another second in this house talking about how we're going to draw back on the Green Deal. I want to talk on how we can move forward. So we're still not pricing fossil raw materials. Can we please discuss how we can do that to really create competitiveness on the ones not using fossil fuels? We only just started working on negative emissions. That is policy we need to roll out in order to be successful in really implementing the negative emissions. And we're far from a robust and fossil-free energy system. Let's talk about that, how we can create real competitiveness and not look back. Thanks.
Merci, Adina.
Thank you very much, Adina Valia.
President, Commissioner Ribera, colleagues, why we are here today debating the Green Deal. It began as a generous, forward-looking idea, a vision of sustainability and innovation, a promise that Europe would lead industrially in the green transition. We told our citizens this was their license to growth and prosperity. Yet now, this vision feels tarnished. Today, for too many, it became a source of hardship, energy bills, cost of living, uncertainty of the jobs, no tangible benefits. Our industries are burdened by multiple taxes and a complex web of regulation. The idea behind the Green Deal remains valid, but we must take a step back to critically and pragmatically reassess the tools we are using. And while the Commission has pledged to improving the competitiveness of the EU, we must also ask, where is the money coming from? You have to be rich to afford the Green Deal. Our investment model relies on a combination of public resources and excessive taxation or penalties, rather than fostering conditions where private investors are encouraged to channel their money into building new markets. Looking at our global competitors, we see a different approach, one that incentivizes rather than penalizes industries, attracting private investment, fostering innovation, and building markets for the future. So if we want the Green Deal to succeed, it must be an engine for growth, for our people, for our industries, and for Europe as a whole. It must work for everyone. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, cher.
Thank you very much. Alessandra Moretti.
We're facing 5 years in which the fate of Europe will be decided. On one hand, we have people who want to go backwards, denying climate change and environmental disasters, and thereby defining the geopolitical position of Europe in a global context. On the other hand, we have people who are looking forward to progress with sustainability and technological innovation. The Green Deal policies came from young people who asked us with their peaceful protests for true commitments that would give them a fair future, even by amending the rules such as unanimity and vetoes that slow down our decision-making processes. Our duty is to promote investment and research for a green transition in Europe that can be competitive using innovations and technology that can create quality jobs and new careers. So we're going to need a specific fund based on the Next Generation EU model, as Mario Draghi has said, to keep the protection of health and the environment and work and development together. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Alexandre.
Thank you very much, Alexander Nikolic.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Nobody would trust nobody would trust extinguishing a fire to a pyromaniac. And why are we putting our industry in the hands of green ideologues? Years of dogmatism on green energy and other absurd ideas have really led us to an impasse. By applying this philosophy of dogmatism, you're holding us back with regard to our competitors, the US, China, India. You are sacrificing our sovereignty, the purchasing power of Europeans, but also the climate. France has done more than any European nation knows about this. 51% of its CO2 emissions are linked to its imports. An audit assessing the consequences of the Green Deal on our industry is essential. So an impact assessment is essential, but more important than anything else is to get out of the management of our ecological, agricultural and economic future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Giovanni Cossetto.
Grazie,
Thank you, President, ladies and gentlemen, Vice President Ribeiro. Now, today we're talking about the impact that the Green Deal is having on European competitiveness. As an Italian, of course, we see a massive burden that Italy is facing because of the Green Deal. We've seen that 45% of our production has dropped since 2019, looking at various sectors which are basically facing collapse and thousands of jobs at risk. And this is all in the automobile industry, and because of this, we're going to be paying 15 billion euros for missing our objectives. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the genuine impact of Green Deal policies on European competitiveness. This is the proper impact that we should be looking at in European industrial policy. Let's stop talking about climate neutrality. Let's talk about industrial neutrality. All of the people outside this Parliament and outside this Commission are asking for that to be done instead.
Thank you, Katri Kulmuni.
Arvoisa President, work which we do for tackling climate change is very important. It is only sensible that we act in a sustainable way. I suppose moderation would probably be a good guideline here. Unfortunately, however, during the last period in Europe, on the basis of our Green Deal, we had a lot of bad legislation. And we should not have bad legislation here. The worst thing that can happen, as we kind of seen in the world and heard here today, is that the bad legislation can increase the popularity of populist forces that sometimes even deny climate change altogether, which certainly does not contribute to the common goal of getting rid of fossil fuels. The more we rely on fossil fuels, the more money will flow out of Europe, and the worse our security of supply, our self-sufficiency and security will be.
Peter Liese.
Thank you, Peter Liese.
Liebe Kolleginnen,
colleagues, we have to keep the core of the Green Deal, but in achieving our targets, we also need to keep an eye on competitiveness and really cut back on red tape. The core of the Green Deal is the climate targets, as has been said a number of times, and in recent weeks the EPP has reaffirmed its commitment to those goals. We're not just doing that for the sake of our children and grandchildren, but also we're doing it for companies that have invested in climate action. The ETS is at the heart of the Green Deal. It's been said that that's a holy cow, but no, it's just the most successful instrument. It gives individuals the freedom to choose. It brings revenues, and while I have to say that the Czech paper, the presidency that created ETS2 with us, it's saying we want to defer it. But postponement is not going to help us. We want to make sure that the revenues from the ETS are targeted in terms of their beneficiaries. We need to help industry and our citizens and reduce bureaucracy. I know steelworks in Germany that wanted to decarbonise, but the boss said to me they need over 50 authorisations, separate authorisations from the authorities. If a single one of those doesn't come through, they can't go ahead. You can't allow that to happen. So with less bureaucracy, we can make it. Thank you.
Sophie Eriksson.
Thank you, Sophie Eriksson.
Thank you, President. The Moderates Party group is now calling into question the idea of making sure we have future jobs in the automobile industry. China and the US are looking at electric cars, but here the right want to just go into the ditch and talk about stuff that's going to be far more expensive for normal people. We have seen industry in Sweden make the right investments because of what we're doing here. They're waiting to see what is going to be done for the future, and that lack of certainty for future, you're pulling the rug under these industries. If we change the rules all the time, it's problematic. Is the car industry requesting this? What we need is infrastructure, increased demand, support the local societies, improve training for people who are going to take up these new jobs. So I'd like to reach out a hand to the moderates in this European Parliament. There are 150,000 Swedish workers who work in the car industry who I think are expecting that we're going to defend them. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie Rochagnon.
Dieu merci, il y a de la...
Thank you very much. Most factories have smokestacks, and I've seen many examples where smokestacks that don't emit smoke is the sign of a family company that's closed. The degrowth ideology has guided the Green Deal, and its main defenders now are talking about competitiveness and are waking up. They want to talk about industry while they're closing nuclear plants. And this is just what the Green Deal is asking for. A last-minute change after the hearings of the roadmap by the Commissioner for Energy to increase renewable energy in the European energy mix is bringing new targets for the European Commission. We're currently in an economic war, and we can't win that war unless if we shoot ourselves in the feet. This deal will kill our industry and our agriculture. We need to make this an independent Europe.
Andrej Krutulek. Thank you very much, Andrej Krutulek.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go back in this debate where we should have started, because what we have received from the Commission was one big nightmare. We kept receiving proposals without impact assessment or with an assessment that was done in order to meet the objectives of the Commission. We have sometimes heard there is no budgetary impact on the EU budget, but we have not been told that it has impact on member states, companies or people or everyone. If the Commission is to have elementary confidence, they must follow the following principles. First, a compulsory part of each legislative act should include impact assessment. Otherwise, it should be outright rejected. The same applies to delegated acts. Secondly, it has to be clear who will be impacted, including member states and economic sectors. And thirdly, if there are fundamental shifts during the negotiations, we have to redraw the impact assessment so that
Thank you very much, Andreas Cook.
Sehr geehrter Herr Präsident, werte
President, colleagues, the EU's economy is under pressure. What is at stake is jobs, the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of European citizens. Now, one reason for these problems are the wrong decisions being taken at the EU level in recent years. And I'm not talking about climate protection, that's not the problem, but the way in which climate protection has been pursued. Too many rules, too many orders and decrees, too many political philosophers is about thinking about what the best technology is. And that means business goes to third countries. It's bad for jobs, but it's also bad for the climate because businesses are going to those places where there are more emissions. We could have done things differently. Significant goals for CO2 emissions, yes, but not prescription of technologies. The attitude to technology in cars, progression, yes, not to over-regulation, yes, to renewable energies and saving. We need to keep climate protection as a goal, but we need to reconsider our path there. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Massimiliano Salini.
Grazie.
Thank you. We are facing an economic crisis with regards to the real European economy, which has two causes. The first has nothing to do with Green Deal and has to do with the short-termist decisions that we've taken by relying on single providers such as Russia for gas or single marketplaces such as China. But then there are causes that are due to some rigid interpretations and anachronistic interpretations of the Green Deal. There are some business associations that have, for example, talked about the increase of spending that companies have to pay for quotas, carbon quotas, in order to keep up with the investment in innovation. We have to... This is going to take sustainable products, such as those made in Europe, off the world marketplace. In order to solve this contradiction, we do have the tools we need. Some of them were mentioned, the revision of the electricity market, the revision of the ETS and CBAM, so that people don't think that in Parliament we're trying to lower our ambitions. On the contrary, we want to increase them. We want to be more ambitious with innovative European products on the world market. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Thomas Bayada.
Thank you very much, Thomas Bayada.
Kompetittività Ewropea li b'saħħitha għandha timxi.
A strong European competitiveness must go hand in hand with a Green Deal that is both ambitious and fair. The Green Deal reflects our shared commitment to a sustainable future for us and for our children. However, we must not ignore that it has an impact on small economies and vulnerable communities. Small states and islands are navigating unique challenges. Impact assessments are a critical tool. However, they fall short from reflecting Malta's specific realities. Our limited space and resources, our reliance on importation by air and sea, and our exposure to external shocks. Therefore, dear Commissioner, it is for this reason that several Maltese and Gozitan people feel that the Green Deal has neglected us. Therefore, and looking forward, I call for comprehensive and fair impact assessments created for each member state in order to truly reflect the realities of that country. A Green Deal for all means inclusion, balance and safeguards for local communities. Let us build a Europe with a future which is sustainable and competitive, where no one is left behind.
Antonio Tange.
Thank you very much. Antonio Tange Correa.
Senhor Presidente, Senhora Comissária.
President, Commissioner. This Green Deal is actually more like a black deal. A lot of things have been said, I don't need to rehash them, but looking at Portugal, my country, the Green Deal has had an effect on my country. It's very straightforward. Agricultural land has become given over to solar panels with destruction of flora and fauna as a result. Thousands of oaks have been cut down, the symbolic tree of our country. We see wind farms off the coast of Portuguese coast, the most precious thing we have. We live off the sea, and with these constructions, we are destroying our own security, our own tourism, our own fishing. That is what the Green Deal has brought to Portugal, the destruction of our economy, of our jobs and our society. Thank you.
Picaro Michel.
Michel Picaro.
President, Commissioner Ribeira, ladies and gentlemen. The Green Deal is a clear example of how the European Union is drafting legislation without looking at the impact that these policies will have on our own citizens. We can't deny that there are ecological objectives that the attention of which are forcing out other areas of our industry and agriculture. The Commission has started this back in 2015 with better legislation, with an idea to increase the quality of legislation that's produced. But with the Green Deal, what we're risking is producing legislation without having looked into whether this is worthwhile. And in doing so, we're not just risking the political choices that are being made, but also undermining the trust of citizens have in the European Union. For this reason, more than ever, we need laws that will actually deal with the challenges that our communities are facing, and which will respond to the needs of our citizens, making sure that every measure is sustainable, fair, and within reach of everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dina Boss.
Chairman, Commissioner Ribeira, dear colleagues, we are at a turning point. Not must we just prevent climate disaster, we must also be more competitive. Europe must work on both agendas. And let us be clear, no U-turn, no rolling back on our ambitious and needed Green Deal. We should not let China run away with the first place in changing to a low-carbon economy and be competitive. Our ability to compete and our need to decarbonize go hand in hand. To move forward, we need a clean industrial deal. And we must simplify existing rules. We must stop double reporting. We must remove bureaucracy in the EU system and in our countries. And we must build a lower electricity prices in there. We must invest together, and together we will stand stronger.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Paulius Saudargas.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Dear colleagues, European Union has the highest goals for decarbonization. However, not Europe itself is the main problem. The Asia-Pacific region leads global carbon dioxide emissions with approximately 18,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, driven largely by China, which alone accounts for about 30% of global emissions. Following this is North America, contributing around 15,000 metric tons. Europe produces significantly less, at approximately 10,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. Our efforts alone cannot resolve the global crisis. The fight against CO2 emissions must be a global endeavor. Let me ask you something. Why are the wealthy regions of the world investing much more in the climate change than the poorest? The answer is obvious. While facing poverty, unemployment, social exclusion, security threats, and other existential challenges, you will not bother about global warming. Europe is on the edge of huge economic problems. We will end up in the vicious circle. Fight for climate did not make us more competitive, and the angry society will not give the mandate for further green course. A strategy that sacrifices Europe's competitiveness risks undermining its ability to innovate and lead on the global stage. The priority must be ensuring our global competitiveness rather than engaging in an isolated battle against climate change. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Nicolas.
Thank you very much, Nicolas González Casares.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. And welcome to the plenary of the European Parliament, First Vice President. It's a wonderful news for Europe that you're sitting in this chair, because the European Green Deal is the only option for sustainable growth for Europe. It would be our biggest mistake if we scrapped it. According to Eurostat, electricity prices in Europe, it was highest in Spain in 2022. 2024 is Spain was the country that has grew most in the EU. We don't need to burn fossil fuels to achieve that. Either we decarbonise or they will decarbonise us. We need to electrify transport and all the industry that can be decarbonised. And that should be one of the goals of this clean, green New Deal. One last point, science. We have to believe in science. There can be no competitiveness without science. And looking backwards is not going to make us more competitive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eniko Győri.
Dear colleagues, Europe has spent the last few years under the delusion that it can alone stop global warming. It will bear all the costs, lead with good examples, and then everybody will follow. This was not the case. In the end, because of the crazy green ideology legislation, this has made the EU less competitive. In many cases, the Commission did not even realize what the impact would be. It has put an unbearable burden on the European economy and population, jeopardizing the sustainability of the European welfare model. And those outside did not follow. This is therefore a typical example of shooting oneself in the foot. A good step ahead is that due to the Budapest Declaration of Heads of State and Government, no legislation can be passed without an impact assessment and a competitiveness filter. The EPP promised change during the campaign, but then deceived voters and joined forces with the Godard Green Left. But the Patriots are pushing for change. We expect sensible proposals from the new Commission. We will protect European agriculture and industry, and will only accept the greening rules that we can realize. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Stürk.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, we know what the far-right forces in this House want. They want to go back on the Green Deal. But what does that mean? Going back on the Green Deal means going into a future of floods, of heat waves, of extremes. A future of water shortages, of ruined crops. A future of high costs, both financially and in human lives. The Green Deal is not only about fighting climate change. It's about creating a better life, a better future for all Europeans. So how do we make it happen? First and most importantly, we cannot go back on our goals, not just for our climate, but for our economy that needs predictability. Second, we need to make sure that the implementation is made as easy and unbureaucratic as possible. And third, we must make the Green Deal work for everyone, from small businesses to big industry, from urban centres to rural communities. Now is not the time to go back. It's the time to pave the way. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dariusz Joński.
Dziękuję. Panie Przewodniczący, Pani Komisarz.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Since the start of this term of office, the Parliament, week after week, has been meeting various businesses from various sectors of the European economy, building sector, cosmetics, ceramics, transport, automobile manufacturers. And all of these companies are telling us the same thing, regardless of the fact that they come from very different sectors. New laws on CO2 is killing our companies. I'd like to quote Donald Tusk, the Prime Minister in Poland, who said to reduce CO2 emissions, we're going to damage the European economy. It's difficult not to agree with him. And as ever, I want to give an example that I think works best today. The chemical sector, which at the start of the 21st century was really more powerful than the Chinese chemical sector, 3 times stronger, and now it's been reversed, 4 times stronger in China. In 25 years alone, this has changed. Why? Well, the answer is simple. Countries like China that aren't subjected to our rules and regulations are taking over our markets. And I can tell you that what Europe is not doing, others will do. And it's the same with the agreement with Mercosur and perhaps with the food coming in that we can't check but don't meet our standards. It's the same for CO2 emissions. And I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity I've been given to appeal to the Commissioner on the front of competitiveness. We need new rules, new principles. We need to defend rather than kill the European economy. We need to have a cheap electricity market for today's world.
Javi Lopez.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you to the Vice President Ribera. This is a very necessary debate, and we deserve to have it. This House deserves to have it on the Green Deal. But because it's so important, it needs to be an intellectually honest debate. Firstly, European economic problems over the last few years, do they have to do with the green regulation, or are they to do with our dependence on fossil fuels, such as during the energy crisis that pushed gas prices up, and the end of a model based on easy gas coming from Russia? In fact, the countries who have developed renewable energy fastest, such as Spain, are the ones that have the best economic results. So this debate has to be coherent. And those of us who have been making this regulation need to take responsibility for it. So we need to do what we know how to do. The US distorts the market, and in Europe we need an intelligent approach, and it's not enough, and that's what we need to debate. We need investment in compensation mechanisms and industrial policy for this mandate. That should be the debate that we should have because we deserve it.
Merci beaucoup, cher Vice-Président. Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel Bloem.
President, Commissioner, the Green Deal, Fit for 55, ETS, Zero Pollution Act, rule upon rule, one more compelling than the next. We're losing legal certainty and businesses are suffering. And in the meantime, we're seeing deregulation in the US and China supporting all its businesses. And here in Europe, we are the champion in producing rules, not without actually checking to see if these rules are actually tenable, sustainable or payable. Better late than never, we would support an impact assessment being carried out where the impact on jobs, the economy and competitiveness would have to be taken into consideration. We're here to frame policies and help our citizens, so it's high time that the European Union learns from its mistakes. Stop foisting rules on our people based on ideologies. Listen to the sector itself. Base your policy on facts. That's the only way we can have strong entrepreneurial class and do not leave our citizens in the lurch.
Thank you very much. Sigrid Friis, please.
Stærk konkurrence?
Is it a choice between Green Deal and competitiveness? No, when you're dealing with global warming, you look at the danger of not actually having an economy to boast. So there's no false comparison between competitiveness and climate targets. I think everybody can agree here that the EU economy needs to get stronger, as does our competitiveness. At the moment, USA's president is called Trump, but as we move forward and try to improve our economy, we can't backtrack on the green transition. Quite the opposite. We need to put it on a fast track. That's common sense and good business when we exchange expensive foreign fuels coming from hostile states to renewable energy that we can produce ourselves. So let's invest in renewable energy, electrification, and enhance competitiveness, improve prices. It's not just good for the wallet, it's also good for the planet. I very much hope, Commissioner, that the first item on your agenda will be to maintain our goals as we move forwards on renewable energy and climate.
Thank you very much. Angelika Winzig.
Kommissarin.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The Green Deal brought in by Mr. Timmermans with a promise that this was going to help the future. Unfortunately, he broke the promise, and we saw that reporting obligations, heavyweight red tape, and huge increases in costs for our businesses came with this. Now, decarbonisation cannot lead to deindustrialisation. This is something I maintained on many an occasion, because we cannot undermine the competitiveness of Europe. The Inflation Reduction Act is something that the US brought in. We saw that relocation of European businesses has become palpable. To avoid this in the future, we have to have a comprehensive and high-quality impact assessments to be carried out for any legal proposal. And these impact assessments have to have a binding competitiveness check. That, unfortunately, was not the case in the previous term of office. I've been running businesses for many a long year, but the situation in the economy is something I haven't seen since 2007, 2008, during the financial crisis. Hence, Commissioner, I urge you, look at competitiveness, put it front and central, and give entrepreneurs more freedom.
Gilles. Thank you very much. Gilles Penel, please.
Le Pacte Vert est...
The Green Deal was come up with by pseudo-ecologists, the Khmer Vert, because they want to destroy everything. They want to destroy the European economic power. What is regrettable is that the European Commission is continuing in this ideology. This Green Deal was brought in without an impact assessment, so we don't know what that is. In the world of agriculture, it means that yields are down, profits are down. In industry, we will destroy the European car industry, and along with it, hundreds of thousands of jobs. China says thank you. The US says thank you. Mercosur says thank you. Your Green Deal is a planned and organized suicide for the European economy. When you have destroyed the most virtuous economy in the world, we're going to have to import products manufactured on the other side of the world with polluting methods. Shooting ourselves in the foot seems to be the watchword of your European Union.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. Oihan Aguirre-Gautier.
Bienvenida, comisaria.
Welcome, Commissioner. You're in your first 100 days, and it's perhaps the time to share targets and commitments and concerns. Ours are very much related to the closure of facilities in Navarra and the Siemens facilities. We're seeing a lack of investment, a lack of competitiveness, and a risk to jobs. So it's important to coordinate industrial policy and the Green Deal. There's a lot at stake. We're working in many directions, both for current and future generations. Do not doubt our firm commitment to sustainability. I think this will give us strategic autonomy and give us quality jobs in strategic sectors. But what we can see is that decarbonisation and electrification processes are asking for simplification, financial tools, more single market, appropriate tools, digital, electrical and environmental, and demand management. So we are looking for an improved competitiveness fund that can meet the challenges. We just want you to confirm a date for the confirmation of these policies, which will be February.
Matej.
Thank you very much. Matej Tonin.
Cilj zelenega prehoda je bil, da zmanjšamo izpuste CO2.
The purpose of the Green Deal was to reduce CO2 emissions. Did we? We didn't. Timmermans' Green Deal was a political and ideological campaign which did not deliver. The green transition is something that billions of euros were invested into over the past years, but the objectives remain unattained because the green transition is something that has been undertaken ideologically instead of scientifically. It was more important to follow slogans instead of specific concrete results. We have more regulation, higher electricity prices, tired farmers, and a languishing automobile industry. Commissioner Ribeira, it is incredible that you insist on the green transition, which only deepens Europe's dependency and destroys our economy. Europe cannot save the planet through self-destruction, but we can save it through technological development. The purpose and the aim of the green transition cannot be achieved through additional regulation and prohibitions, but only through technological development. In order to have clean, sustainable energy, we need nuclear power plants. We have to bring down the level of bureaucracy for our farmers, and in the production of combustion engines, we are world leaders, so we have to do away with the prohibition post-2035 and thus allow the world to use high-quality vehicles. We can save this planet if we will be world leaders in technological development, not in prohibition. Thank you.
Chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Jeanette Balger, please.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. I hear more and more reports about a reduction in investment in European industry. In many locations, there's a fear that the areas such as Rotterdam, Antwerp, the Ruhr area is becoming more and more expensive to do business in. Now, the Green Deal is a necessary step, and I think we should stand by it, but stability is also necessary for a good and healthy entrepreneurship climate. We mustn't deny that. Our competitiveness in Europe needs to be restored. So we need to look at the Green Deal programme. We need to see how it's having an effect on the industrial clusters. We need to tweak things. And also we need to look at the impact for the whole chain. Because without solutions, we're not just going to lose in European industry, but our value chains are going to lose as well. And we know that industry needs to be more resilient for the future, but there lacks demand as well. So I'd call on the Commission to make sure that they create a genuine market for clean industrial products, and that's extremely important.
Nerudova.
Thank you very much. Danusha Nerudova.
Colleagues, Green Deal has become a toxic world in my country and in many others across the EU. Why? Because people are afraid. We are crafting the rules which lead to high costs of living. Populists, including some in this very House, are fueling the frustration. It doesn't matter how often we highlight the Green Deal successes: cleaner air, healthier forests, safer water, or protection of climate. People do not listen anymore. The truth is, we are lacking proper cross-impact assessment. We need to be able to adapt to today's geopolitical and energy realities. Our strategy must be ambitious pragmatism. Fight for the planet while standing with the people. Protect the vulnerable and give them the tools and support they need to adapt. And have competitiveness and social justice at the core of these assessments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Christine Schneider. No, apologies. It's Karin Karlsbro.
Herr talman.
President, Commission, ladies and gentlemen, public. Now, at the end of the year, we can note that 2024 has been the warmest year ever recorded. It's going to be the first time that the average temperature of a calendar year has been above 1.5 degrees warmer than the pre-industrial era. Almost 20 years ago, we had the Stern Report, as it was called, that suggested that the advantages with us taking action now would outweigh the costs of having to address this later. So the climate crisis has a cost. An ambitious climate policy with common rules, a level playing field for industry, and common rules for everybody is the way forward for everybody and for growth. Getting rid of green policies and environmental policies will just make all of us more poor.
Thank you very much. Christine Schneider, please.
Herr Präsident, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren!
President, ladies and gentlemen, the Green Deal is a key step for the future of the EU. Our target for 2050 of climate neutrality cannot be questioned. It's our promise to future generations and a climate neutral Europe, which is both prosperous and competitive. At the same time, it's right to say that we need to strike an effective and successful path towards that goal and review it. And that is dependent upon assessments that take into account the social, economic and environmental impact, including the element of competitiveness. We need to see whether the measures that we've set to achieve our goals are contributing and what potential impact they're having on business. Unfortunately, in the past, it was often the case that the impact assessments were insufficient, and the impact of green NGOs had, well, too much clout. So in this legislative period, we need that to change, because excessive bureaucracy is a danger to the implementation of the Green Deal. Reporting, rules, excessive burdens on business, they don't have the time or energy in these cases for innovation and sustainable growth. We need to strike the right balance between protecting the environment and a strong economy, because they can only go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jens Giesecke, please.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President Ribeira, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the situation is serious. I'm somewhat taken aback when I hear people from the S&D like Timo Völken saying that planning security and legal certainty is under attack. I don't know if you've talked to the workers of the VW plant who are being threatened with losing their jobs. Loss of jobs, industrial decapacity is a reality. The Green Deal, I have to say, hasn't proven to be successful yet. So we need a change in policy, and it's maybe up to you, Mr. Ribeira, to act, although it's not your fault that Frans Timmermans' Green Deal's failed. Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the Commission, has said we need a green industrial deal. But the prerequisite for this is that there is a will for change. Competitiveness in industry has to be brought back to be the central focus of what we're doing, and we need to correct the mistakes of the Green Deal. We need technological openness. In the ban on industrial internal combustion engines is running counter to that. We need to look at using all forms of fuel. That's how to be successful. It would be the same for the airline industry, have a level playing field. I'm in favour of SAF quotas in aviation as well, but because we have to make aviation more sustainable. But if these quotas only apply for European airlines and not for their competitors, then we're actually damaging our location as a place to do business, and also our workers and our jobs. So let's bring an end to red-green ideology. Let us be pragmatic and realistic. That will get us back on the track to success.
Thank you very much. The last speaker on today's list is Isabel Benjumea. Thank you very much, President. Madam Vice President, let me warn you that it's very dangerous and irresponsible to impose an ideology as if it was a kind of sacred doctrine that nobody can question, disagree with, or debate. If somebody questions the excesses of the requirements of the Green Deal, the short deadlines, and the effects that it will have on the economy, they are not committing blasphemy, nor are they questioning the need to protect the environment. At recent European elections, citizens' message was clear. We cannot close down entire key industries, lose hundreds of thousands of jobs, and take away our competitiveness just to meet some climate goals that nobody else in the world wants to meet. We have to review these goals on our strategic industries, and we also have to put farmers back at the centre of our economy, as well as SMEs and families. We can't just spend and use transition strategies that are just subsidies that increase our public debt and our fiscal pressure. We have to review these policies and adapt them to reality. And what I'm particularly sad about is that given your quite poor record in Spain, Vice President, you are not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we've come to the end of this debate, and I'd like to now give the floor to Ms. Teresa Ribera, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, and thanks to you all for your comments and suggestions and the proposal to work together based on facts, respect and ideas. Thanks also to the representation of the European citizens being seated up there following this very important debate. We talk about competitiveness and innovation, but if you are sincerely worried, you know that it is important to be honest on the assessment of the rooting causes of today's problems. The technology race is ongoing, as you were saying. The technology waves explain many things of what it is happening. We are not alone in the world, and others have already identified opportunities and bet on them. But the good thing is that we have more instruments and capacities to build a new paradigm of prosperity and inclusiveness. And this is very precisely what the Green Deal intends to achieve. So I could make you an ask, a pledge. We have many, many, many challenges. Let's not waste our time denying science and reality, including the economic reality and the geopolitical context. Let's concentrate on the ways to face the challenges. You ask for simplicity and clarity, and I agree, but do not fool ourselves. We cannot build prosperity or competitiveness based on what we do not have today, for instance, fossil fuels, or what we will be missing in the future if we are not consistent. For instance, relevant environmental services, stability, fresh water, fertile soil, as IPBES showed it yesterday very well. But still, as I said, we have solid strengths, and we know we deliver success when we act united and in a consistent manner. You claim world action. Me too. And I could say the large majority of the human beings in this planet ask for world action on climate. We need all joining, and we Europeans make our best efforts to get everybody on board. In fact, the way we have managed the CBAM mechanism in our borders has made possible that today there are 27 more schemes to deal with emissions in other countries, and that there are other geographies, other business, other industries outside Europe betting and developing and delivering on click tech. So let's not fool ourselves. Let's be sure that we do not exclude ourselves out of this technology race. We ask for predictability and stability. You ask for predictability and stability, consistent with today's world and with tomorrow's horizons. So let's concentrate on the real data, on the needs and impacts on the people if we do not act, on the skills and education that we need, on the real problems that we are facing and that we will still need to face. Let's facilitate the pathways to ensure that we do not waste money, but invest to create opportunities and long-lasting successful industrial realities, instead of coping with the terrible economic impacts of climate change or the cost of missing the train of opportunities that are already ongoing. Let's build economic prosperity instead of undermining the conditions of success. Let's ensure fairness and broad involvement, as well as the participation of the different players. I have to say, I have to insist, you will always count on me to discuss the ways forward, even if there may be difficulties or different points of view. But, as I have already said, I won't play games based on lies, ideological rejections, or distraction. So, again, thanks a lot for inviting me to join this opportunity to exchange views, and again, count on me to keep on going. Thanks a lot.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ribera. Now, let me give the floor to Mr. Barnapal Zygmunt for the Council.
Thank you, Mr. President, and honourable members, Commissioner Ribera. Thank you very much for this discussion. What I take from it is that we share many of the same concerns when it comes to putting us on the right track to a future competitive Europe in the world economy. The EU should remain ambitious yet realistic in pursuing the goals of the green and digital transitions. The EU's commitment to the objective of climate neutrality by 2050 remains unchanged. At the same time, we should deploy all instruments and policies in a comprehensive and coherent manner at European, national and regional levels to reach our objective of increasing competitiveness across the European Union. We look forward to the publication of the new Clean Industrial Green for competitive industries and quality jobs. Thank you very much again for your attention, and I do hope that the year 2025 will be a year of peace and prosperity, and I wish you for all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you for all.
Merci beaucoup pour.
Thank you very much for those wishes. I close the debate. And now the agenda calls for a declaration from the Commission to promote social dialogue, collective bargaining and the right to strike in the European Union. And I have the pleasure of welcoming Ms. Minzatu, Ms. Roxana Minzatu, on behalf of the Commission. She is an Executive Vice President. I'll give you a moment to take the podium, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, honourable members. Social dialogue. It's a cornerstone of our European social model with the unique role of social partners recognised in our founding treaties. It is also one of the key principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Supporting it is therefore a priority for our Commission and for me personally. Strong social dialogue and collective bargaining benefit us all, be it workers, employers, governments and societies, and are also powerful tools to promote equality. By joining forces, we can better find solutions to the key challenges our economies and societies face. This is why, in my first days in office, I met with the European-level social partners, the trade unions and the employers alike. It was crucial for me to establish a strong and effective partnership from the outset. We should be proud of our European social dialogue model and defend it passionately. But we should not take it for granted. Social dialogue faces challenges, even in Europe, from the decrease in the coverage of collective bargaining to the lack of proper involvement of social partners in policy making. As you know, the right to strike is specifically mentioned in the treaty in Article 153 as a field that does not fall under the competence of the Union. At the same time, the right of collective bargaining and action is enshrined in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. These provisions are applicable to the Member States when they are implementing EU legislation. Our Union acquis on employees' involvement in companies sets out EU-wide standards across very diverse national industrial systems. We have a comprehensive set of directives on information and consultation of workers, which aim to ensure workers' involvement and to protect their rights, notably in restructuring. It is of the essence that this legal framework is properly implemented and enforced across all Member States. Now, still, with the labour market adapting to new forms of work and labour and skills shortages threatening to disrupt our businesses, our livelihoods, we need to make sure that social dialogue thrives at all levels. And I will start by building on the initiatives of the previous Commission and ensuring that the existing instruments lead to concrete progress on the ground. First, the Directive on Adequate Minimum Wages, which promotes collective bargaining across member states. The deadline for the transposition of the directive was November 15th, and most member states have already notified that transposition, which we will now assess. As the next step, member states with collective bargaining coverage below 80% must establish by the end of the next year, 2025, an action plan to promote collective bargaining with the close involvement of social partners. You can count on me to promote and monitor the implementation of this important European law. Secondly, we have the 2023 Council recommendation on strengthening the EU dialogue, the EU social dialogue, which calls on member states to ensure an enabling environment for social dialogue, including for collective bargaining. Member states will also have to submit by November next year a list of measures prepared in consultation with social partners to implement this recommendation. Together with the member states, we need to ensure that both of these instruments will lead to increased coverage of collective bargaining across Europe. Third, to make social dialogue in transnational companies more effective, I will do the utmost to help the negotiations conclude successfully, I hope, on the revision of the European Works Council Directive. To strengthen social dialogue at EU level, and as announced in the political guidelines of this Commission, we will also develop a new pact for European social dialogue. Our ambition is to have it by the end or early 2025, maybe by the end of January, with European trade unions and employers signed. I am confident that this pact will boost social dialogue in the European Union and enable social partners to play an even stronger role in the future. It is very important that social partners play a central role in our policy making. This is why we will also develop the Quality Jobs Roadmap together with the involvement of our social partners. It will support good working conditions. I aim to include in training and fair job transitions, and obviously to include the increase of collective bargaining coverage. Quality jobs should be the trademark of a competitive Europe. We need to put people and their jobs at the center stage, while we strive for a more competitive Europe and move forward with a just transition. And I am certain that by working closely with social partners, we will achieve just that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, and I'll give the floor now to the EPP, Denis Radka.
Herr Vizepräsident, Frau Kommissarin, liebe
Vice President, Commissioner, the debate today is very timely because if we look at the implementation of the European minimum wage in national law, the EU has now strayed into the policy of member states, and the majority of nation states haven't delivered. So the job for you, my dear friend Roxana, is quite clear. We need now to exert pressure, namely to ensure that the directive on the minimum wage is implemented in national law in all states, and we also need to ensure that what we have done as a parliament in the last mandate, what we've worked for, a clear target setting of 80% collective bargaining in each member state of the EU, becomes mandatory with clear consequences if that threshold is not achieved. And the EU Commission has to put forward a plan of action and implement that. I remain of the firm conviction that the question of what is a fair wage is not something that will be resolved by the minimum wage rules, however they're designed. But the question of what is fair and just will ultimately be answered through collective bargaining. And that's why we wanted to increase the rates of collective bargaining throughout Europe. With a view to the right to strike, obviously, we can work within our competences. There are certain limits on our ability to address the right to strike, but I think it's almost unacceptable that we still have member states where the right to strike are not secured in law. So I think we have to understand our role as a parliament and call on member states to fill those gaps in legislation, because a right to strike is fundamental if we're talking about the future of collective bargaining. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Socialists and Democrats, Madame Kouremans.
President, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues. As the Georgian President reminded us this morning, the repression of social movements is the watchword of authoritarian regimes. The right to association, to consultation or strike are fundamental rights that are enshrined at an international and European level. That's in theory. In practice, we are more and more seeing attacks on the freedom of trade unions and the trade unions. Finland and Belgium, for example, where there are bans on holding up traffic with sentences going up to prison. People only use strikes or protests when it's necessary, especially when collective bargaining is not respected or when multinational companies such as Tesla or Amazon attack workers' rights and have anti-trade union practices. However, collective bargaining is essential and is in the interest of companies because it guarantees not only calm social ambiance, but also creates health and safety in the workplace. The European Union needs to continue to defend and promote democracy at work based on the Minimum Wage Directive, which establishes clear objectives when it comes to the coverage of collective bargaining and agreements. The Commission needs to make sure that this directive is transposed as soon as possible in all member states, and in future it's urgent to adopt a directive on the fair transition which will allow us to get ahead of change and protect jobs.
Thank you. On behalf of the Patriots Group, Madame Isabella Tovaglieri for 1.5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, today in Italy we are seeing a terrible event unfolding where trains are cancelled, traffic's brought to a halt, the underground is stopped and damage to the tune of millions of euros. And all of this, why is this happening? Well, because Landini and 3 trade union activists have decided to become the armed wing of the Democratic Party, and maybe they're going to want to become MEPs in the next elections. These actions are radicalizing a law and a right because they're affecting millions of workers. They're just using political propaganda for their own electoral ends. More than 1,500 strikes just in the year 2024 alone. Well, Mr. Landini, what about the Green Deal when this was being adopted here, forcing us to shed thousands of jobs? And what about when we agreed to destroy the Italian automotive industry and have relocating industries to China? And maybe they'll join Pride with Schlein and others, but what about the workers who, because of these policies, are losing their jobs? The left wing, including Mr. Landini, who seems to be their main ally.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the ECR Group, Mr. Francesco Torselli for 1 minute.
Colleagues, Vice President, the Commission wants to promote the right to strike and social dialogue in the 26 countries of the European Union. I've said 26 because in Italy we have other problems. We have CGIL, which pretends not to see when the government gives 6.5 million to Stellantis and then pay off their shareholders. Landini is calling for social revolt today because the government has only asked for 3.6 billion from the banking sector, but it was quiet when the government bailed out the banks. Strikes and collective bargaining are serious things, very serious things, and here we are discussing it. And are you sure that trade unions are the best people placed to defend workers' rights? I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the Renew Europe Group, Madam Jana Tom.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. I believe nowhere in our Union is the need for social dialogue more urgent, unfortunately, than in my home country, Estonia. Lowest collective bargaining coverage in the whole EU. Around 90% of workforce is not covered by collective bargaining, and only 6% are members of the union. So working people do not have their say as our economy is undergoing major changes. Here is an example. After 10 days of striking, our teachers managed to get 17 euros increase in their monthly salary, which is a joke. The way forward is already written in European legislation. The Minimum Wage Directive, which requires strengthening of social partners and action plan to increase collective bargaining coverage. I see very few steps being made by Estonia, despite being the worst performer. The government has only pointed to already existing legislation, saying they've done enough already. What a joke again. So those of you who are skeptical about this directive, collective bargaining and trade unions as such, look at us, don't follow this example. Thank you.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the Greens, Madam Maria Ohisalo for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja. Mr. President and the Commission, the world would look very different without labor unions. But now the right, with the support of the extreme right, is eroding workers' rights and trade unions' conditions across Europe. There has been a shift from a culture of agreement to dictation and bullying. In Finland, too, the government is driving down workers' rights by limiting unemployment benefits, the rights to strike, and the freedom of contract. Finland has just decided to restrict the work and independence of wage negotiations, thus strengthening the wage gap between female-dominated sectors and public sectors. By limiting the space of mediation, all that is left is industrial actions. When the workers need more support, we all in Europe need more a culture of agreement and trust.
On behalf of the Left Group, Madam Lee Anderson for 1 minute.
Commissioner, in September, I visited a group of young Swedish car mechanics who work at the Tesla workshop in Umeå. They were ordinary girls and boys who at the time had been on strike for over a year. Why? To protect their right to make collective agreements. The Tesla example shows why safeguarding the right to collective bargaining and the right to strike is increasingly important. They are fundamental tools for ordinary people and workers to protect their democratic rights. And they are tools to safeguard that people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos, the richest men in the world, cannot dictate the rules in the labour market as they wish. That is also why the EU needs to safeguard these rights. Implementation of the Minimum Wage Directive is extremely important, but the EU also needs new tools to strengthen collective bargaining through reforming the rules of public procurement and through the use of social conditionality to improve workers' rights as part of the green industrial policies to be launched. This is the time to stand firmly in solidarity with Europe's workers.
And now, Madam Bishop from the Socialists and Democrats, 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President, Executive Vice President Vitsatu, welcome to this first discussion at the House of European Democracy on such an important issue, the foundations of rights for European workers. And I would invite all workers throughout Europe to hear what Mr. Toselli or Tovaglieri are saying on behalf of the Patriots for Europe or the ECR. It's hostile to employees because, well, let me quote somebody who said, "Show me a country where there are no strikes, and I'll show you a country where there is no freedom." That is an absolutely clear way of painting that difference. There is no right to strike in autocracies, and we need to ensure that we're not constantly limiting the right to strike. If you want to do your job properly, and this Commission wants to do its job properly, well, you have to recognise that good jobs and good wages don't grow on trees. Strengthening collective bargaining and labour legislation means that workers have the right to go to the streets to protest so that they can speak to their employers on an equal footing. So we, as a parliament, as the House of Democracy, need to make sure that the right to strike and the right to bargain collectively are maintained. We need to protect them, extend them, particularly when they come under pressure for change.
And now, Mr. Tomasz Buczek for 1 minute.
Szanowni Państwo, mamy tu dzisiaj debatować.
Colleagues, today we're here to talk about social dialogue and the right to strike. A proposal for the European Commission would be the following. Promoting social dialogue in your own institutions would be the best idea, particularly before you implement your stupid ideas which lead to strikes, because they are never going to be accepted by societies. These are not positive reforms. I would like you to recognise your mistakes. The European Commission, in strategic issues for the European economy, has taken decisions in an authoritarian way against the beliefs of citizens or specialists or people from the concerned sectors. You take them as being elites, and for you, others cannot be right. While in reality, well, you're not looking at reality straight on. You don't take others' opinions into account. Is that what social dialogue is for you? You are mistaken in your policies. You cannot face your mistakes. And you can't have a dialogue with society, and you are not sufficient.
Thank you. Madam Benedetta Scuderi for 1 minute.
Presidente.
1 in 10 workers in Europe is at risk of poverty, completely inadequate levels of remuneration. They're being condemned to precarity and austerity for the length of their life. And faced with that, instead of improving the conditions of work, what we're hearing from the right is that the right to strike should be abolished because it gets in their way. It's uncomfortable. So it's better to work in poverty.
Could you do it a bit slowly so interpreters cannot manage? So I received the signal. You can start again, but please a bit slower, yeah? So otherwise we lost interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Un lavoratore su 10.
1 in 10 workers in Europe is at risk of poverty with a level of income that's completely unacceptable. A whole generation is in precarity, and austerity is affecting everybody's lives. And faced with all this, the right wing, instead of thinking of improving working conditions for workers, they're saying that the problem is the right to strike because it's uncomfortable for them. What about the discomfort of living in poverty and having to lose the income from those days you spend on strike? So we need to look at this. Minister Salvini in Italy, for example, is threatening to remove the right to strike. And there are people like him and in the rest of Europe as well who want to silence workers. We know that we have collective bargaining, but they don't want to look at this because that would improve workers' rights and would actually stop striking. So we need to take a different approach because the working class is not, the conditions of the working class is not negotiable. We need to have a genuine social dialogue which has to be implemented in allowing people to put their own voice and have it heard.
Just unfortunately, some of interpreters were not able to even on the second time. So you lost your impact, so you're speaking so fast. So, so thank you. So okay. So next speaker, Leila Shaibi.
Chers collègues, Madame la
Colleagues, Madam Commissioner, some of you have already ordered your Christmas presents on Amazon. In warehouses or in trucks, Amazon workers are replacing Santa's elves. Some workers in a warehouse in the north of France told me about the scary number of workplace accidents and the constant threats to their workers' rights. I would like to salute these workers around the world who are fighting for dignified working conditions. These are basic requirements. This should not be a letter to Santa. Amazon won't stop there. It's also trampling on our democratic institutions. It's ignoring our cries and sabotages our parliamentary missions. We, from our access badges, we have deactivated these access badges for Amazon's lobbyists. Commissioners, it's not going to be Father Christmas who brings our workers' rights. We have to get these workers' rights respected. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Jan Peter Warnke for 1 minute.
Herr Präsident, Frau
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the facts are that the EU today is made up of banks and big business. Social inequality is growing and social rights are being trampled. In times of crisis, social rights and the right to collective bargaining and the right to strike are subjugated to the single market. I remember the court ruling on Lafayette and Viking, which said that with strikes, specific rules have to apply. Supply chains have to be secured without this limiting the principle to strike in principle. In the Wagenknecht Alliance in Germany, we want to ensure that rights are protected in times of crisis as well. There is a need for a clause for progress in the EU treaties. We stand on the side of workers and their rights to these essential rights. Thank you very much. I wish you all a happy Christmas.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Mr. Johan Danielsson for 1.5 minutes.
President, Commissioner Minzato, every week more than 100 companies join the Swedish model for collective bargaining. But despite the fact that it's been a year that's passed since the strike was started at Tesla, Tesla is still not one of those companies that's joined our model. And I would say to Elon Musk, this is untenable. Tesla's activity is un-Swedish, it's anti-European and disrespects the order that has applied in Sweden since 1938. But it's also just stupid, because collective agreements don't just guarantee pay rises for employees, but also lead to stability and innovation for European companies. And to you employees who are on strike, I would like to say the following. Hold on and hold out. You're not just fighting for your own rights, but also for your comrades in Sweden and elsewhere in Europe. Because no company, regardless of who owns it, can come here and trample on our traditions, our trade unions, and our model of collective bargaining agreements, full stop. Ladies and gentlemen, the threat is not just coming from foreign billionaires, however, it's also coming from member states within our own union. In the same way that today, we are freezing in payments to those countries who fail to uphold principles of the rule of law. We have to also start acting against those member states that are abusing people's fundamental right to organise in a trade union. Rules that we cannot impinge on. We cannot impinge on people's fundamental right to organise in unions and strike for work.
Thank you, and now I give the floor to Mr. Per Clausen for 1 minute.
Strejkeretten og retten til kollektiv.
The right to strike and collective bargaining is absolutely key, fundamental rights of freedom in the labour market. And that's why reactionary forces and the far right see it as a threat. Musk and Bezos also want to do business in Europe, but they don't want to abide by the rules. So we've seen the brave Swedish workers in Tesla who are exercising their rights, or Amazon workers who are striking again and again. As politicians, we needed to inspire ourselves from their courage and hope that we can do something to help them. We can guarantee the right to strike and collective bargaining and also ensure that public money only goes to those who treat their workers properly. No to exploitation, and yes to these rights. Thank you.
Maria.
Thank you, and now Madam Maria Zacharia for 1 minute.
The rule of law in Greece has collapsed. The right to strike is being criminalised, and collective bargaining is being outlawed. The courts are in service to repression rather than justice. Why is Europe covering for the Mitsotakis government? You share responsibility for the measures taken against workers. Why did you order the memoranda that did away with collective bargaining for the minimum wage? Why did you let the European directive become a useless piece of paper? Why did you make it impossible to sign collective agreements and force workers to go to arbitration? Why can collective agreements not be extended to all workers in a sector? Why are 9 in 10 strikes deemed illegal by the Greek courts? Why can't workers go on strike even when their colleagues are being killed in industrial accidents? Why are companies making billions in profits while workers go hungry? Why did you leave the Greek population in poverty for 15 years? All of you together have destroyed the right to work. You trample the dignity of my people. Thousands are asking why. When will we get an answer?
Next speaker is Eero Heinäluoma for 1 minute.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. President, workers' rights and cooperation of social partners are part and parcel of the European model. Let us cherish this also in this legislative term that has only started. Respect for the right of association of workers and their right to strike also belong to the European tradition and thinking. At the same time, we know that striking is, however, always the last option that should be resorted to. Tesla and Elon Musk's action in Sweden is untenable, unbearable. It shows what difference there is between US business and the European way of doing business. Cooperation must be enabled, and this has also to do with European Works Councils and how to strengthen them. This proposal by the Commission will be discussed tomorrow. Colleagues, be bold and vote for this very good report. It's part of European sustainable model and competitiveness.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Madam Estrela Galan for 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. Because of social dialogue in Spain, my country, the Ministry of Labour has successfully negotiated, together with social partners, fundamental agreements to improve the life of people in the country, agreeing to a labour reform which has improved the quality and quantity of jobs, seen increases in the minimum wage, and establishing non-discrimination rules for LGBTQI+. In this ongoing process of improvements, employers have now left the negotiating table to go against these agreements, despite the fact that there is a mandate for improvements. In democracy, you improve things, you negotiate, and you don't use social dialogue to block the implementation of a measure which has the full support of the Spanish citizenry. So to Spanish employers, we want to say from here that it is no longer possible to rule a country through a telephone call from the powerful. It is important that we understand this principle.
Thank you. And now Mr. Lefteris Nikolaou Alavanos for 1 minute.
21 member states do not have collective agreements. Governments refuse to adopt collective agreements, such as in Greece, where only 9 in 43 have been adopted as binding. There are countries in which trade union activity is illegal. In Greece, as elsewhere, trade unionists are fired and strikes are continually declared illegal or abusive. The recent minimum wage directive has showed us what lies ahead, prioritising companies' profits, abolishing the collective labour agreement and collective bargaining. Moving to a war economy to capitalise on accumulated capital and shoring up monopolies' profits, and given the context of preparations for a general imperialist war, it means escalating the assault on labour, hitting wages and pensions, social rights, and increasing repression. Faced with this situation, workers are stepping up their fight for collective agreements, increased wages, social rights based on their current needs and possibilities. They're fighting the EU, its governments, the exploitative system, poverty war, and big business profiteering.
Thank you. And now Madam Idoia Mendia for 1 minute.
Madam Commissioner, this Parliament has made a commitment to promoting collective bargaining, collective agreements and the right to strike. Trade union activity is always complicated, but today we're facing additional new challenges. There is a fierce campaign to attack the trade union movement, and it's coming from economic sectors, politicians and the media. And we can't take our eye off the ball. Behind these speeches and the subtle legislative changes being suggested, there's a clear objective. They want to make the function of trade unions disappear, which are the collective representatives of workers. It's fighting on several fronts. Those who question their representativeness or the presence of trade unionists. And let me go back to what I said at the beginning. We can't take our eyes off things. We are suffering an attack on the last European bastion against large economic lobbies.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Madam Özlem Demirel for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. We've heard a lot of participation in this discussion, and particularly voices coming from the right. I think we need to recognise that what we're hearing says a lot about the policies of these political groups here, particularly on the right. We need to strengthen workers' rights. The truth is that the rights of employees in times of crisis are often watered down. While dividends go to shareholders, and at the same time, colleagues are worried about their jobs. More and more people are seeing their wages being eaten away by inflation. The truth is that we're seeing attacks on the right to strike. The truth is that the calls on the workers to water down their demands are getting louder. But when are the owners and the shareholders going to have to make sacrifices? When is business going to step up to the plate? We need a partnership, and we need to protect the rights of workers and not just the rights of businesses.
Next speaker, Eon O'Riordan, for 1 minute.
Workers must have the right to organise. The Adequate Minimum Wages Directive passed by this House 2 years ago came into effect last month. It sets minimum targets for coverage of workers under collective bargaining arrangements. Shamefully, Ireland is one of the countries that did not implement this directive by the November deadline. This failure did not come as a surprise. The Irish government know what they are doing. They are hoping nobody will notice. Ireland is one of the worst performers in terms of collective bargaining in the EU, with just 40% of workers covered by agreements. 1 in 5 workers in Ireland are in low-paid jobs, with women and those from marginalised communities disproportionately represented among those numbers. We have seen growing evidence of aggressive tactics by employers to block trade union access and undermine workers' rights to organise, and they are being aided and abetted by the Irish government. Workers deserve a government that prioritises their rights and respects its EU obligations. This directive is not just a piece of legislation. It's a lifeline for millions of workers across Europe, and our government's failure to act is inexcusable. Transpose the directive now.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Pasquale Tridico, for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, colleghi della sinistra, visto che...
Colleagues on the left, because there's nobody here from the right, left. The right to strike is a fundamental instrument of freedom and justice and is guaranteed in our constitution and the treaties, but today it's under attack. In Italy, Mr. Salvini has tried to attack the right to strike on every opportunity. This is completely unacceptable. The right to strike is there. People who are striking are not fighting against a boss, as Giuseppe Di Vittorio said. They're fighting against a system that deprives workers of their rights and their dignity. So striking is not just an instrument to fight, it's also a way of guaranteeing collective bargaining rights. So we need to look at the directive on the minimum wages and collective bargaining being brought in, but the Italian government still hasn't transposed this directive on the minimum wage. And that means that the collective bargaining provisions don't cover workers. They don't cover them. It's a lie what the government is saying. And there are specific rights of representativeness in unions. The speaker's cut off.
Thank you. Next speaker, Cecilia Estrada, for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Last week in Italy, the Minister for Transport, Matteo Salvini, once again tried to cut short a strike. It's not the first time. He had already tried to cut short strikes in May 2023, then in November, and in May 2024, ahead of the Formula One weekend in Monza, because according to the Minister, we can't do without Formula One, but we can do without workers' rights. He's not the only problem. In Italy, there is a systematic attack underway on the right to strike and protest. There's currently in discussion in the Italian Senate a repressive bill which directly attacks organisers of strikes. It will give even non-violent protesters prison terms. If you're ever unfortunate enough not to be able to pay your bills or to work in exhausting conditions, as too many citizens in Europe are, you will finally understand why the right to association, strike and protest are protected by the Charter of Nice and by the constitutions of all member states, and it's right that it should be.
Next speaker, Marit Mai, for 1 minute.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Madam Commissioner. A collective bargaining agreement protects workers. Workers know what their wages are, they know what the working hours are, they know how much their pension will be that they're contributing to it. But this kind of legal protection is being fragmented with the support of the right. And so the Minimum Wage Directive demands that all member states make sure that 80% of our workers are covered by collective bargaining agreement. In the Netherlands, this is only 70%, so the Dutch government has to act. And social dialogue is extremely important here. But if workers and trade unions can't reach agreement with the employees, then they have a right to strike. And the right to strike is important because we can see that the legal right to demonstrate is being abused by bans. So, President, Commissioner, it's incredibly important that this right, which is included in the European Charter of Fundamental Rights, be protected and continues to be protected.
Next speaker, Vivienne Costanzo, for 1 minute.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vizepräsident, liebe Kolleginnen.
Vice President, colleagues, dear Roxana. We've heard a lot, and we're approaching the end of the debate, and whether Finland, Sweden, Amazon, Tesla, or whatever the situation is. There are cases in Germany as well where quiet voices are growing louder. For example, with regard to critical infrastructure, the FDP has been asked to limit strikes to avoid economic harm. But no, FDP, you either have a right to strike or you don't. There's no half measures. And as Roxana has just said, the right to strike is also in Article 28 of our fundamental rights. The Commissioner and the Parliament needs to show their colours. The right to strike and collective bargaining cannot be negotiated away. The rights of workers cannot be jeopardised by European or national laws. We hear a lot of talk of competitiveness from the FDP, but competitiveness and social rights go hand in hand and can't be traded off one against the other.
HDI procedure. I have 7 names on my list, and I will give to everybody the floor. First speaker would be Kostas Mavridis.
Right here, Mr. President. Social dialogue, including collective bargaining, is a crucial and beneficial tool for a well-functioning social market economy. One of the aims of the treaties, as rightly pointed out by the Commissioner. In line with the treaties, though, it's also the explicit protection of the autonomy of the tripartite social system in member states. Now, regarding the EU directive on adequate minimum wage in the EU, I will concentrate on 2 specific issues. First, how do we go about to increase the collective bargaining in order particularly to protect the least protected employees in the private sector? And 2, Madam Commissioner, listen to this. The minimum wage must be connected with minimum hourly pay to avoid cases like in Cyprus, where 2 employees get the same statutory minimum monthly wage with different weekly or monthly working hours, resulting in up to 25% hourly pay difference. And a last wish, wishing you, in the language of the New Testament.
No, last wish will go for the next year. Thank you. Next speaker, Sebastian Tinkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
President, the right to strike is an important means for workers to influence their working conditions, and it is enshrined in the constitutions of many countries. Political strikes, which aim at opposing government decisions, however, are a completely different matter. In 5 EU countries, Bulgaria, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, and Spain, political strikes are explicitly prohibited. It is easy to understand why this is the case. This ban safeguards our democracy. In a democracy, decisions must be taken by elected representatives. If the decisions taken democratically are not to the liking of union bosses, let them stand for election themselves. This is how simple and good our free system is. Left-wing politicians do speak respectfully in favor of democracy, but I've never once heard them oppose political strikes. Can you not really admit that political strikes are a threat to democracy?
Miranda Paz. Miranda Paz.
Muito obrigada, presidente. Señora comisaria, cuando oyes para este Parlamento.
When you look at this Parliament, you can see that the EPP and the far right are not here because they don't support collective bargaining. They don't want to help workers. This is a Parliament without MEPs present. In Galicia, we have been witnessing a strike for more than a month, and there's not a single representative from the EPP Galicia here to step up and take responsibility. The workers have the right to strike. and the television in our country, the public television, is actually being taken over by the EPP in our country.
Thank you. Next speaker, João Oliveira.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Comissária.
Thank you very much, President. Madam Commissioner, the role of trade unions is essential to defend workers' rights, and collective bargaining is one of the instruments to defend that right and to improve the working lives of workers. This is how we reduce working hours, increase wages, increase safety in the workplace, how we get more rest. It's an instrument of social progress which should be seen as such. So we agree with the direction of the European Union when it stresses the importance of collective bargaining and agreements. But we must not weaken national trade unions and their negotiating power. We have to strengthen them because they're the ones who are protecting workers' rights, and there has to be a direct link between trade unions and the workers in companies. We can clearly see that we're hearing from the far right that they hate workers' rights. That's always been the case, and that's been interrupted.
Kolegyne a kolegovia, hoci na národnej úrovni na Slovensku sociálny dialog funguje.
Thank you very much, President. Collective bargaining works in my country, and there are a lot of companies falling under pressure of trade unions in my country, and more often we're seeing that trade unions and trade union leaders are being illegally sacked when they don't want to accept the compromises of the employers. We need to make sure that rules are in place to protect workers. We shouldn't allow this intimidation to go ahead and have people have their wages undermined to the benefit of the profits of the company. We need to make sure that there are additional provisions to make sure that no contracts are awarded to a company that doesn't have collective bargaining agreements in place. Europe has to support the pursuance of collective bargaining, and there should be taxpayers' money going to this form so that we can have decent wages and a life in dignity.
Speaker Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis, please.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Roxana Minzatu. You come from Romania, and I come from Lithuania, and we both know very well that in Central Eastern Europe, the right to strike, the right to collective bargaining and collective bargaining agreements is very weak, is very weakly implemented. That's why we know that the Pillar of Social Rights cannot be implemented without collective bargaining agreements and the right to strike. My suggestion is that the current idea of Commission to enhance competitiveness, we should put extra conditionalities for the use of structural support in public procurement systems, and also in other areas. We need to ask from member states 100% enforcement of directives and ensuring the right to strike in all 27 member states. Otherwise, we will not be able to speak about social rights.
The final speaker for KHZI, Rudy Kennes. The floor is yours.
I will speak in Dutch, Chairman. Beste collega's.
Colleagues, I'm extremely concerned about how many European politicians want to go to courts to stop and restrict the rights of workers to strike. We can see the greed of companies and the direct attacks on the rights of workers. Look at the Arisen coalition in Belgium. They're not even in power yet in the government. They're already talking about restricting the right to strike and trade union rights. Moreover, they are attacking the individual trade union leaders as well. We need to see that this is an attempt to drive a wedge between workers. It's not better elsewhere in Europe. We can see when the right and extreme right come to power, they attack the rights of workers. They're the enemies of the workers, regardless of what they've all promised you in their manifestos. All left-wing and left-minded politicians have to work to try and stop this attack on the rights of workers. Collective bargaining and democracy should be allowed to do its job. We must never forget that trade unions were always the first target of fascists, and we shouldn't let this happen again. Non passerà.
Thank you, colleagues. We are closing KGI procedure, and I would like to ask to take the floor for the Commission Executive Vice President Minzatu. Floor is yours, Vice President.
Thank you. So much passion, as I've mentioned, on this topic in the House of the Peoples of Europe, and I applaud you for that. And I will say my personal conviction that the right to strike, which is a right that has shaped our way of living, the right to strike that has shaped the ages of our modern society. Many of the things that we take for granted nowadays have been shaped by strikes, by workers defending their own rights. So let me underline that it is my personal conviction that the right to strike, the right for association, is a right that should be upheld beyond our discussions here about the separation of competencies between national and European level. And this is important, and I want you to know that with this spirit I will work on our policies, and on this spirit I will have our social partners on board while designing the measures that should support our workers and that should support our Europeans. As mentioned, I would want to once again thank you for the contributions which reflect your views and realities from different member states. Social dialogue indeed is different in terms of, let's say, the geography and history of our member states. But nevertheless, it is my intention to work very, very diligently with our European-level social partners. And we have those tools there. We have the work of the cross-industry and the sectoral social dialogue committees, 44 of them. We have the 88 recognized EU social partners which are involved in EU policy making. And also, it is important to mention again that we are offering financial support to European and national social partners. And this capacity building is important for a quality social dialogue throughout Europe. We will also support member states and social partners in boosting collective bargaining, as mentioned, as you've expressed also some worries on this topic, through the implementation of the Minimum Wage Directive. This is a strong tool. It's an innovative tool in a way, which we have to enforce, and this will be my role to make sure that we have a big coverage, that we have results, especially in parts of Europe where collective bargaining needs strengthening. Also, we have to use, and I will make sure that we will do our best to implement our Council recommendation on social dialogue, and I will work with social partners to deliver next year a quality jobs roadmap, which is essential. We will work also closely with the incoming Polish presidency, with you, with the Parliament, to successfully conclude the negotiations on the revision of the European Works Council Directive, another important tool. We all understand, I think, here in this House, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution when it comes to social dialogue. What works in a member state may be not so easy to apply in another member state. But one thing is clear: for strong, resourceful and independent workers and employers' organizations, we need, on the one hand, an enabling environment for tripartite and bipartite social dialogue, and on the other hand, we need to continue to support our social partners in ways that, of course, are compatible with their autonomy. With this spirit, I would like you to count on my commitment to work towards strengthening European social dialogue throughout the European Union.
Paldies, Viceprezidents Kundze.
Thank you, Madam Executive Vice President. We hereby close this debate on this item of the agenda. And our next item of the agenda is Commission Statement Tackling Abusive Subcontracting and Labour Market Intermediaries. And I again give the floor
Executive Vice President Minzato to take the floor for the Commission.
Thank you again. I should have stayed here to continue on another important topic for our Europeans. Honourable members, ensuring fair working conditions, adequate wages, information about employment conditions and protection in case of dismissals, social dialogue and involvement of workers, as well as healthy and safe work environments are key rights for every worker in our European Union. These principles are at the core of the European Pillar of Social Rights, which define the social model which we stand for. In the European Union, we do not start from scratch. The EU labour acquis applies to all workers, including where several undertakings share a workplace. For instance, in the domain of health and safety, employers in subcontracting chains shall coordinate their actions in matters of the protection and prevention of occupational risks, and they shall inform their workers of these risks. Secondly, the new directive on improving working conditions in platform work contains a provision on intermediaries designed to ensure the effectiveness of the directive by preventing circumvention through third parties. Thirdly, the recent Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive requires large companies operating in the European Union to identify and address adverse human and labour rights and environmental impacts within their operations and within their value chains. These due diligence obligations extend to the company's subsidiaries and business partners. EU legislation exists, but we need to make sure that it works, and, where relevant, what more needs to be done? Effective enforcement on the ground is paramount when we are talking about EU legislation. Under this Commission, we want to actively engage with Member States, with our social partners, to secure workers' rights and supply chains. Transparency, equal treatment, decent work, and effective enforcement should be enhanced throughout the chains. The preparation of the Quality Roadmap, which I've mentioned before, will provide an opportunity to foster this very important discussion. In doing this, we must pay particular attention to the most challenging contexts, such as the long and complex subcontracting chains. This is the case, for instance, of posted workers in subcontracting chains, which have been addressed in the Posting of Workers Enforcement Directive, with the establishment of a liability mechanism in case of non-payment of remuneration. Still, some concerns remain when it comes to the actual implementation. The Commission will, with the European Labour Authority, map the current situation in Member States. Peer learning dialogues will be organised in order to allow for the exchange of best practices between Member States. Workers posted by labour market intermediaries are also at risk of unfair treatment and eventually exploitation when the intermediary is not properly registered, or in some cases it's even a letterbox company. As many of the problematic cases involve cross-border situations, we will work together with the European Labour Authority to facilitate targeted inspections and to contribute to better cooperation between national authorities and to close the remaining loopholes. Now, based on the findings of the evaluation of the European Labour Authority and the resolution of the European Parliament, I will also work to strengthen ELA, including by looking at the area of joint and concerted inspections. Finally, on posting of the third country nationals, which is a growing phenomenon of labour mobility in the European Union, we have to acknowledge that this is a phenomenon that is even more obvious, even more evident in subcontracting chains. Third country nationals are a vulnerable group. They run a higher risk of unfair, unhealthy, and unsafe working conditions. Legal clarity in this respect is needed. Honourable members, I count on your support to work towards effective actions to tackle abusive subcontracting in Europe and guaranteeing fair rights to all workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Executive Vice President. And now I give the floor to Mr. Sergio Humberto on behalf of the EPP for 2 minutes.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Madam Commissioner Roxana Mințatu and colleagues, the time has come to defend a European Union that is better for all of us and for all workers. The time has come to make a commitment to giving a dignified life to citizens and good quality work. The time has come to guarantee a Europe in which workers' interests are protected in sectors such as food, agriculture, tourism, domestic work. That should be the priority, and in which the European institutions put justice, sustainability and social rights ahead, at the top of our list of priorities. There are so many things that we should and must do. I'm thinking particularly of the fight against abusive subcontracting and labour market intermediaries in order to have a fair playing field and decent working conditions. We need to set up a framework to protect the almost 10 million domestic workers in Europe who are working in the most vulnerable and undervalued areas, but play a fundamental role in the care economies in our countries, guaranteeing an ecological transition that is fair and that benefits workers in that sector and that gives.
Mums ir nepieciešams labāks darba vietas un taisnīgs atalgojums. Aizstāvēt sociālos elementus spēcīgāks nākošajā KLP reformā, lai mums būtu taisnīga, līdzsvarota politika, kura sargātu arī mazos lauksaimniekus un vispār lauksaimniecībā strādājošo. Tas ir ļoti nozīmīgi darba tirgumu, kas parāda to realitāti, ar kuru saskars mūsu valstis. Un šobrīd mums ir jāstiprina tas labākai kapacitātei un autonomai iniciatīvai. Paldies!
Paldies.
Thank you.
And the last speaker, there was no English interpretation. If you will continue, I will give you, Jona, again floor. But you can try. Jona Danielson will speak for S&D group, so you can try. I will interrupt in case if it...
Mums nebija tulkojuma angļu valodā, un es vajadzības gadījumā došu jums atkal vārdu. Ja vēlaties atkārt.
Sundbyberg, December
20... Sundbybergas pilsētā 23. decembrī 5 cilvēki ir gājuši bojā.
Sorry, colleague. So, no, I've been informed there are some languages which you have interpretation and English not. So, technicians can find the solutions? What is the problem? Is it a technical problem or? Sorry, I will give you a floor again. Yeah. So, okay, can you try again? So.
Should I try, or should they try to say something in the English? Huh?
No, maybe I will do in Latvian, so we will see what's happening in English. Vai es varētu lūdzu kolēģis pārbaudīt vai angļu valodu?
Dear colleagues, could we check if English works or not?
We're lost, no? Herr talman,
Commissioner, in Sundbyberg in December 2023, 5 people died when a lift on a construction site fell from the 8th floor. 5 out of a total of 62 people in Sweden lost their lives at work last year. 5 out of several thousand every year. And behind every number, we find somebody's life, a family member, a friend, a colleague, someone who never came home at the end of the workday. Commissioner, this is something that is happening all over Europe's workplaces. We're doing this out of the grief for those who've passed away and anger of the fact that this happens again and again. That responsibility is hidden within these long subcontracting chains. People die, nobody knows who died, who hired them, who the employer was. This is something that must end, Commissioner.
Construction site in Sundbyberg, where these 5 people lost their lives. The subcontracting chain consisted of 119 companies on 5 different levels. And all around Europe, we see similar workplaces, we see similar tragedies. Some countries have acted, Norway, Belgium, Spain and Germany. but there is a clear need for EU initiatives to limit long subcontracting change. We need also to regulate labour intermediaries, and we need to strengthen labour inspections. So I urge you and the Commission to take action. Thank you.
Paldies. Eiropas konservatīvu grupas vārdā.
Thank you. And next speaker is Malag Marlena.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, every worker should feel dignity, stability and safety at work. Yet intermediaries are often dishonest and workers suffer as a result. Workers are not always aware of their rights and the rules. They are then not paid enough, they work in inadequate conditions or unsafe conditions, and have to pay excessive amounts for transport and accommodation. This is sometimes a business strategy designed to reduce costs and employer liability. Subcontractors often disappear and fail to pay the workers. We do not accept this, and we have a moral responsibility to put in place a system which incorporates workers' rights in order to strengthen the competitiveness of the European Union's economies.
Thank you. Irena Joveva, the next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. What do the erosion of workers' rights, social dumping and unfair competition have in common, at least in most cases? The abusive subcontracting practices carried out through complex and opaque subcontracting chains. Can you imagine life without the construction, agriculture, transport or hospitality sectors? These are precisely the sectors in which abusive labor practices are most prevalent and within which this endemic exploitative business model is becoming increasingly widespread. Even though we have the European Pillar of Social Rights as a safeguard to prevent the erosion of workers' rights, these practices can still be witnessed across the Union because we don't even have minimum standards in place for labor market intermediaries. And this enables them to perform deceptive recruitment, illegal wage deductions, the recruitment of workers into exploitative situations, and the excessive use of precarious forms of employment. So it's high time that the Commission drew up European legislation that will guarantee that the workers' rights are guaranteed and to increase the transparency of labour market intermediaries. At the same time, it must ensure that what will be common to everyone in the European Union will be the social security, justice and decent life for all.
Thank you, Sarah Mathieu. The next speaker.
Colleagues, 3 years ago, a school which is being built in Amsterdam collapsed. Terrible consequences. 5 people died, 9 people were severely injured amongst the workers. This was a dark day for the building sector in Belgium. This happened in Antwerp. Workers came from all over Europe, subcontractors working for a whole series of companies. The victims who were interviewed talked about undeclared work, terrible working conditions, exploitation. And these large companies constantly work with subcontractors who don't really care very much about regulations and rules. So some social dumping is a scandal, ladies and gentlemen, and it's also unfair competition for those businesses which do respect the rules. This is why I would ask the Commission once again to ensure that we move towards effective regulation which will limit these changes of subcontractors and to ensure that the prime contractors be responsible for the whole chain. Let's ensure that we actually do something for our workers in Europe.
Next speaker, Mr. Kenneth Rudy from GUE.
I'll speak in Dutch. In Antwerpen hebben de gevolgen van
In Antwerp, we've already seen the consequences of a subcontract, Borealis and PostNL. We've seen your workers disappear in some cases. Studies show that on average, on any building site, you'll find 16 contractors with as many as 16 subcontractors. the European Union should work with local and regional authorities to ensure that we have far stricter rules. This should apply for the whole chain of subcontractors who don't care about collective bargaining agreements. The result of all of this is that workers find themselves with total job insecurity and very bad pay. It's important that we ensure that we take a new look at public procurement rules and to establish legislation on subcontracting. Outsourcing and subcontracting should be subject to severe restrictions. What we really need is a blacklist of those companies which refuse to respect the provisions of collective bargaining agreements. We should also free up more money for labour inspectorates. It's quite unacceptable that the so-called free market severely curtails and destroys the rights of our workers. We need equal rights for all workers now.
Thank you. The next speaker, Bishop Gabriele.
Thank you, Mr. President. Executive Vice President. 2 weeks ago, I met somebody representing the city of Berlin. For many people, especially from Central and Eastern Europe, they come hoping to have a better life. This is what the person from Berlin said, and they end up falling victim to subcontractors and dodgy employers. As you said, Commissioner, we have EU legislation a little bit here and there, but we need to reorganize this system. Take the meat industry in Germany. There are terrible conditions. What we're seeing, thanks to new rules, which should be extended to the whole of Europe, is that in certain key sectors, core activities cannot be carried out by subcontractors. And it works. And we have to make sure that people across Europe can have good quality work. And we really need to be robust.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Smith.
President, colleagues, Commissioner, when we look at the capitalistic organisation of work, subcontracting erodes employer responsibility and means that there's more exploitation of workers. I come from the Champagne region, where employers in the wine sector are making around 6 billion in profit, still subcontract, and it leads to precarious working conditions and low pay per hour. There's also concerns about the housing, provision of meals, transport for these workers. They do not have decent working conditions. It's modern slavery. There are accidents at work. So in order to tackle the issues related to subcontracting, we need to have greater supervision at a European level, have labour inspectors to then bring those responsible to justice. So we need to listen to trade unions. We need to have new legislation on subcontracting. This is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Branislav Ondroš.
Kolegyne a kolegovia, aj slovenskí pracujú.
Colleagues, Slovak workers are also seeing a deterioration of employment rights, especially in multinationals and foreign companies. Cost reduction is carried out on the backs of workers who increasingly have to pretend to be self-employed, and they no longer are guaranteed a safe and healthy working environment. They're not entitled to leave and so on. 4 such people who formerly were subcontractors died. These companies are only looking for subcontractors to reduce costs, increase profit, and this is at the expense of the health and even lives of workers. What we need is legislation which ensures that in the whole subcontracting chain there is one primary contractor that is responsible, and only companies with fair collective agreements should be allowed.
Estelle Kulemans, next speaker.
Thank you, President. Assistant to in Italy, an Indian agricultural worker was killed following an accident at work. In Sweden, 5 workers died when a lift fell on a construction site, and the employer could not identify if these were his workers or not. We had 174 workers in Belgium who had been subject to human trafficking found. Unfortunately, this list is not an exhaustive one. Now, using subcontracting in itself is not a problem, but it is a phenomenon that is widespread in certain areas, such as construction, cleaning, transport, agriculture. Where this becomes a problem is where subcontracting is used simply to reduce costs to the detriment of working conditions and safety at work. And sometimes it's used to mask fraud, exploitation, human trafficking. Even the most performant labour inspectors cannot control all of this. This is not something the EU should accept. We need to have new measures to limit subcontracting to 1 or 2 levels at the most, so that there is responsibility all along the supply chain, so that these intermediaries are regulated and we can strengthen labour inspectorates and possible sanctions. There are positive examples in certain member states following difficult or dramatic situations, but this should be possible in all of the EU. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Elisabetta Gualmini, for 1 minute.
Cara commissaria, il subappalto.
Commissioner, subcontracting, the use of intermediaries, are increasingly frequent on the labour market, in particular in the building sector, where we often hear about deaths at the work sites. 5 people died in Florence in February 2024 when there was a building collapsed on a construction site. Reforms for which I was rapporteur included Article 3, in which they set out very strict rules stating that workers hired by intermediaries should enjoy the same level of protection as set out in the directive as those workers who are directly employed by digital platforms. So the governments are obliged to act quickly to implement European regulations. At the same time, although the Public Procurement Directive is due for an update, I think it's important we should include conditionality clauses, limits on subcontracting, more checks and controls, limits on legal restriction. So it should be a right to go to work without running the risk of not coming home. And this is a tragedy for the families concerned, and there's no way of consoling them.
For 1 minute, please.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. Mevrouw de commissaris.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. In the Netherlands, there are 9,000 logistics centres covering 14 million square metres. And in those logistics centres, Christmas packages are now being sorted. It sounds lovely, doesn't it? And it probably is for the companies making the money out of this. But the fact is, they are hiding behind chains of subcontractors, enabling them to conceal very poor working conditions and pay conditions for the workers. In many cases, people are labour migrants. This is work which Dutch people don't want to do. The pay is too bad. The working hours are too irregular. And workers are too dependent on employment agencies. So we should protect these people at a European level. People who work in distribution logistics centres, the meat industry, farming and market gardening, or the building sector. We should have a maximum number of subcontractors, a maximum number of job agencies. And we should maximise the number of inspectors so that we can ensure we can check what's going on.
Blue card from Mr. Grazoulis. Mr. Grazoulis, you have a floor.
Taip, gerbiama.
Mrs.
Chair, yes.
Again.
Madam, well, you are a rapporteur. You all speak the same. You all say that the employers use abusive practices. But there are lots of jobs in Europe. The employees can choose their companies where they are not abused. And nobody forces you to work. I think we can correct, amend labor codes, also legislation, but we can't really say that everything is just doom and gloom in Europe.
You have a floor.
Ja, dank u wel, voorzitter. En dat is een heel...
Thank you, President. You make a good point. Lots of employers, in particular those active in industries I just cited, companies then bring workers from Central and Eastern Europe, and they do this under false pretenses. These temporary work agencies make all sorts of promises which simply aren't true. When it comes to pay and working conditions, they simply are not up to scratch, and these people aren't covered by collective bargaining agreements. So in some cases, there are good companies, but a lot's going wrong, and we have to work hard to correct that.
Procedure. I have 6 speakers on my list, and I will give a floor to everybody who registered. So 6 speakers, and I will start with Vytenis Povilas Andriukaitis. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, the Chairman, Madam Commissioner. I will continue in Lithuania. Gerbiama Komisarė.
Madam Commissioner, the chain of subcontracting poses a lot of problems because the level of exploitation is significant. It is important to establish in the legal acts that the first level of subcontracting and the subcontractor of the first level is responsible. Legal responsibility should reside with the first subcontractor at the first level. I want to also draw your attention to the shadow market, to the black market. For example, in healthcare, in the care sector, qualified nurses are being employed to perform lower category jobs, and this is a very big problem.
Speaker Sebastian Tinkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Mr. President, the citizens are told that we need massive migration to keep Europe going, but nobody's prepared to say what the consequences will be for Europe. Security problems and transformation of our labor market using cheap labor. We're seeing whole new categories of workers. For example, in the catering sector, where it's almost entirely made up of migrants in some countries. Is this what you want? That you want some jobs for our people and other jobs for migrants? I don't think that's what Europe should be about.
Thank you. Next speaker, João Oliveira. Floor is yours.
Obrigado, Presidente. Senhora Comissária.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Subcontracting, this is something that worsens the situation of workers. It puts them in a precarious condition. There is a lack of stability in workers' lives. The right path is not more rules. We need to ensure that there isn't 3, 4, 5 different entities between the employer and the worker. We have then a cascading responsibility and it means that people can escape their responsibility. Subcontracting, externalization of services is not okay when it comes to doctors, healthcare professionals, to have proper functioning hospitals and healthcare centres. We need to guarantee decent working contracts for these companies, workers.
Floor is yours.
I don't understand for what reason we don't abolish subcontracting. Any employer wants to hire a worker can hire him directly with the workers' rights. In Greece, especially in cleaning, in guarding area, distribution, even in banks and the companies and transportation companies by air, land and sea, these bad uses through intermediaries causes problems, and this is done in order to break collecting agreements and to take advantage of the workers who are working without trade union protection, not good insurance, bad working conditions, without surveillance and control, and not enough protection, while the subcontracting companies make big profits. And we should abolish these companies in the whole European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Idoia Mendia.
Thank you, Chair. Los trabajadores móviles y migrantes.
Mobile workers and migrants are essential to ensure that the internal market works properly. However, experiences such as COVID and trauma on the labour market involving undeclared work, abusive contracts, underline just how vulnerable these workers are. The number of infringements of the rules demonstrates how far the Labour Alliance legislation of the European Union is being undermined. So, during this mandate, we should work to ban abusive subcontracting and improve the chains for subcontracting. We should establish responsibility based on solidarity for prime contractors, and we should ensure that we have a transparent European register. We should also beef up the role of the agency, that's to say extend workers' rights, social protection, in particular those who are mobile or are indeed displaced.
Mark Botenka would be the next speaker. Floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Écoutez, des travailleurs.
Thank you very much, President. Workers who do not receive the salary they deserve, deadly work accidents, social dumping, these are practices we see all over Europe that show that subcontracting supply chains have become chains of underpayment and exploitation. A university study in Belgium found up to 148 subcontractors on one particular construction site. That should not be possible. And this is encouraged by Europe through the deepening of the single market. We need to put an end to this. We need a directive that limits subcontracting. And secondly, the ultimate responsible employer has to be responsible for the payment of all of the workers for these subcontractors. This is the only way for them to get what they deserve. So we need to impose this. We need to take the initiative, Madam Commissioner. Thank you.
Colleagues, we are closing KHI procedure, and I would like to take the floor for the Commission Executive Vice President Minzato. Floor is yours.
Thank you for the contributions, for the exchanges, for the proposals. There are two lines on which we need to work. First is enforcement of the legislation that we have. And second, of course, looking ahead in the future on new initiatives. We have already acknowledged that we have some tools in the area of posting of workers. We have the tools also on the corporate sustainability, the due diligence directive. But indeed, the biggest challenges are where the subcontracting chains are very long and very complex. And indeed, you name the sector, the construction sector, which is most exposed, which is also a sector where which we need and where we have a lot of labor shortages as well. A sector for which we need quality jobs more than in any other sector, I would say. This Commission will be then, through my work and through the work of our colleagues, committed to two directions. First, strengthen the mandate, the work of the European Labour Authority, as I've mentioned. This is extremely important, enforcement of all legal tools that exist. And second, and I invite you and the social partners as well to contribute, inside the Quality Jobs Roadmap is where we can design the best tools so that we can limit and eliminate abusive practices while also supporting, obviously, our sectors, our industries to thrive. So inside the Quality Jobs Initiative, I think that working together, we can design the best policy solutions so that we tackle this problem that affects human lives, quality of jobs, and the dynamics of our economy and our society. Thank you so much for your contribution, and I'm looking forward to working closely with you on this topic. Your presence here means a lot. It means that you really want to tackle the most complicated of challenges that our social Europe is facing and will be facing in the future. Thank you.
Liels paldies, Viceprezidents Kundze, kolēģi.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. The debate is closed. And the next item on the agenda is Commission Statement, Challenges Facing EU Farmers and Agricultural Workers, Improving Working Conditions, including their mental well-being.
Okay, floor for the Commission, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members. I'm very glad that my first plenary debate as Commissioner for Agriculture and Food immediately gives me the opportunity to exchange with you on such a crucial topic, working conditions in agriculture, and I think it is closely linked to the discussion we just had before. So farming indeed is a very demanding, both physically and mentally, job, and farming can be a very lonely job as well and cause suffering and mental health issues. We cannot be immune to these stories that the real life of farming life writes out there, and we need to act where we can at EU, at national and also at local level. And we also need to see these issues in the longer-term perspective of generational renewal. As Commission, we need to think about the long-term security of our continent, including on food. And to do that, a lively and healthy farming community is indispensable. Honourable members, farming is not a job that scores well on work-life balance. This is compounded by uncertain or fluctuating earnings. Excessive red tape is a major stress factor for farmers who are busy filling out forms rather than working in their fields. Often income support comes late and market doesn't give the prices that our farmers will need. Increasingly unreliable weather conditions due to climate change pose additional challenges, and society does not always recognise farmers' vital role in providing healthy food and preserving our land. This can lead to a high level of stress and can lead to mental health problems and disorders such as depression and, in some cases, sadly, even suicide. Among farmers, suicide rates in certain member states are 20% higher than in national average in other sectors. Furthermore, fatal accidents at work are more than double in the agriculture sector when compared with all other sectors, and without even considering the many accidents of self-employed farmers that are assumed missing in this incidence rate. The Commission takes these problems very seriously and is taking actions. In 2023, the Commission adopted a communication on a comprehensive approach to mental health. Special attention is paid to farmers' mental health, and member states are invited to take the necessary steps, particularly on prevention and awareness raising. The European Agency for Safety and Health at Work has just published an important report on mental health in agriculture, preventing and managing psychological and psychosocial risks for farmers and farm workers. The report explores how to ensure psychosocial risk and how it affects farmers and farm workers, and highlights some international good practices addressing farmers' mental health. Possible discriminations that surround mental health problems are also addressed by guidelines provided to the Member States. As regards to accidents at work, the Commission pursues in its EU strategic framework on health and safety at work for 21-27 an ambitious Vision Zero approach to work-related deaths in the EU, including in agriculture. This involves investigating and addressing the root causes of accidents, improving data collection, increasing awareness, and strengthening enforcement. The strategic framework calls also on Member States to provide training to farmers via farm advisory services to increase their skills and awareness on health and safety rules on farms, including safe use of chemical substances, in particular plant protection products. And the Common Agriculture Policy can support these policy initiatives. Specifically, financial support for improving workers' conditions can be given, and also farm advisory service that Member States must make available to farmers under the CAP can be instrumental in raising awareness on mental health and accidents at work through specific advice to farmers. This leads me to the social conditionality. And for the first time in the CAP's history, the rights of workers to safe and healthy working conditions have been enshrined in the CAP legislation via a social conditionality mechanism. And this mechanism ensures that farmers receiving direct payments and certain rural development support to see these payments linked to the respect of a set of rules under the social legislation. And if they do not, their CAP payments may be reduced in proportion to the gravity of the infringement. Currently, 6 Member States are already applying it, while the rest will follow as of the next year, 2025. So we are happy to see that France, Austria, Luxembourg and Italy implemented social conditionality already from 2023, and Spain and Portugal did so from 2024. By establishing social conditionality, the co-legislators clearly signalled that addressing mistreatment of workers in the farm sector is an important issue, and that public money is not granted to employers who do not respect the EU social legislation. The current mechanism has, however, its limitations. For example, in certain sectors, fruits and vegetables, wine, pigs, poultry and several others, farmers do not receive direct payments and are consequently not covered by this instrument. DG Agri is currently carrying out a study on this mechanism, and we will assess the findings to enrich our reflections. Our objective will be to make our common agriculture policy targeted and find the right balance between incentives, investments and regulations. And I am now looking forward to get your very important input on this topic, and looking forward to a good discussion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, comisario Hansen. Ahora pasaríamos al turno de las...
Thank you very much. Now we will have the speakers from the political groups. So the first speaker we have is Mr. Dorfmann on behalf of the EPP. Dear colleagues, work in the agricultural sector is very hard, and in the forestry sector it can sometimes be dangerous. So safety at work is very important, as the Commissioner has mentioned. Work in agriculture takes place in the natural world. It takes place outdoors in whatever weather it might be. Now, it can be difficult conditions, mountainous conditions, for example. And so there can be tragic situations. It could be a family business. And if there is an accident or a death, then it puts the whole future of the farm at risk. It's not enough what is being done at the moment, and I agree with the Commissioner. We need a whole package of measures looking at the working conditions of farmers and agricultural workers. At the first time, we're seeing investment in training and safety in the workplace, particularly for workers and those seasonal workers that we often see in the agricultural sector. Now, we should not underestimate the fact that there's often quite old machinery being used that perhaps isn't up to modern safety standards. So we need to give farmers financing and the technical know-how to make adaptations, to update machinery, to make sure that it's up to the safety standards. We need to ensure that all of those working in the agricultural sector have the necessary protections. This is important in the Black Forest, in the forestry sector as well. So we need to make sure that we see this across all of the member states and avoid people being employed under bad conditions or paid under the table. So we want to make sure we have secure jobs for the future. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor Nardella por...
Thank you very much. Mrs. Nardella is next.
Cari colleghi.
Colleagues, Commissioner, every day farmers and farm workers work hard to ensure that we can have good quality food on our tables. They fight against soil erosion and damage. They help contribute to maintaining biodiversity. And their work is vital for social, economic and environmental sustainability in rural areas. They are the backbone of the prosperity and competitiveness of Europe. So, despite the importance of this sector, farming is one of the most insecure and difficult parts of the economy. Working conditions are far from good there. In the European Union, we have 10 million salaried workers in the farming sector, and as many as 17 million if we include workers paid on a daily rate. 32% of work is not declared, and many hours are simply not registered. 500 deaths a year, amongst which I would like to remind you of Satnam Singh, a young Indian worker who was abandoned alongside a road in Latina in Italy after having lost an arm in an accident at work. So the time has come to bring an end to this exploitation, the gang leader system, for example. We have to ensure that we have social protection, and that's one of the main achievements of the most recent reform of the CAP, as the Commissioner just reminded us. We must ensure that directives such as the one on the minimum wage and due diligence be properly enforced. But many challenges remain. Social conditionality should be implemented by all member states by 2025 with full implementation of social partners. This is something which up until now often doesn't happen. In this way, we must ensure that member states guarantee that there are sectoral agreements, and the farming sector is an important first step. Commissioner, working conditions and the rights of farm workers are an important battle for all of us. And we shouldn't just be working to ensure that we have high-quality jobs, but we must also ensure that we promote better rights via an alliance with employers and social partners.
Señora Stancanelli, por un...
And next, Mr. Stancanelli.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. Welcome, Commissioner. It's quite striking that one of the main challenges facing our farmers are very complex and numerous. In recent months, we've seen lots of protests involving farmers. There's another important aspect, however, which we often tend to neglect, and I'm talking about their working conditions. The fact is that they often work under enormous pressure, with extremely long and exhausting hours and very low and unstable wages. This has serious implications for physical and mental well-being. The result of this is stress and burnout. Our task is to ensure that we address this challenge with strategic and efficient measures. It's important to ensure that we have fair rules in the farming sector which benefit both workers and employers and promote the local economy. We should also ensure that we can have access to modern technology which will help us reduce the workload for farm workers. Red tape, taxation, a lack of recognition of local heritage are all negative factors on the work of our farmers, and this has an impact both on their physical and mental health. So quite often, red tape doesn't bring any benefits. It simply makes the situation far more complex for workers. The priority now must be to ensure that farmers become more self-sufficient. We should do away with ideological and impractical rules. We should ensure they have specific measures designed to promote their physical and mental well-being, as well as promoting economic growth in the farming sector. All the best, Commissioner.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Brichanova has the floor. Next up, half of the ECR.
Děkuji, pane předsedající, vážené.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, Commissioner, Europe's farming is facing many challenges which deserve our full attention. Our farmers and other workers in farming guarantee we have food on our plates day in, day out, and they look after our landscapes. Yet they face insecurity, bureaucracy, and their work is not sufficiently recognized. Administrative procedures must be simplified. They often put farmers off continuing farming. Crazy bureaucracy is putting off young people who otherwise might want to go into farming, but not under these conditions. We have to motivate young people and support them. Farming should be seen as an attractive and important profession. We should be offering the appropriate training. Otherwise, we're going to face problems of food insecurity and an exodus from the land. Farmers should also have a fair place in the food supply chain. Their produce should not be sold at prices that don't even cover production costs. The future of farming rests with the people in farming. We should support them to continue farming. It's in our interest. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora Kat.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Katainen has the floor for 1 minute now on behalf of the Renew Europe Group.
Puhemies, arvoisa
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, farmers continuing to farm in decent working conditions are the cornerstone of Europe's food security. Both of these are under threat because of the long-term weak competitiveness of farms, and this inevitably affects farmers' motivation. There are also more accidents in agriculture than in other sectors. Measures have already been taken to improve the situation. In Finland, for example, a project was launched in 2017 under the slogan Care for Your Farmer, and it's become a permanent campaign. There's something similar in Belgium and in Ireland, and other member states would be right to follow suit. Social conditionality in the common agricultural policy is good in the sense that you're improving the situation of farmers. On the other hand, I don't think making a link between subsidies and employment law is the right way of going about things. We have to make sure that farmers have enough knowledge and access to guidance and training. It is vital to do that in order for them not to lose the support. Thank you.
Ahora tendría la palabra el señor Waite.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waits. Next for 1 minute on behalf of the Greens. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner Hansen. My colleagues in the dairy industry get up every day at 5 in the morning. They see that the milk isn't even being picked up anymore out of cost reasons. It's extremely frustrating. And milk prices are below the cost of production. It's an enormous frustration. They're in a very difficult situation because there's investment which is needed in the milk production centre. You can't simply milk a cow, but then you have milk being sold at under the production prices. Then there's even more frustration. There's 800 businesses going bankrupt every day in the EU. It's no wonder that there's such high suicide rates in the agricultural sector. You can't pass on businesses because the younger generation doesn't want to, because they see how hard the work is, how little money is to be made. So generations have worked on a farm and an agricultural business, and this leads to even greater levels of frustration. We need to change our agricultural policy to be more human-friendly, environmentally friendly and animal-friendly. That is our task here. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor
Thank you very much. Mr. Flanagan has the floor for a minute and a half on behalf of the left.
It is very important. It says and talks about improving mental well-being in farmers. Now, I know this is a parliament, and the word parliament comes from the word to talk, but it's our job to do more than just talk. It's our job to do something to improve this situation. It's also our job not to make it any worse, and we are doing that. The first thing we could do to improve farmers' mental health is make sure they get paid for their product. How do we do that? We do that by improving the unfair trading practices regulation that we watered down the last time and left farmers with getting paid less than what it costs them to produce their goods. Another thing we could do is to stop asking farmers to compete with each other around the planet, treating them like greyhounds and racehorses in a race to the bottom. Because under a survival of the fittest model of economics, the weak will lose. And on the Mercosur deal, we're about to make a decision that's going to punish dairy farmers in Brazil to benefit dairy farmers in Europe. We're going to punish suckler farmers in Ireland and the rest of Europe to benefit beef farmers in the rest of Mercosur. How is that helping anyone's mental health? Also, the ever-reducing commitment of the EU to give money to farmers. In Ireland, the amount of money that we get this year from CAP will be 40% of what it was in 1991. We can change all this, or we can make it worse in the next 5 years. Make your choice. Go against Mercosur, increase the budget and make sure farmers get a good price for their living. After that, they look after their own mental health. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora pasaríamos a...
Thank you very much. Mrs. Zająkowska is next for a minute and a half on behalf of the ESN.
Niektórzy z was dzisiaj bardzo
You wanted to avoid a Mercosur debate, but it's not going to be so easy. Ms. von der Leyen called Mercosur historic and essential, but for whom? South American companies that want to export? Maybe, but certainly not for Europe's farmers or consumers. After flooding Europe's market with Ukrainian products, now it's Latin American products with pesticides and hormones banned in Europe. This is a betrayal of Europe's farmers by the European Commission. This is a betrayal of Europe's consumers who won't know about the quality of what they're eating. Now we have war and international crises, and we're going to become dependent on imports. Where is our food security? We're not going to be able to rebuild our agriculture in a day. You want to talk about mental well-being of farmers? Mental well-being is about recognizing people's work, not destroying people's work. You shouldn't be taking decisions behind closed doors in Brussels. The farmers who are protesting know who is responsible for their bankruptcy. Thank you.
Podríamos por acabar las intervenciones en nombre de los grupos políticos.
Thank you very much. We conclude with the speakers on behalf of the political groups. And next is Mr. Benthuber for a minute and a half.
Herr Präsident, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, farming is the backbone of our society. As a former teacher once told me, it's not gold which feeds the world, but golden fields of wheat. But farmers and farms are under the greater pressure, economically and physically. The time has come for us to ensure that the physical difficulties faced by farmers in their work be recognised together with other challenges in the sector. And if our farmers feel they're not being listened to, that leads to a growing sense of frustration, which then takes different forms. Most recently, we saw this just after the setting up of the new parliament, when the farmers came to demonstrate against the Mercosur agreement. Thousands and thousands of farmers think their existence is being threatened, and they feel powerless when it comes to voicing their concerns. Nevertheless, the President of the Commission went to Uruguay recently and said over there that there are no problems at all with this agreement. This failure to recognise legitimate concerns amongst farmers damages not only trust, but it also endangers the future of the agricultural sector in Europe. We have to think about ways in which we can improve value for farmers. We have to try to take their concerns seriously. We should create working conditions and improved economic conditions so as to ensure that their mental well-being improves. So it's important that farmers have a strong voice. That's why you're where you are, Commissioner, and we will, of course, support you in your work. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora Bischoff por 1 minuto y medio.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bischoff, for a minute and a half. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, we are talking about good working conditions, good mental health across the morning here. And there is one particular group that is important in agriculture. So we have around 10 million employees, 7 million seasonal workers, and they're a very important work. The tomatoes wouldn't be on our table without them, or our salads, or our apples. So it is very important that we look closer at these seasonal workers, and social conditionality is an extremely important step forward here to greater fairness. We also have the Commission report from last year about mobile seasonal workers, and it talks about how often their rights are not respected, how key working conditions are trampled on. So it's very important that we take up this analysis, that we look closer at how this mechanism can be better implemented, and learn lessons where we can. We need to really look at these people who are picking asparagus in Germany, for example, to make sure that they have the necessary social protections, even when they come from other countries. So we have to make sure the right controls are in place so those who abuse the conditions don't get away with it. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor.
Thank you. Mr. Pennell, now for 1 minute.
Rentre de l'école et me disent
One evening, my children came home and they said to me, my friends weren't at school today. They weren't there because they discovered that their father had committed suicide in the cattle shed. This cattle farmer committed suicide, and this happens once every 2 days in France. The reason for his suicide wasn't the physical difficulties of his job, or loneliness, or climate irregularity, or long working hours. The reason he took his own life was that he faced financial ruin. He could no longer live from his work and feed his children. He was harassed by his bank. Because of all the red tape which was forced on him, after long days out in the fields, he was forced to spend the evening in front of his computer rather than his children. This is the dramatic situation many of our farmers and livestock farmers find themselves in. They can no longer feed their families with their work. The European Union has to bring about a paradigm shift. Farmers have a difficult job. They know that, but they love their job. They just want to be allowed to live decently from their work.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor Buda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Buda has the floor next for 1 minute.
Szanowni Państwo, debata o...
Ladies and gentlemen, a debate about the mental well-being of farmers. I didn't think I'd experience that. So we can't debate Mercosur, but we can debate the mental well-being of farmers. Well, let me tell you about the mental well-being of farmers. It's bad. Look at this document, 700 pages. The Commission is hiding it from farmers. I got it from the Commission. This is why farmers have problems. This is why they can't sleep. This is why farming is unprofitable. Beef is half the price in Brazil. And you think that's not going to affect Europe? If you look at Spanish websites at the moment, you can read about how Brazil is just waiting to send frozen food to Europe. And if we can't stop that, it will destroy our farmers.
Okay, we have a blue card. I don't know if you are open to... We have... Sorry, yeah. The blue card coming from Sajakowska, if you accept it.
Okay.
Że nie możemy rozmawiać o umowie z Mercosurem, ale...
You said we can't talk about Mercosur, but we can talk about the mental well-being. Why did the ECR not support the ESN proposal in the Conference of Presidents to have a debate on the agreement with Mercosur? We would have liked some support, and then we could have had a debate on Mercosur. Why was that? Because we had a proposal of our own, which was unsuccessful. We have a bigger group. We could have got more support. We wanted to talk about Mercosur here this afternoon.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much. Mr. Christensen has the floor for 1 minute.
Tak for det, og tak formand, og tillykke med jobbet.
Thank you very much, President, and congratulations, Commissioner. As a farmer, I know that it is a very tough way of life. We live in rural areas. We work for these rural areas. It's a very physically demanding job. We face a lot of different pressures. Farmers have numerous difficulties, the weather, the atmospheric conditions, things they cannot control. Despite this, we live in rurally, sparsely populated areas. It's hard to find help. So it's a physical pressure, a psychological pressure that is experienced by farmers. We are accused of causing many problems. We produce top quality food. We should be getting thanks for our work, and you should be trying to make our lives easier. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de las...
Thank you very much. Ms. Metz is next for 1 minute.
Dear Commissioner, dear Chair, aktuell gehen 80% der finanziellen Unterstützung der Politik.
For the time being, 80% of spending on the farming sector goes to the 20% biggest farms. This disproportionate support for large landowners leads to environmental damage, social inequality, and much more. Burnout can affect farmers and other farm labourers as much as other professions. Another problem they face is the regular suspension of regular use or spraying of pesticides. This can lead to occupational diseases, which many health insurance schemes don't even recognise. This is a vicious circle. The rate of suicide in the farming sectors is, in some countries, as much as 20% higher than in other professions. So let's bring an end to payments per hectare. We need more support for small farms, a fair distribution of resources, greater co-management for farmers and support for their mental and physical health. So, dear Christophe, Commissioner Hansen, the time has come for a common agricultural policy which respects farmers, animals and the environment, all of which should be at the centre of our concerns.
Sorry, Mr. Lemets, we have a blue card. Sorry. It's coming from Alexander Benhuber. If you accept it.
Yes, of course.
Frau Metz.
Ms. Metz. You've talked about a fair income for farmers, and farmers should earn more. We've had lots of suggestions from your group, however, which suggests that agricultural funding shouldn't go to farmers, but it should be used for NGOs, which are involved in all sorts of development projects. So you are saying that farmers have mental problems. I think in many cases those mental problems are due to the ideas being put forward by Green MEPs. That's completely incorrect. We stand on the side of farmers. This is why we think they should have far more say when it comes to prices, and we should move away from an approach based on quantity to one based on quality, and that would definitely be in the interest of farmers. The common agricultural policy is now leaving farmers with their back to the wall, and we didn't support that from the very outset. We were in favour of farmers being recognised for their work and the quality of their work. That would enable farmers to earn more than they get now. The current logic which prevails is either you big or you fail.
Muchas gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra el señor Saidi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saidi, for a minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner. The farmers are having to deal with a terrible climate, fluctuation in market prices, and they're suffering at the hands of speculators. But not only that, the President of the Commission has decided, behind the backs of farmers, this Parliament, and the people of Europe, to sign a free trade agreement with Mercosur so as to flood our market with products grown under conditions we would not accept here. How are you going to improve the working conditions and well-being of farmers by carrying out large-scale economic, social and chemical dumping? For a long time, we weren't even told what was in this agreement. We, colleagues, need to get together to resist this Mercosur agreement. We owe it to those who feed us.
Tiene la palabra el señor Bausemach por 1 minuto y medio.
Mr. Bausemach now for a minute and a half.
Ja, sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, meine sehr verehrten
President, ladies and gentlemen, today I had a visitor group from Germany. Nevertheless, we see a lot of empty spots here in this Parliament. We're just a few days away from Christmas. We have families that will have empty spots around the table, not because the father is out buying a Christmas tree, but because he's not coming back again. The grandfather is not there playing there in the next room with the grandkids. He's not coming home either. This is the case in a lot of agricultural families. In the 21st century, for these family businesses, this is still hard, backbreaking work. And then there are psychological pressures as well. We see these blows coming from the Mercosur agreement, for example, energy prices, more bureaucracies. There's a huge burden here, which is proving to be toxic. It leads to physical and mental diseases, and in the most serious cases, suicide or death. It is our duty to act, to tackle this, to work against this. My father was a farmer. My daughter will not get to know him, but perhaps we can act so that no more farmers die in the future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de la señora Roth por.
Mrs. Roth is next for 1 minute.
Muchas gracias. Kolegovia,
Colleagues, farming is tough. There's the climate, there's animal illnesses, there's difficult physical labor, and this has an impact on the mental well-being of farmers who are trying to keep their business going and keep it in the family. There are things we can do to help. I know that the Commissioner takes this personally. In the east of Europe, we would like to see, after 20 years, them getting the same money as their colleagues in Western Europe. Farmers should be paid. They should use innovative technology. We import products from other countries. I don't mean Mercosur. I'm thinking of Ukraine. This has an impact on Slovakia, Poland, and the import of these cheap products is creating difficulties for us. We need investment. We want to roll back bureaucracy. Farmers shouldn't forever have to prove things and hand in documents. This affects their well-being. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra la señora Badia por un.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Abadia. Now for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. I would like to speak out in the face of this silent crisis on our continent, which is the mental health of our farmers. This sector, which feeds Europe and which sustains rural economies, is on the verge of collapse. Quite simply because those who devote their lives and resources to maintaining it are exhausted. Our farmers are facing alarming levels of stress, anxiety, and depression due to economic uncertainty, which is the result of years of green policies which weren't accompanied by impact assessments. It's not a chance occurrence that in some member states suicide rates amongst farmers is 20% higher than the national average. Not just this. The last report from the European Agency for Health and Safety at Work confirmed that mental health amongst farmers is an urgent priority. It's not just a question of compensating farmers for a wild stock killed by wolves. The fact is, every farmer has to live with the daily doubts they have as to whether their work will be properly paid. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to act decisively. We have to support the social structures which help promote mental health in our countryside. We have to ensure the CAP supports this. We should ensure that farmers be more actively involved. And let's try to ensure that young farmers can take over from their forebears. Farmers can't wait any longer. Their health is at stake, and if their health is bad, we pay for it. These are the people who feed us. Their well-being is essential for our growth. Thank you.
Gracias. Ahora tiene la palabra la señora Lauretti por 1 minuto.
Next is Mrs. Lauretti for 1 minute.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We've all said it. Farmers work out in our countryside to produce high-quality food. They support our territories, but their income is far too low. According to recent studies, which I'll be showing you, Commissioner, their income is very low. Because we've heard a lot about unfair practices and other problems, but we have to do much more to help farmers. One of the major problems is working conditions. Throughout Europe, 10 million farm workers, salaried farm workers, are subject to working conditions which in most cases are not sustainable. And when it comes to migrant workers and seasonal workers, it's even worse. This is why social conditionality as contained in the CAP and directives, for example, on the minimum wage are important. However, in the next programming period, we have to do more. We have to further strengthen conditionality and extend it to those countries where it doesn't apply and increase the number of inspections, which are still too low. We also have to make sure that member states publish the number of inspections carried out and the success rate. Only ensuring that we have state-of-the-art systems can we try to deal with the enormous challenges facing us.
Ahora es el turno de la señora Borràs por un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Borras now for 1 minute.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. We are talking here about the well-being of our farmers and agricultural workers, but do you really care about their situation? Because we do not have the right policies. We see radical climate policies that are devastating for our primary sector. That's not going to improve the mental health of any farmer or agricultural worker. There's more demands, more bureaucracy, more unfair competition, and farmers are dying. We have less jobs, farms closing down. Do you really think this is helping to improve the working conditions of our farmers? We have unfair competition such as Mercosur or the last CAP with more socialist policies. There is desperation in the wake of these policies, enough to destroy anybody's mental health. But you continue with your green fanaticism, obliging farmers to bend to your ideology simply to survive. It is impoverishing our rural areas. What we want to do is to save the private sector from the primary sector from your hypocrisy. Without farmers, we don't have a thriving rural area or food for Europe. Thank you very much.
Tiene una blue card.
Thank you very much. You have a blue card from Mr. Sipe, if you'll accept it.
Gracias, colleague. So you talked a lot about double standards and how, because of the climate policies, the people in the farming sector have to suffer. And you ask if we are really about the well-being of these people and if we do not only do it for political causes. But then I'm wondering, you're coming from the group and also from a party who is famous for its anti-migrant rhetoric. Given the fact that most of the businesses in the farming industry need people from the outside, how do you put this together and how can you accuse other people of double standards when you clearly have double standards yourself? Gracias.
No tenemos ningún tipo de doble.
No, we do not have double standards. No, I think you are mistaken when it comes to our migratory policies. What we want are secure borders and controlled migration. We are not against migration, but we don't want uncontrolled and illegal migration, which is very different. If people come here to work and to earn a living, they are always welcome. I don't think you really understand the migratory policy that we stand for. Of course, we are not against migration, but illegal immigration. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor Ruizen por un minuto.
Mr. Ruizen is next for 1 minute.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Geachte commissaris.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, we're talking today about the challenges facing European farmers. In particular, we've pointed out the fact that many farmers face serious mental health issues. What's the reason for this and what can we do? A recent survey amongst farmers in my own country demonstrated the primary cause for this is suffocating regulations, closely followed by uncertain future prospects, low prices on markets and financial difficulties. The burden of increasing red tape and the difficulty of earning money is puts enormous pressure on farmers. They're almost overwhelmed. So obviously, we're still waiting for the Commission to come forward with a proper impact assessment of the Green Deal and a commitment to do away with excessive red tape. The well-being of our farmers must be much higher on the list of the Commission's priorities. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de la señora Singha por.
Thank you very much. Ms. Singha now for 1 minute.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, herzlich willkommen.
Mr. President, Commissioner, according to German and Bavarian studies, mental well-being among farmers is not good. There are rules and regulations which contradict themselves and lead to massive bureaucratic burden, which is a burden on farmers. We should restrain ourselves when it comes to directives and regulations and stick to what is really necessary. In Germany, we have a phone line where farmers can obtain psychological help and counseling. Farmers need planning certainty. Mental health should be discussed in all member states. We need burnout prevention as standard in our work with farmers. Prevention is better than cure. Farmers shouldn't just be businesses, but they should also be able to continue into the future.
Ahora es el turno del señor Corman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Corman, next for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Commissaire,
Commissioner, dear colleagues, working, digging, hoeing the ground, you work over and over again. You have a father who asks his sons to look for a hidden treasure. They hunt and hunt in the soil, and they find that the real treasure is their work and the fruits of their labor. The farmers are the descendants of this man. But where is the work of these farmers going? It is stolen by others. When we look at the large multinational companies, agro-industry, large retailers, they're now the new feudal overlords. We need to stop crying crocodile tears about the physical and mental well-being of our farmers, while at the same time serving the interests of those who oppress them. We need to create a level playing field here so that European farmers can actually benefit from their work. It is a question of dignity, justice, and future for European agriculture. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Hazekamp is next for 1 minute.
Wat hebben de zelfverklaarde belangenbehartigers van de boeren het weer?
So, you people are all very busy. Those of you claim to be defending the interests of farmers. I hear that farmers have a hard job, they need more financial support. In the meantime, the farming lobby is breaking down doors into the Parliament and the Commission to ensure that they can collect as much dosh as possible for the biggest farmers. And our hard-working MEPs and the European Commissioners at the same time support this disastrous Mercosur agreement. And this is a stab in the back for European farmers. The only people who can hope to gain from Mercosur are industrial farmers, pesticides producers and other purveyors of poison, as well as those who kill animals, as well as those who produce pesticides and fuels. The real losers are small, sustainable farmers, people who live in the Amazon, and the animals which are being exterminated. There's only one response if you want to help farmers, which is to say no to Mercosur.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor Papadakis por 1 minuto.
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadakis. 1 minute.
The EU of the criminal policy against the hard-working farmers and livestock farmers now hypocritically is worried about their well-being, their mental well-being. Now all the the parties they are promoting the centralization of the production towards supporting the big groups of the agri-food. They impose sanctions and markets are lost for many agricultural policies. Now, with the soaring prices of energy on the water because of the energy stock exchange and the so-called green transition, the cost of production is increased. Concerning now the fairy tale of exports and the outward-looking economy, this is also crossed under the Mercosur because promoting the groups, we condemned in not using big producing possibilities. Victims of this policy are the very badly treated workers of the land. We have to continue the grandiose works, the struggles of the farmers trying to request guaranteed prices and low cost of production in order to, but the big groups have to lose their profit for that.
Thank you. Mr. Buddha for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner. The world of European farming is looking to you with great hope. We want good decisions for the sector. Only 4% of EU citizens are involved in agriculture, and they feed the other 96%. Every farm product is the result of the work of farmers and farmers' sacrifices, and it's tough. In France, there are the suicides. There's everywhere. There's the economic difficulties as a result of low prices and high costs. There is a tremendous effect on the mental well-being and physical health of farmers as a result of the conditions. Only 11% of farmers are under 40. These are not just statistics. These are real stories. Farmers are trying to keep afloat, keep their farms going for their children. They place their faith in us. They need stable prices, modernized agriculture, and programs for young farmers. I believe that if there's adequate funding for the sector, if there are coherent policies, the sector will maintain its resilience. And this will also guarantee the mental well-being of farmers. Thank you.
Es el turno de la señora Maestre.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Maestri for 1 minute. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Farming is one of the most dangerous jobs in Europe. It's not me saying this. It's the European Project Safe Habitats, which says that the death rate in this sector is more than 230% higher, and occupational hazards are 80% higher. Moreover, many of the accidents and jobs simply aren't registered, which makes it very difficult to study them. Farm workers face a whole series of risks: toxic products, high temperatures, physical labor, as well as the constant sense of uncertainty which creates anxiety and stress. The European Union has a duty to act. Our response, Commissioner, must be something which you should be leading as part of the strategic report which you're preparing on the future of agriculture. Without health, there's no future. I'll suggest improved prevention measures, training, modernization of teams via European funds, calling for strict implementation of the Health and Safety at Work Directive so as to ensure that we have uniform application across member states. We could also create a European observatory for the farming sector so as to supervise and adapt labour policies. Thank you.
Tiene una tarjeta.
Ms. Maestre, you have a blue card from Mr. Jungbluth.
Del grupo SN. Perfecto. No la...
You don't accept, madam. Okay. Moving on to the next speaker, Mr. Loge, for 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. In France, we see a farmer commit suicide every 2 days. That statistic clearly shows the very serious situation. And it's not just working conditions. Now, you have probably never seen a farm yourself. New technologies and new tools do help, but they have their limitations. A new tractor doesn't mean you'll have a decent salary at the end of the month. AI doesn't mean that all the terrible quality produce you import into the EU will disappear or reduce the administrative burden. Farmers' requests are clear. They're telling you what they need, but you don't want to listen. All your so-called solutions are simply worsening the situation. Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, you have betrayed farmers. Please leave them in peace now.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Insalvini for 1 minute. Farmers deserve our respect. We should ensure that we're properly paid, respected and supported. They make a valuable contribution to society and life in whole. To guarantee their mental health, we should stop criminalising them. In particular, for those who work in the plant protection sector. It's important that we stop the Mercosur agreement. If we don't have full reciprocity, we should reduce red tape, support quality products, and have constant surveillance of origin of products. We should also ensure that farmers have stable income. Unless their work is properly paid and their sacrifices be rewarded, their mental health is under threat. Our farmers just want one simple thing. We want them to allow them to work in peace and to be properly paid.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Commissioner and colleagues. Rural communities are all too familiar with the mental health challenges that often arise in farming. The challenges of farming life, things like market volatility, late payments, social isolation and so on, can all take their toll. And according to a survey of Irish farmers, over half did not know how to contact a local mental health clinic. Nearly a quarter did not know how to get the number of a suicide prevention hotline. And many more don't feel comfortable reaching out for help due to the stigma around the subject. So it's clear to me that we need a comprehensive mental health strategy for farmers, a strategy that paves the way for multi-actor community-led support structures, a strategy that allows for both prevention and intervention at a local level. That said, the problem is much broader than a few factors I've mentioned. Economic uncertainty, of course, is a source of constant stress for farmers. It is incumbent on us to strengthen our farmers' positions within the food value chain, ensure that they get a fair price for their produce. Healthy farmers are the first step to a strong, resilient food system. So let's stand with those farmers, not just in words, but in action. I would hope to see a comprehensive response from the Commissioner in due time in relation to this subject. Thank you.
Sorry, you have a blue card from Mr. Jungbluth. I don't know if you accept it.
Let's have it, yeah.
Vielen Dank, dass Sie die Frage zulassen. Wir sprechen ja heute auch über das Wohlbefinden der Landwirte.
Thank you for allowing this question. We've been talking today about the...
Because we need to ensure that the translation is working.
Yes. Okay. Vielen Dank, dass Sie die Frage...
Thank you for allowing me to ask my question. I come from a very rural region in Germany, an area where winemaking and farming is very important. If you speak to farmers in my region, you quickly realize there's a great deal of concern. They're extremely worried about the excessive red tape. And this excessive red tape is often due to EU regulations. In other words, EU regulations mean that over and beyond their normal farming work, farmers have to do more and more paperwork. And this has an enormous impact on family farms in particular. So I'd like to ask you what you would suggest so as to ensure that we can do away with much of this red tape, which is the fault of the EU.
Yeah, I accept, of course, as many deputies do here, that the issue of red tape is one that has to be tackled in the context of the upcoming Common Agricultural Policy. And I've no doubt that it is, in its own right, makes a contribution towards this issue in relation to the mental health and well-being of farmers and their families. So it's incumbent on us to engage in that process that is the Common Agricultural Policy, to ensure that you engage with your stakeholders, with representatives and with your own communities, in order to ensure that you then are well informed in your representations to the Commissioner, to the Parliament, to the Council, in order to ensure that a common agricultural policy is not just specifically about funding farmers and supplementing their income, but is about helping them in many other ways, including in relation to the issue of red tape, which was very dominant during the course of the election campaign in my own country and I'm sure in yours. But we have a duty and a responsibility to improve that and to improve it in a way in which, in turn, restricts the amount of capability that there is amongst this red tape to impact on people's and farmers' mental health.
Thank you very much. Ahora es el turno del señor Häusling.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Häusling for 1 minute.
Herr Kommissar, Sie wissen es, der
Commissioner, you know how frustrated farmers are, not just farmers, millions of people who work in farming under very poor conditions, and that must change. The farmers are frustrated because they see the profits made by others. Others get rich while they don't get a fair price. The farmers don't get a fair price for their products. And this frustration isn't going to go away unless we do something about it. And this is why farmers are throwing in the towel, giving up their businesses. We can't produce more cheaper. We should be producing better. That would be sustainable. Something else that makes farmers frustrated. There are floods, droughts as a result of climate change. These are real challenges facing farmers, and we have to find answers to help them. Otherwise, that will be another reason for farmers to give up their jobs.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor João Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. João Oliveira.
Senhoras e senhores deputados, Sr. Comissário, o título deste debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, commissioners, this debate, or the title of this debate, is quite hypocritical. We're looking at the working conditions of agricultural workers. You seem to be disconnecting this from the effect that EU policies have on this situation. The Mercosur agreement for a country such as Portugal is going to have a huge effect on our production. This phenomenon of a concentration of production is simply going to lead to more concerns for our small producers. But this is just one more step along the path that we've seen already with the CAP. We don't have the support needed coming from the CAP. If you really want to improve working conditions and the health of farmers, you need to link payments to production. You need to support family businesses, short supply chains as well, and decent wages for farmers.
Sokol por 1 minuto y medio.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol, for 1.5 minutes.
Vice President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, according to data of Eurostat data for 2020, it seems that there's an 18% higher risk of accident at the workplace among agricultural workers, and the rate of suicide is 20% higher. Difficult working conditions and weather conditions and extreme green ideologies make the work of farmers extremely stressful. When we talk about improving conditions for farmers, we must take into account that certain interest groups, especially in the last term, branded European farmers as the main culprits for climate change. By their political demands, they wanted to make the work of farmers more difficult by imposing more bureaucracy on them. This is why we must stand firm by European farmers in this term. They have a crucial role to play in the production of food. they must be able to live off their work decently. We need to include additional support in agriculture as part of the next multi-annual financial framework. We must also include modern technology and also education for farmers to enable them to use this modern technology. The European Commission has published a communication on mental health, and this must also take into account farmers. European farmers must have decent working and living conditions. Thank you.
Es el turno del señor.
Thank you. Mr. Danielson for 1.5 minutes.
Talman, Commissioner.
President, Commissioner, we see low wages, workplace accident, people who have to live in rotting caravans or dilapidated barns, and that's the situation for many people working in the agriculture and forestry sector. It's hellish. The figures speak for themselves. 150,000 workplace accidents every year, with all the 500 people dead on our continent. In the previous mandate period, we said we were going to put new measures in place. If you do not respect your workers' basic rights, then you have to pay back the money that you have received from the EU. Now we have to make sure that is actually implemented, and those who exploit their workers pay the economic price. But that is not sufficient. The European Trade Union, FVAT, has said that workers are being treated as disposable commodities. We see abuses through labour market intermediaries, private employment companies who are exploiting loopholes in the regulation, and the labour inspectors simply don't have the resources they need to carry out the inspections. And we hear similar warnings from trade unions on the ground, whether we're talking about berry pickers or those in the forestry industry in Sweden or those in the olive oil or tomato farms in the south of Italy. I say to the Commission, when will you finally put an initiative in place to make sure that there's a basic minimum level of labour inspectors across the whole of the EU in agriculture, forestry and all EU sectors? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Domotor, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Nothing has a greater impact on the situation and well-being of farmers than the direction of the Common Agricultural Policy after 2027. There are who would divert significant EU funds from agriculture, but that would seriously deteriorate the living conditions of European farmers. The Common Agricultural Policy shouldn't serve the interests of enlargement or war spending. It should be based on the interests of European farmers. The area-based payment scheme has to be preserved because it provides a strong safety net. We are pleased to see that the Commission is looking for ways to support young farmers. Hungary finds it important as well. This is why young farmers are granted additional amounts under the area-based payment scheme, as well as a higher percentage of aid for their investments. There is a third important thing here. Farmers must be protected against the unfair practices of third countries. The same rules need to apply to imports and to production in Europe. If that's the minimum we should agree on in order to improve the life of our farmers. Thank you.
Sorry, we have a blue card from Mr. Magyar, if you accept it.
Thank you very much for the floor. I would like to ask Csaba Dömötör to answer the Hungarian farmers. Instead of protecting them from the increase in energy prices and input material prices, instead of protecting Hungarian farmers from the Ukrainian grain that flooded the Hungarian market, instead of protecting Hungarian beekeepers from the fake Chinese honey that comes from China. Here in this chamber, people are working on taking away single area payment scheme aids from Hungarian farmers. That's not true. Never has anybody said anything here in this chamber or in TISA party. Why aren't you working for Hungarian farmers? Why are you lying instead? Thank you very much for your second speech at the plenary many months after your election. Well, why do energy prices increase? Well, you should talk about that to your allies who adopted sanctions which increased energy prices. And why did they agree on imports which made prices go down? And I would also like to quote you. We should support organic farming instead of extensive farming. Well, that's exactly the reasoning which would reduce area-based payments. So you do whatever, the exact opposite of what you're saying. You're misleading Hungarians and the Hungarian farmers. It is a disgrace.
El turno de la señora
Thank you. Ms. Wisniewska for 1 minute.
Rolnicy pracują ponad siły.
Thank you very much. Farmers cannot take it anymore. The hard work, the stress, natural disasters, the burden of paperwork, the rules and regulations which leave even experts baffled, loans they cannot repay, a volatile market in farm products, support payments paid out late, pressure from banks, and the need for major investments. It is no surprise there are as many suicides as there are. Farmers are succumbing to the pressure. During the election campaign, you were tempting the farmers with a correction of the Green Deal. And now, instead of reducing the burden, you're saying you want to speed up and double down on the green madness. And the nail in the coffin of European farming is the agreement with Mercosur, signed by von der Leyen. You have traded the interests of farmers and the health and safety of citizens for profits for German car makers. For the Commission, I have one message. Stop this pretense that you care about farmers, because it's you who are taking them mentally over the edge. And it is because of you that in sheer desperation they are taking their own lives. It's time for a change.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de la señora.
Thank you. Ms. Miranda from the Greens Ally Group.
Señor Comisario.
Commissioner, as a Galician worker, I know that it is hard working the earth. It is tiring. There are. It's been a long time that I have been complaining about the difficult conditions, the prices under the cost of production. There is not the help. We see discrimination against those producing meat or dairy. There's a lot of uncertainty with their income, and there is the Mercosur agreement. That means there is unfair competition and having to deal with cheaper products coming in, products that are produced in ways that would be prohibited in Europe. And now there is polluting a cellulose plant that people are trying to put in my country that will damage the soil. It will mean more eucalyptus plantation that needs a lot of water, and this is going to be very bad for people in the area, and people are saying no.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor.
Thank you. Mr. De Mayo for 1.5 minutes. Thank you, President. Commissioner, we all agree that work on farms is extremely hard, often lonely, with long and irregular working hours. And it's very difficult to have a balanced lifestyle, and even less so for farmers to ensure that they have access to psychological support structures. And it's very interesting to listen to the personal testimony of our Commissioner Hansen. During his hearing, he talked about an accident in which his own brother, a farmer, lost his life. This type of accident is clearly linked to the question of mental health and stress for farmers. Anybody who works and lives from farming can't afford to have accidents. Sometimes they have to devote 3 days a week to paperwork so as to deal with all the regulations and red tape they're faced with to do with climate change and all the rest of it. Circumstances which lead to increased stress, anxiety, in some cases depression, which can often lead to accidents or indeed suicide. This is why it's so important that our agricultural policies go beyond issues such as animal welfare or green production. We should also be focusing on the physical and mental well-being of farmers. We should recognise that farming is a strategic sector which many men and women work, and their passion, their hard work can never be replaced by technology. Their task is to support productive processes, and we have to try and help farmers do their job better so as to better secure our own future and food security. Thank you.
El señor Sargiacomo.
Mr. Sargiacomo for 1 minute.
Mr.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, have you ever heard a farmer complain about the difficulty of his work, the isolation, the fatigue, the stress? No, people suffer in silence. And yet society thinks that these are people who pollute, who produce food you shouldn't eat and wine you shouldn't drink. It's also recognition that farmers need, recognition in terms of their social usefulness. Farmers struggle to find their place in the fabric of our society, and yet security, food security, climate change, geopolitics, everything should be in farming's favour, because we need food. Our European project, our common agricultural policy, should put farmers and farm workers at the heart of what we do, more than citizens and industry.
Thank you. Ms. Bonte for 1 minute. Thank you, President. The Green Deal policy has destroyed the European farmer sector, and Mercosur has pushed our farmers to the edge of the abyss. For the European Union has been calling for years for a sustainable farming model. Farmers are subjected to very strict rules which forces them to adopt their whole model. The time has come to stop this. This has been destroying lifelong work. Moreover, we've now come forward with this Mercosur agreement, a free trade agreement which will open the door to dumping of cheap products from South America onto our European market. Dumping from countries with sketchy environmental legislation, where there's no animal welfare, and where the climate targets are just symbolic, while they then compete with our farmers who have to respect the highest standards in the world. And the European Commission now tells us it's worried about the mental well-being of our farmers. Commissioner, European farmers don't need your sympathy. Their message is clear. No Green Deal, no Mercosur.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno.
Thank you. Mr. Storm for 1 minute.
Mange tak, formand. Hesten mod vores landmænd er nødsat til at stoppe. Det har stået på.
We need to see an end to the abuse of our farmers. We see now that there's less and less of a future for farming. There shouldn't be endless negative discussions about farmers and endless responsibilities piled upon them. They have all the blame heaped on them for CO2 emissions. We see thousands of jobs disappearing in rural areas. Why? Because the Liberals and the left do not understand that farming is extremely important for our security. We're living in a very unstable world at the moment, and food security is hugely important. We should not be dependent on food imports from other countries as we were from gas from Russia or oil from the Middle East. Our European farmers are working hard to make sure we have food to eat. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno de la...
Thank you. Ms. Stoltenberg for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, I want to talk about a too often neglected group of farm workers, migrant workers. At least 2.4 million migrant labor, 2.4 million migrants work tirelessly to put the fruits and vegetables of Europe on our tables. Although a lot of farmers that I've talked to take good care of their people, research shows from Oxfam and the University of Comillas that many problems still occur. Migrant workers face systemic violation of both labor and human rights. They are paid below minimum wage, they are subjected to unsafe conditions, like being exposed to pesticides, and they often live in squalor. Women are especially vulnerable, earning less than men and sometimes endure sexual harassment and violence. And exploitation spans across Europe from Sweden to Spain. What can we do within Europe? We must enforce the directive on corporate social responsibility, and we need to implement a stronger conditionality in the common agricultural policy. This way, we can ensure that every worker is treated with the fairness and respect that they deserve.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Do Nascimento Cabral for 1.5 minutes.
Senhor Comissário, estudos indicam taxas mais altas de suicídio na União.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. It's important to recognise that the high suicide rates among farmers are a disaster for the sector. More than 20% of farmers have pointed out in surveys that they've had suicidal feelings. They work 365 days a year, facing constantly changing rules and regulations, rules on subsidies, climate change, and so on. Moreover, farmers are often stigmatized because they're told that animal welfare and the environment suffer at the hands of farmers. Surveys suggest that farming is one of the most dangerous sectors in Europe. It's the sector with the highest number of deaths. Fatigue, burnout, stress, depression are very frequent. So mental health has a social and financial cost. This is something which the future CAP has to bear in mind. Conditionality is important. The current CAP has been a step forward, but we have to do far more. We're talking about a sector which is undergoing radical change. We have to guarantee food security, fair implementation of regulations, and we should try to reduce psychosocial risks for farmers. There's a question of fundamental importance, however. We have to ensure that the work of farmers creates enough value for them to live on. I would like to wind up by saying that the new CAP must make it easier for farmers to take early retirement. This is an important way to better protect the profession. Mr. Bonucci for 1 minute. Bonuccini for 1 minute. Finally, as from next January, all European farmers must comply with the rules on workers' rights if they're to receive funding from the CAP. It's taken more than 60 years since the birth of the CAP, but thanks to the work of this Parliament together with trade unions, we've now got binding European rules against the plague of gang leaders. And this is important so that we can protect the overwhelming majority of farmers who thereby find themselves in facing unfair competition. However, there's still a great deal to be done. We have to ensure that not a single euro of public money ends up in the hands of companies or operators who exploit workers. Commissioner, we will not accept any backsliding on the social dimension of the future CAP. It's important we get down to work because the next MFF, the next budget, should provide for better competitiveness in the farming sector via investments which will enable us to improve the working conditions of all workers based on what's already been done in some areas, such as Emilia-Romagna, which I've been working in for more than 10 years. This is a battle for civilization. for a farming sector which can achieve better quality and more fairness.
Para el señor Bukcek.
Thank you, Mr. Bukcek, for 1 minute.
Komisja Europejska serwuje rolnikom.
What does the European Commission offer farmers? Restrictions, diktats, prohibitions. Don't use this plant protection product. Leave your land fallow. Flood your land. Pay emissions taxes. And above all, you push the line that livestock farming is immoral and unethical. You try to convince farmers that your policy is about animal welfare, but you don't care about the people who breed the animals. Farmers are paying the ultimate price for your policies. They are the ones who suffer the consequences of your decisions. You have on your conscience all those farmers who have taken their own lives. Roland Hamzik from the Netherlands last year. Michał Soldan, a Polish farmer buried 2 days ago, who was detained under the government of Donald Tusk just for taking part in a farmers' protest against your policies. Enough of this. It's time to ditch the policy which leads to the liquidation of Europe's family farms and drives farmers to despair. There's no point you saying any more about the mental well-being of farmers when it's you driving them into the abyss financially and mentally.
Gracias. Ahora es el turno del señor.
Thank you. Mr. Tuciu for 1 minute.
Stimați colegi, românii...
Colleagues, Romanians want solutions. There are parts of Romania which show that we have, in 2023, we have a large number of, we had a significant number of people working in agriculture who were unqualified. So on the one hand, we have a shortage of qualified labor, and on the other, we have workers on a seasonal labor market. So we have people working without social security, without health insurance. What we need is proper vocational training. We need proper training courses for farming, proper protection for workers in the farming sector. Thank you.
Para el señor Magyar por...
Thank you, Mr. Magyar, for 1.5 minutes.
The physical and mental well-being of Hungarian farmers and farm workers would be best served by a predictable and fair market environment. Vulnerable to traders and the market, farmers are exposed to price fluctuations of up to 30% every quarter and find it difficult to ensure decent working conditions. In Hungary, because of the government's misguided and corrupt policies, this effectively means that farmers and farm workers must be protected primarily from ruin. The Orbán government, during its 14 years in power, has completely ruined Hungarian animal husbandry and horticulture. The fruit and vegetable sector is fighting for survival. The Hungarian countryside is being depopulated, and agriculture is already facing a shortage of labor. The Hungarian government, instead of supporting Hungarian farmers, are lying to Hungary and are saying that the EU and you in particular are seeking to deprive Hungarian farmers of area-based subsidies. They attack our party, the TISA party, using the Chamber of Agriculture and the network of agricultural advisors. Viktor Orbán and his government are lying day and night. The TISA party, once in government, will seek to strengthen the bargaining power of producers and producer organizations, who will then be able to earn a decent income and enjoy decent working conditions. We will support young farmers, family farms, and will use the resources that are currently pocketed by oligarchs and spend it on land reform and a village rehabilitation scheme. EU support will go to those who actually work the land, keep the animals, produce fruit and vegetables. It will go to Hungarian beekeepers and cereal farmers abandoned by Viktor Orban and his government. There is no Hungarian future without Hungarian countryside and Hungarian agriculture. And I'm saying this to Mr. Demeter as well.
We have Magallar. We have a blue card, if you accept it. Well, in fact, we have two blue cards, but we are going to accept only the first one. Take the first one, if you accept it, coming from Mr. Domotor. It was the first one.
On October the 15th, you declared that instead of extensive cereal production, we should favor organic farming, which is the same argumentation that the EU is using to reduce area-based support. And it is exactly the same argument that is in the Commission documents. Why are you trying to deny your words, your own words? And while we are at it, you have stolen a mobile phone because you were filmed doing an indecent behavior against women. Thank you for that question. Even your question is untruthful. I go about my business in the Hungarian countryside. We had thousands of people coming to our events. You have never done anything in agriculture before coming here, and your predecessor actually beat up a woman, and that is why he had to resign. That's why you're here. If you knew anything about the Common Agricultural Policy, then you would know that area-based support is not the only support that is available. We will support people active in the agriculture, whereas you have ruined agriculture and keep lying about my party wishing to take away area-based subsidy. But you had a great master in Mr. Orban. You should feel ashamed.
Muchas gracias. Ahora es el turno para el señor André Rodríguez.
Thank you, Mr. André Rodrigues.
Senhor Presidente, Senhor Comissário, as condições de trabalho.
President, Commissioner, conditions for our farmers are very difficult. There are precarious contracts for agricultural workers. We have a high level of seasonal workers. We have migrant workers that don't always have the necessary social protections. There are other concerns for our farmers as well when it comes to production and sustainability of the sector. The Commission has published the perspectives for the 2024-2025 period, and it is alarming. We see a drop in yield, in prices. If we bear in mind the current situation of the sector, there's also the issue of generational renewal as well. So all of this means that we need the social conditionality in the CAP. It's very important to improve working conditions. We also need to look at the future for food and agriculture, and they need to be in the centre of the debate.
You have a blue card. Will you accept it from Mr. Grazulis from ESN? Will you accept the blue card?
Yes.
I would like to propose the following idea. Probably we should establish the basic prices for agricultural produce, especially for small farmers, since we don't have the capacity to negotiate with big networks, the big networks, the big holdings usually manage to reduce prices for them. If you could consider this idea, this could be a big boost to our farmers.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente, Sr. Deputado.
Thank you very much, President, and thank you for your question. The inequality in the sector is one of the issues that we need to consider and to try and find a solution so that our farmers can find themselves in a more balanced situation, that there's better distribution and greater fairness. We should not forget that the issue of inflation is affecting products as well. So we need to think about compensation mechanisms as well for this sector.
Please, blue cards are for more questions, not statements. And now we'll give for Mr. Olivier.
Yeah. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some people will be happy that the Commission is now interested in farmers' mental well-being. The fact is that you are responsible for this human disaster. The Green Deal was really quite ideological and mechanical. Your green ideology leads you to consider farmers as oppressors of nature, and you see them as enemies to be combated. The green transition, as you call it, is not a transition, it's a revolution. Your brutality, your standards, your prohibitions have more to do with the Chinese Cultural Revolution than a process which has some kind of bearing on reality. You've bought some, destroyed others. I think it's time to give up your ideological certainty, give up your method. The speaker is cut off.
And as next, I would like to ask Monsieur Ventola.
L'agricoltura è un atto d'amore.
Farming is an act of love. The men and women who farm our land have rough, calloused hands, but thanks to their work, their determination and their passion, they guarantee the survival of the human species. Farmers don't have predefined working hours. They don't have to clock in and out. They are part of the earth, and the earth is part of them. They face market crises, natural disasters, climate change. They are there to help protect God's creation. We should work hard to ensure that their love doesn't disappear and they can be handed down from father to son. We can do this in practical terms by ensuring they have a fairer and better income and greater protection. All these people who cultivate the earth deserve a word of thanks from us. Commissioner, I come from a region in Italy, Apulia, in which farming is not only the main activity, but it's also part of our culture, our society, our families. It's hard work, and we should do our best to ensure that the farmers' working conditions improves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I call Ms. van Leeuwen.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hansen. I was very pleased to hear in your statement that good mental health of farmers has priority for the new Commission. And I was also very pleased that MEPs from all sides here today seem to agree that we're in trouble when we neglect the mental health of farmers. I joined politics to speak up for our farmers. I'm not interested in speaking about the differences that we have. I'm actually interested in trying to find what we have in common and what we do agree on to make stable policy for the future of European agriculture. And we all seem to agree here that the situation is very severe. So that's good news. But without addressing the root cause, we're not solving anything and we're just putting patches. So dear Commissioner Hansen, You are really our only hope here. Coming from a farm yourself, I call on you to reassess the effect of the Green Deal on agriculture, because the agricultural industry seems to be hit disproportionately by the tsunami of ecological measures that have been poured down on us by the previous Commission. I think it would show good leadership to admit that the impact of the Green Deal on the agricultural sector was not well assessed and turned out to harm farmers instead of helping them. So let's work together, all of you. Let's work together to ensure a stable income, no unfair competition, but also room for a long-term business plan for our farmers. So all farmers and their children wake up proud every morning and say, we're proud to be a farmer.
Thank you very much.
And the next speaker is Mr. Veshligai.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cancer, agriculture is the livelihood of 40% of our citizens. Many of them are family farms. In my country, Croatia, of 170,000 farmers, we have 160,000 family farms. Family farms are therefore the foundation of our agriculture in the European Union. We have to improve the working conditions of farmers. They are confronted with many problems. We have to facilitate processes in agriculture. We must ensure a decent income and ensure high standards in agriculture. We shouldn't forget that the CAP, as one of the goals, has decent living conditions of farmers. We have, therefore, to improve their working conditions, better services, and a better infrastructure. The European Union must support our farmers. Thank you.
And now Ms. Zalewska has the floor.
Europejskiego rolnika odpowiada po pierwsze.
It's quite clear what the problem is. The Green Deal, bureaucracy, insecurity, the way farming is portrayed in the media. Europe's farmers are held responsible for climate change. And they're given the impression that they don't know anything about farming. They don't have money, they don't have a workforce, they have to hire lawyers to deal with the bureaucracy. They're seeing food imported from Ukraine, from elsewhere, instead of being produced here. So no wonder farmers are wondering what the point of it all is. Thank you. And the next speaker is Ms. Imar.
Merci, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This debate on mental health in the agricultural world is extremely dear to me. It is the reason for my political engagement and me being here in this hemicycle, fighting for my brothers and sisters who have to work much more than other professions, who earn less than other professions. We see more suicides. They're under the minimum wage, and they have permanent bashing from all sides. So the issue of farmers' well-being is very much linked to the lack of consideration they have. When you look at the media, public information, you have journalists who write against them. So I leave my farm every week to put their concerns across. Do we want more activists or do we want more farmers? We have these organisations who say that they are green, but they bash our farmers who are some of the most virtuous in the world. There are endless legal cases and my political action is based on 3 points. I want to have the right budget to support production, ending measures linked to this terrible Green Deal, and looking at the financing that these NGOs get. And these are the tools of my parliamentary fight to help improve the mental health of those who want to feed and not kill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before the next speaker, I'm going to announce that I'm closing the Catch the Eye, but all three of you who have requested a speaking time will get it. Please, Madam Mendia, the floor is yours.
Señor Comisario, está claro.
Commissioner, it's clear that working conditions, physical and mental health are all closely linked. The primary sector is subject to all sorts of sources of stress, an aging population, seasonal and working long hours. It's also very difficult to find young farmers to replace their predecessors. We also have to ensure that we can guarantee good working conditions. If we are to make the sector attractive. The Socialists have taken a major step forward in the last reform of the CAP by ensuring that conditionality be included when it comes to access to funding. However, we should also be in a position to ensure that we can provide training and prevention for occupational risks, while at the same time recognising occupational disease in the sector. Farmers feel ignored by institutions, and this leads to a growing gap between the rural and urban worlds. We have to create greater value for farming work. We should ensure that we have public services, job exchanges for trained farmers to replace those who are off on paternity or maternity leave, sickness or holidays. Yes, I say holidays because farm workers also are entitled to holidays and other rights.
And the next speaker is Ms. Vivaldini.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Farm work is one of the most dangerous types of work in Europe. Studies show that deaths in the farming sector are 233% higher than other sectors, and the number of accidents is 18% higher. If we add the stress due to the tiring work and a lack of support, things are even worse. Our farmers are under constant competition because of unfair competition, the uncertainty due to fluctuating market prices, the problems with red tape and excessive regulations. This means that the sector is less attractive for farmers. Only 10% of European farmers are under age of 40. And this will bring challenges with it in the future. Commissioner, Mr. Hansen, I'm a farmer myself. What we want above all is greater protection from our authorities. Up until now, the authorities have tended to impose things on us rather than cooperating with us. We want an approach which isn't based on ideology, a pragmatic approach, recognizing the specific characteristics of the sector and the role it plays in protecting the environment. This is a primary sector which plays a vital role when it comes to guaranteeing healthy food for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Köhler.
Sehr geehrter Vorsitzender, sehr geehrter
Mr. President, Commissioner, financial worries, deadlines, bureaucracy, too little sleep, more and more stress. Are you familiar? Stress is a risk factor affecting mental well-being. Mental illness is a serious problem in Germany. 1 in 3 farmers suffer depression. It's good that we're talking about that. If a farmer looks for help, the chances are it's too late. And we cannot continue like this. We need a timeline for improving conditions in farming. We need targeted financial assistance, and we need proper recognition of the work farmers do. This will give farmers a breather. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne. A teraz
Thank you very much. Ana Masjunco García.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. We cannot align ourselves with the interests of big business and abandon our farmers, those in the agricultural sector, our fishermen. Those in the primary sector in Spain as in other countries are facing unfair competition. Their salary is low. And this is the situation facing our fishermen who are having to pay for new equipment, high fuel costs. It's not a sustainable situation. We are condemning rural Spain to disappear. Europe cannot be sustainable if we destroy its roots. But what can we expect? Our colleagues from the left don't care about the primary sector. They just care about gender quotas. Where is the equality minister when our farmers and our fishermen see how we have dispopulation in rural areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Baker.
Dank u wel, meneer de voorzitter, collega's.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, Commissioner. Farmers experience more stress and mental health pressure than other sectors. The Flemish Institute for Research into the Farming and Fisheries sectors has identified at least 7 sources of stress, and a lack of recognition and pressure of work are just 2 of them. But the real nub of the problem for most farmers is EU policy, a lack of clear prospects for the future and too many regulations. This prevents farmers planning ahead. Next week, with the EPP, we'll be organising a Young Farmers Congress, or last week, sorry, and I spoke to lots of young farmers, and they say what we really want are prospects and some certainty. One of them said that at the Commission you think in terms of 5 years when it comes to policy making. If we go to a bank, we have to think 20 years ahead. That's what the bank asks us to do if we want to borrow money. That's a completely different time frame, and that's something which we have to remember. Let's work together to ensure that we can produce stable, predictable rules, sufficient support for our farmers. Our farmers deserve our support, not just with fine words today, but also over the next few months with specific measures and budgets. The time has come to ensure that necessary change to be pushed through so as to ensure that our farmers get the certainty which they deserve. Let's get to work now, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Ms. Walsh is next.
In 2023, the University College Dublin conducted a survey of over 250 Irish farmers. Over 20% of farmers surveyed shared they had experienced suicidal ideation in the previous 2 weeks. And nearly 40% reported experience moderate to extremely severe stress. These alarming statistics is a snapshot into the mental health crisis gripping our agricultural community across the EU. And Ireland is not an outlier. In France in 2020, the rate of death by suicide among farmers was over 43% higher than the national average. In Poland, 168 families lost their farmer in their life by suicide in 2021. We know through research the 3 key indicators of such lives lost are increasing regulation designed here in this House, the lack of consistency in agribusiness, which creates financial pressures, and the fact that farming is overwhelmingly done in isolation. And this simply can't go on. Commissioner, I, like many of our EU farmers, appreciated your honest reply in your hearing to the mental health of our farming and rural community. And I believe that you will work to ensure the issues facing our agriculture sector are alleviated and ultimately farmers can do what they do best and what they love to do, which is farm. But this isn't just on you. This is on each and every one of us, left, right, centre, to deliver the consistency they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A ako posledná prihlásená vystúpi v debate pani kolegyňa.
And the next speaker is Ms. Schneider.
Danke, Herr Präsident,
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner. The costs are rising, yields are falling. In the media, we read about destruction of nature and environmental pollution. It rains and the harvest is lost. Farming children are bullied in school. This is all too often the case and has been for years. It is no surprise that the suicide rate among farmers is 20% higher than the national average in the member states. Farming is the sector with the highest proportion of accidents in the European Union. Some of these accidents fatal. We therefore have to be honest about the burden and the pressure on people in farming. We have to accept our responsibility and we have to implement protection measures. Mental health must not be a taboo, and there needs to be more counselling and more therapy in rural areas. We need a proper dialogue which will give farmers a...
Thank you very much.
And I would like to start by giving floor to Mr. Andriu Kaitis, please.
Much, the Chairman, Commissioner Hansen, congratulations, and I will continue in Lithuania. Gerbiamas Komisarė.
Dear Commissioner, in the previous Commission, another Commissioner, Nicholas Schmidt from Luxembourg, was working in the Commission before you, and he was responsible, among other things, for agriculture as well. And low salary problems were very known for him. I'd like to focus on health issues at the moment. And the healthcare system in the rural area. We call it a medical desert, where there is no, where there are no doctors, where there are no pharmacies. And as regards the mental health and emergency health services, we need to agree on a separate, specific, focused program to improve the infrastructure for health care in rural areas.
Prosím kolegu
Andrikios. The backbone of the economy of a country is the primary and secondary production center. This is the only way to have strong financial foundations that will shield you against external crises. Unfortunately, the wrong European policies have devastated farmers and agricultural workers. They should have priority in European policies. However, they have been sacrificed on the altar of the so-called green policy. It is imperative that the productive sector of the state, agriculture and animal husbandry, should be significantly supported with the aim of self-sufficiency in basic goods. If we want a strong Europe, we should not be dependent, but we should have our own production. Commissioner, you rightly said that we must protect the rights of farmers, but at the same time, you are turning a blind eye to Cypriot farmers who are victims of unfair competition due to a European directive. They are called upon to compete against products that are produced illegally and are imported without sufficient criteria from occupied Cyprus. If you really want to protect them, join your voice with us to abolish the Green Line and close the roadblocks financed by the Turkish occupation troops. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegu
Verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Colleagues, I have to say, I think it's a pity at the end of this debate, we've talked about the protection of the climate and agriculture as if they were in opposition. But my colleague just said, how are you supposed to do farming if you've got droughts, if you've got floods, if you've got land that's simply not arable? I mean, if the environment isn't working out, then farming won't work out either, nowhere. At the same time, I must say I find this quite painful, and I'm sorry, and I'm looking towards my friends in the Green Group. For years now, for decades, you don't seem to have understood what we've been saying for some time now. We need to have a form of agriculture that, doesn't kill off farming because of too much red tape, too much bureaucracy. That's not a way of going forward. I think we can do better, and I would like to appeal to you, please. I mean, you want to have a balance. Don't just talk about it, don't just pay lip service to that, but do something about it to strike that right balance. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím za komisiu pána.
Thank you very much. Mr. Commissioner Hansen has the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, honourable members. I believe that your interventions have confirmed the worries and the interest of this Parliament for working conditions and farmers' mental health at work. And I want to thank you for that, because this is for me a very valuable input to me and my services, related as well to other services, because it's not only agriculture policy we are talking here about. We are speaking about health policy, employment policy and work policy. So I think it is very important that we take this on and work together for a better future for our agriculture and for better conditions for our farmers and farm workers. I think that will be very important. And I think also we have to pay special attention to young farmers and women in agriculture, because they face the biggest challenges and biggest discriminations. So I think there is a lot of work to be done. I want to reiterate something that Jessica van Leuven has said. I think it is very important here to take a break, to take a deep breath and consider the situation. And I think we are all worried here in this Parliament about the situation of our farmers, of our farm workers, and that the situation is not good. And I think we agree as well on many of the causes. It is very important that we see financial reasons are one of the worries that our farmers have for various reasons, because they don't get the right income from their work that they are doing. But we need to address this together, and we have now proposed, I'm only 18 days in the mandate now, but we have already proposed a review of the common market organizations to strengthen the farmers' position in the value chain. We have proposed as well a modification of the Unfair Trading Practices Directive as well, to avoid that farmers and primary producers are exploited. And I think it is very important to work, and you have all mentioned it, too much administrative burden for our farmers. Everybody agrees. So let's work on it. The Commission has delivered a first package in the beginning of the year. I think we can do even better, and I will be working very closely, and I hope I have your support as well, to look into further simplification, that our farmers can be out on the farms, do their work there, and I think that will help them a lot as well to go further. And I think you have as well mentioned other factors that are very important. The modernization of this sector. We need more investment in the sector, that our farmers and farm workers are using the most recent tools. That will be very important, because with old working material, accidents are more frequent. We need to make sure they get the right education as well when they are working with dangerous instruments or with hazardous pesticides. So I think this will be very key as well. We have also to invest in youth, because it is almost impossible now to bring up a new farm and to make this happen. So I will be working with this already for the vision of the future of agriculture and food production that we will present you in February as well, with a dedicated pillar on the social aspects and on the work-life balance, which is a very important point. We will also be very strong on the international side. It has been mentioned very prominently today as well, even if it wasn't the content of the discussion, but we need to be better prepared to take away the fears that certain of our farming sectors might have. And I think is what a general remark, we need to give back the pride to our agriculture and farming sector, because that is something that they suffer the most about. And I think this is going well, acknowledging the work that they are doing, the progress that they are doing. That will be key for us, and I hope that we can bring aside the oppositions from one side to another, from that side to this side, because as I said, less than 3 weeks ago, I was sitting on that side of the table, and I hope for a constructive work with you together, because what is at stake is the future of agriculture, is the future of farmers, and is the future of healthy farmers and a healthy community, and there we need to work together and deliver together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you for joining us for this debate. Rozprava k tomuto bodu sa týmto skončí.
Now this debate is closed. I would like to inform you that the Socialists and Democrats inform the chairman about the decision concerning changes in nominations in committees and delegations. This decision will be in the minutes of today's session and will be efficient by the date of publication. Now we will talk about the Commission statement, need to ensure swift action and transparency on corruption allegations in the public sector to protect democratic integrity. As first, in order to introduce this topic, I will ask Mr. Commissioner McGrath.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, colleagues. And first of all, can I thank all of you for the opportunity to have this debate here this evening, and for affording me the opportunity to set out the Commission's perspective on this important issue. Corruption is an existential threat to our common values of upholding democracy, the rule of law, fundamental rights and equality. Corruption undermines the institutions on which we depend, diluting their credibility, and it hampers our ability to deliver on our public policies and to provide quality public services to our citizens. Crimes of corruption involving public sector officials, whether appointed or democratically elected, serve to undermine citizens' trust in democracy. Corruption can also lead to manipulation of democratic elections. This can include bribing voters, tampering with election results, or enabling malign foreign interference. Furthermore, corruption acts as an enabler for organised crime, with all the consequences for our societies that flow from that. It is estimated that at least 70% of organised crime groups use corruption to enable their crimes, such as trafficking in human beings and drugs. Corruption also hampers the effective and smooth functioning of the single market. While difficult to quantify, even conservative estimates suggest that corruption costs the EU economy at least €120 billion every year. EU citizens are well aware of the threats posed by corruption. It remains a serious concern for them and for EU businesses. The 2024 Eurobarometer surveys on corruption showed that 68% of Europeans believe that corruption is widespread in their country. We must fight back with the full force of the law every day. Our European Anti-Fraud Office, OLAF, investigates fraud and corruption in the EU institutions and against the EU budget on the administrative level. The European Public Prosecutor's Office, EPO, investigates and prosecutes crimes affecting the EU budget, including corruption. Since the start of its operations in June of 2021, it has proven to be an important and effective actor in the fight against crime at EU level. Last year, the EPO investigated more than 100 cases of corruption, and the estimated damage to the EU budget related to all its ongoing cases, including those beyond corruption, amounted to more than €19 billion. The Commission has a strong annual rule of law report. To help all Member States fight corruption, we engage in annual monitoring and reporting under a dedicated pillar of the rule of law report, which contains specific recommendations to individual Member States to strengthen various parts of their anti-corruption framework. Over the years, we have also deepened the reporting and included, for instance, an assessment of areas having a high risk of corruption. In 2024, we extended the rule of law report to 4 accession countries: Albania, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Serbia, helping them get up to speed even faster. This includes the fight against corruption. Moreover, the EU set up a budgetary conditionality mechanism. This mechanism pursues the objective to make sure that no money from the EU budget is lost due to breaches of the rule of law, including corruption. In May of last year, the Commission adopted a set of measures that will strengthen EU anti-corruption laws. In that context, the Commission proposed a directive to combat corruption by criminal law in the EU. The directive will close the gaps and ensure that all kinds of corruption are criminalised, and the proposal aims to ensure that immunity or privileges from prosecution can be lifted by an effective and transparent process in a reasonable period of time. The Council adopted its general approach on our proposal. We, as the Commission, would have liked to see a more ambitious text, and I am happy to note that also the Parliament took a more ambitious stance in its first reading. So let's work together to find a good compromise. In addition, whistleblower protection is a powerful tool in the fight against corruption. It can play a pivotal role in supporting the transparency and accountability both of government and of corporate conduct, and bring to light corruption crimes that are otherwise difficult to detect. Making sure that people feel safe to speak up and have easily accessible channels for reporting, that they are protected in case they suffer retaliation, and their reports are properly investigated and acted upon are essential elements of the regime established by the 2019 Directive on Whistleblower Protection. The proposal on combating corruption extends the existing protection of whistleblowers that is already afforded in other important policy areas to persons who report corruption offences. But better than fighting corruption, we need to prevent it happening in the first place. Prevention helps to create a culture of integrity and transparency in public life, in which corruption and impunity are not tolerated. It has wider benefits in promoting public trust and managing the conduct of public officials. I welcome the strong support of Parliament to the proposal of directive on combating corruption on this important piece of legislation, and I look forward to participating in the first trilogue negotiations in January, and I do hope that we can quickly adopt a strong legal instrument. In December last year, the Commission adopted the Defence of Democracy package, including a proposal for a directive on the transparency of interest representation carried out on behalf of third countries. Broadly speaking, a political and institutional system based on integrity, transparency and accountability in public life is the best guarantee against corruption, and public bodies should seek the highest standards of transparency as an important part of broader efforts to tackle corruption, and we will do more. In my confirmation hearing, I told you that I will propose the first ever comprehensive EU strategy against corruption to foster integrity and to strengthen coordination among all relevant authorities and stakeholders in this area. We will identify areas or sectors in the EU that are particularly at risk of corruption. Common high-risk areas deserve particular attention, usually those involving management of significant public funds or access to permits or to critical service. We've just published an external study on this topic, and we expect that the results of this exercise will inform the first EU strategy against corruption to be adopted next year. In addition, with my mission letter, I will launch the necessary reflections on areas in which the EPO's competence will need to be extended, notably cross-border corruption that cannot be handled alone by Member States. Together with the Commissioner for Budget, Anti-Fraud and Public Administration, I will also explore ways to ensure that EU funding can be dedicated to national measures to fighting corruption and protecting our union budget. We reached an agreement on the ethics body to help us set standards of integrity that are common to our institutions. And 2 weeks ago, the Commission stepped up its internal transparency rules by broadening the application of rules for interest representatives. From now on, all officials occupying management functions within the EU Commission will have to publish information on their meetings with interest representatives, including minutes. Until now, this obligation only applied to European Commissioners, their cabinets and Directors General. Finally, as part of its anti-fraud strategy, to strengthen the culture of ethics and maintain a high level of awareness about fraud, corruption or other serious wrongdoing, the Commission will provide an updated guidance to its staff on whistleblowing procedures and protection in light of the EU standards of protection in this area. Thank you for your attention to my opening remarks. I look forward to your contributions over the course of this debate and at the end of the debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Na úvod debaty poprosím kolegyni Montserrat za poslanecký.
The next speaker is Mrs. Montserrat on behalf of Christian Democrats.
Pedro Sánchez. Thank you, President. Commissioner. For 6 years, Pedro Sánchez has been violating rule of law in Spain. He has reformed the High Court, and despite corruption, he's encouraged censorship for critical press, has taken public television, and if this happened in any other country, this Parliament would be shouting out against it. Commissioner, we want to be very clear. This week, Sánchez has publicly attacked judges for saying that they are trying to suffocate his political family, his party. First of all, his number 2 in the Transport Ministry has been accused. The head of cabinet, who is an ex-minister, has been accused of taking over 200,000 euros. The ex-head of government has been accused of selling influence and also laundering monies. In the next week, we will be called upon by the government's head of cabinet, will be looked at, and some ministers will and the president's brother is also involved in this. Also, the Socialist Party has taken 15,000 in bribes, it seems, and so 100,000 euros has also been taken by selling Venezuelan oil. This is an unprecedented scandal. The Sánchez government is a focal point for corruption, which is undermining the state. We can't demand that Europe sets an example, but at the same time we're accepting this corruption in Spain. Commissioner, please speak out against this corruption, defend judicial independence and require the respect for the rule of law. What Sánchez is doing is calling into question democracy in Spain and therefore the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Moreno Sanchez on behalf of Socialists and Democrats.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, let's be clear here in this Parliament when addressing public opinion. The only head of government was Mariano Rajoy, who was actually challenged by the Congress from the People's Party. And by the way, there have been sanctions. Everything else is actually just background noise and simply not true. A lot of noise, a lot of white noise. Why? Why? Because Spain is on the left right now. We have the government of Pedro Sánchez, who has been recognized by international organizations and by The Economist, for instance, in terms of international publications, as a model for other countries. You know, a way for a government to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. That is what's been said. So we have a controlled deficit. We also have We're in the vanguard when it comes to renewables, and we're also a model when it comes to managing migration whilst respecting human rights, integrating migrants into our communities. Gender equality, fighting against gender-based violence are also priorities for this government. And all of this is the outcome of the policies that have been conducted by Pedro Sanchez, reforming the labour market, pensions, minimum professional salary, as well as the whole issue of the energy market, investments, foreign investments, and automotive sector investments. The Economist has pointed out quite rightly that Spain has a lot to teach the rest of the world, and we have a lot to learn from this example, because in Spain we have a clean, decent, good government, which has replaced the previous government, a government of the right, which was corrupt. Let us continue to move towards the left. I wish you a very good and happy festive season. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Buxadé Villalba.
Thank you, Chair. Corruption in Spain threatens collapsing our rule of law. And this has happened 3 times that we have asked for this debate so that we can speak about the corruption by Pedro Sanchez, his family, his party, his government. Twice, EPP and SND have rejected this debate, and today they've hidden it under an incomprehensible title. Sanchez is corrupt, and he's being protected because he's Ursula's main ally. Shame on you. It's time to take this seriously. Sanchez and his government, his wife and his brother under investigation. They have been peddling in cash payments, and many in the government are included in this corruption, including Teresa Ribera, tax evasion, money laundering, and criminal cooperation with the government of Maduro and Elsa Rodriguez. This has not even been mentioned, but it's also corruption to call CEOs of listed companies and ask them to meet with your wife and do business with them, also pay hundreds of millions in publicity.
Okay.
Well, should I start again?
Slowly.
¿Me vuelve a empezar el tiempo?
Will I have the time from the beginning?
Ah, no. Si sigue corriendo.
I see the clock is still ticking.
Don't worry.
Es corrupción pagar.
It is corruption to pay 400 million in institutional advertising, and especially paying off the TV company doing a documentary about your life, also using money meant for children with cancer, as well as peddling with money that goes to illegal immigrants who've broken our laws, and also to it's corruption to deal with a former attorney general, and the fact that the opposition and other attorney generals are threatened. It's also corruption to send our military anywhere abroad instead of saving lives in Valencia. And it's also corruption to grant pardons and amnesty to other politicians just to get their votes. And it is, of course, corruption to not defend our military, our policemen, our health personnel. Sanchez is a threat for Europe. And if you look away, you are part of the problem. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím kolegu Kaminsky.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Kaminsky. Yes, Mr. Kaminsky on behalf of European Conservatives and
President, Commissioner, the topic of this debate should be defined very clearly. This debate should be about the suspect of money laundering by Commissioner Reinders. This should be the debate about corruption within the EU institutions, because it is yet another corruption scandal that we are seeing here. We all remember the disgraceful Qatargate affair. Has anyone in that case, despite the passage of time, been convicted? No, this case has not even been brought to the court. Have systemic lessons been learned from this affair? No. Staff numbers of Olaf have been cut by dozens, and the draft anti-corruption directive presented in the previous legislature is too weak and does not apply to EU officials. In connection with the Reinders affair, the key question is the political responsibility of President von der Leyen. How could a situation arise in which an EU commissioner responsible for the rule of law could engage in money laundering while in office? Did the Commission have information from the Belgian authorities about the investigation against Commissioner Reinders? This debate cannot be the end of the discussion on corruption. This is just the beginning, Mr. Commissioner.
The next speaker, Garcia Hermida van der Valle, on behalf of Renew.
Well, having listened to the other speakers, one thing is clear, is that fighting corruption should have the highest priority, because corruption kills. It kills trust in public institutions, it enables organized crime and allows foreign interference in our democracy. And it literally kills young people in a train accident in Greece, or journalists such as Daphne Caruana Galizia in Malta. But corruption also kills our prosperity, costing the EU economy at least 120 billion euros per year. Draghi's 800 billion is hiding in plain sight. So no effort can be spared in rooting out corruption. The new anti-corruption directive, as the Commissioner well said, will be key to achieve this in our member states. But recent events have shown that much more is needed within our own European institutions. So, dear colleagues, Commissioner, are you willing to work together to fight corruption at all levels in the European Union? Citizens expect us to lead by example, and we shall not fail them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Freund on behalf of Group of Greens and European Free Alliance.
Colleagues, Qatargate, 2 years ago now, and after that we improved our rules here in Parliament, including rules pertaining to secondary income. So let's take a look at what's happening with our MEPs. I mean, look at the main earners in terms of the German delegation, CSU in second position and third position, and fourth and fifth and sixth position. The CSU is basically the Bayern Munich of secondary incomes. I mean, after Qatargate, we introduced a ban concerning lobbying. So how can this be? Stefan Köhler from the CSU, has his income as an MEP, but in addition to that, 51,000 euros as the chair of the Union of Farmers in his land. You have to remember that farming is an exclusive competence of the European Union. And of course, you've got very active lobbying organisations that are paying an MEP every single month, paying them a salary, so to speak. And that's not supposed to be a breach on the ban? The lobbying rules in this House are still not being implemented correctly within this Parliament, I'm afraid.
Now I give the floor to Mr. Botenga on behalf of the left.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, I'm Belgian. I'm not from the MR party. Because you sent Charles Michel, former council president, a huge salary, and now we have Didier Reynders, former MR commissioner from Belgium, who is suspected of having laundered €1 million, partially by buying national lottery tickets. Now, I try to imagine that. Reynders, who is supposed to be responsible for rule of law throughout Europe, and then he's gone to a petrol station to buy lottery tickets. I buy a packet of cigarettes and then 2,000 euros worth of lottery tickets, please. How are we trying to teach lessons to Europe as a whole? And at the same time, he is subject to a police inquiry. What kind of image does that give of the Commission? You're talking about transparency. These huge salaries, should they immunise you from these types of scandals? No, it's time to bring you out of the bubble that you live in today and put your feet back on the ground.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím kolegu Špiňevského za...
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Spiniewski on behalf of Europe of Sovereign Nations.
Corruption is not a pathological margin. It is a phenomenon which is present amongst the decent people. It is the others who steal. We just take the opportunity. This is what some people say. And why decent, so-called decent people are surprised? Because they can justify their actions. Mark Kosewski, the business psychologist, described corruption using these very words. You can read Rothbard as well. It is not the law that makes someone right, just, or honest. High taxes, too much red tape, and too much legislative restrictions are the breeding ground for corruption. We should limit taxes. We should limit the interference of European Union. The law should be simple, just, and easy to understand. And there we will stem out corruption. And after the corruption scandal, Ursula von der Leyen should be dismissed. Thank you.
Speakers for the political groups. And next, I would like to give the floor to Madam Tomc.
Spoštovani, v družbi, kjer korupcijo sprejemajo...
Colleagues, a society where corruption has become normal and where institutions simply do not work in persecuting corruption, well, in Slovenia we face many difficulties as pointed out by the Commission, but we also can see it in the corruption index. President, we have a government that, due to shady dealings, is involved in money laundering. The mayor of our capital city is alleged to be part of a corruption scandal. The courts have said that he was illegally appointed. And our institutions say that he has damaged public finances. All of this has been clearly demonstrated, but nothing changes. For those who are of the right political party, they are simply not charged for corruption because the powers that be defend them. And those who denounce them go ignored, and criminals don't pay. Today, as we know, we've seen the case of Commissioner Reinders, and let us not ask what the causes are. But things are very clear, Commissioner. I hope that things change and that rule of law becomes more credible. Thank you.
Now the floor goes to colleague Riedel.
Commissioner, colleagues, corruption is a direct threat to our democracies, and it is something that undermines confidence, trust. It is a way of abusing public monies for private interest. There are many scandals, many cases of corruption. They're not isolated incidents. They're part of a system. And the reason we have these cases is because there are no robust rules to fight against corruption, whether you're talking about the member states of the European Union or indeed the EU institutions, of which we form part. Qatargate is one example, or indeed in France, Nicolas Sarkozy was sentenced to 1 year imprisonment because of influence peddling. Today, in fact, Didier Reinders has already been mentioned, or indeed Mr. Hololai, who was responsible for transport at the Commission and who was paid a number of business trips by Qatari Airways at a moment in time when they were negotiating the opening of the European airspace for the same airline, Qatari Airways. And that individual is still working for the European Commission. Soon we'll be voting on an anti-corruption directive for Europe and also, of course, a directive to deal with corruption within the EU institutions. I'm part of the negotiating team, and I would encourage this Parliament to adopt the most stringent rules and most effective rules possible. We need to really show an example to our European citizens. We know that member states will do whatever they can in order to basically undermine the text and its content. We must fight against corruption, because corruption is something, that both foreign elements and internal elements will use for their own benefit. Therefore, repression is not enough. We also need to act upstream. We need to act against conflicts of interest. We need to make sure that there isn't some kind of confusion between the public and the private sphere. We need to put an end to corruption, because if we don't do that, if we fail to do that, we will lose our credibility and we'll lose the trust of our fellow citizens.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Madame Piera. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Commissaire, mes chers collègues.
Commissioner, colleagues, if you want to talk about corruption, then let's talk about corruption and not mince our words. Since 2023, Ursula von der Leyen has increased the number of anti-corruption texts with directives, an ethics body for institutional work, and increasing rules on transparency when it comes to representation of interests. But one question, will these measures apply to her or not? What type of transparency are we talking about? The millions of vaccine doses that were bought outside of any legal channel by telephone calls without going through any proper tenders. What kind of transparency can the Commission claim when the Catagate scandal is rocking our socialist colleagues? What kind of procedural measures are being taken? Here, you are pouring scorn upon any idea of democracy. Colleagues are refusing to work on the anti-corruption directive under the presidency of the Hungarian presidency, with the excuse that it would mean discussing closing the chicken coop with the fox himself. So the only question that really should be asked today is whether these institutions are still legitimate to try to teach any lessons to anybody about this topic.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Radza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, Commissioner. Directly managed funds, recovery plans, Next Generation EU, and probably, as was announced by the Commission, a great competitiveness fund. A massive amount of resources, which requires serious and proper controls, because, as we have said time and again in my party, the Brothers of Italy, any evidence of corruption represents rights that have been denied and opportunities that have been given to interested parties which have determined public funds. We need to use OLAF. We need to widen the EPPO competences. But, Commissioner, we need to adopt policies to prevent corruption. Prevention means not so much rules, it means also doing away with useless rules, because there's one way to prevent corruption, and that is to do away with useless red tape.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Kollega Streitz.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, trust is a way of defending democracy, and trust is at stake here. If we don't resolve these cases, then I'm afraid our political order is in jeopardy. Nobody should stand above the law, neither national governments, nor indeed institutions, and certainly not the European Union. Nobody is above the law. So, when it comes to the vaccine case and the President of the Commission, I think that case is symptomatic of what citizens are concerned about. A lot of questions, a lot of unanswered questions. 2/3 of Europeans, according to recent surveys, do not believe that corruption is being fought at the top level. It is not only a disgrace, it's also dangerous. Let's be clear, let's be honest, and let's speak truth to power. Leadership is something you have to earn day in, day out. Because if you want trust in democracy, then you have to also stand for democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Marza Ibanez. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Señor comisario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, do you know what the first thing that the Partido Popular did in Valencia after the floods that led to 22 deaths? Well, they signed a 2 million contract with a business that had been condemned for illegal financing of the same party itself. They also signed a 4 million contract with a country that had been involved in irregular funding for the Partido Popular. And do you know what the third thing they did was? 34 million was given to various companies that had been condemned for irregular financing of the PP. This is shameful. A governor that is using public services to defraud citizenship and to give to grant favours to members of its party. So, Commissioner, we have to be clear in these directives in fighting corruption. We have to say not €1 can go from European citizens to illegally fund parties or to pour money into the pockets of companies that have been involved in corruption trials.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Madame Aubry.
Chers collègues.
Colleagues, here we are meeting once again today to speak about corruption in European institutions. Unfortunately, this has become a habit because conflicts of interest exist at all levels. Most recently, the former Justice Minister Didier Reynders, who is suspected of having trafficked €8 million, and also the Transport Commissioner was paid air tickets by Qatar, and of course Qatargate, and the suitcase is full of cash. It's a very long list. And this lack of ethics should scandalize all of us. But, dear colleagues, I'm shocked by the complete inaction of the European Parliament. But you know what? I found the reason last week of why there is this complicit silence. 1/3 of MEPs receive money that goes beyond their very comfortable European Parliament salaries. And let's not say anything of all of their cronies. So you can count on me, you can count on us, so that once and for all, ethics can win out over money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Geisel.
Herr Präsident.
President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. The reason why we have this item on the agenda are the charges against former Commissioner Reynders. They are very serious charges, although, as far as I can tell from my own research, so far these charges have not been substantiated. And therefore, for Mr. Reynders, as for anyone else, we have the presumption of innocence, and that cannot be sacrificed at the altar of quick action. Now, obviously, Mr. Reynders himself should have enacted that principle during his term in office. As Commissioner for the Rule of Law, he was often very quick to criticise certain governments, Hungary, for instance, or Slovakia, accusing them of alleged breaches against the rule of law or undemocratic behaviour. So you could say what comes round goes round. But I would also say that maybe we shouldn't get too excited, too hot under the collar, particularly now that it's Christmas time. Let us show some humility. Let us show some warmth here. And therefore, in that spirit, colleagues, I wish you all a very happy festive season.
Thank you very much. Colleague Zarzaelos has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente, señor.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. 5 days ago, the head of the Supreme Court had to speak out in defence of the President after an accusation of judicial bullying against her. Then the president's wife was also subject to 3 criminal cases, which were then declared inadmissible. Slaps against a judge in office. The wife of the president, his brother, other people around him. And what's the response of the Spanish government? First of all, lies. What we're talking about businesses that are apparently accused, but what exactly were the rulings? Then, according to The Economist, which just a few weeks earlier had said that Sanchez was presiding over a minority government with an increasing cost for the cost of Spanish democracy and its institutions. Sadly, Spain is experiencing a serious problem, which is a persistent attack on judicial independence. And we need to put an end to this situation. And so that's why the Council and Parliament have to agree upon this anti-corruption legislation, but we also have to ensure that we can protect the independence of the judiciary and of judges when they carry out investigations and when they judge. Thank you.
Excuse me? You have a blue card? Sir, you have a blue card. Do you accept the blue card from Mr. Freund? Do you accept the blue card? Yeah. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, colleague. I mean, you're one of many Spanish speakers that has appeared in the debate here today, and particularly from the EPP, there has been lots of criticism on corruption in Spain. Anything you have to say about corruption outside your own member state? I mean, we're not in the Spanish Parliament here, but the European Parliament. So would love to hear what you have to say about the issue beyond Spain.
Bueno, de la corrupción en otros países saben más.
Well, I think citizens of other countries will know more about corruption in their countries. However, when we talk about corruption, we're talking about a crime that is committed nationally, but which can also extend to European institutions. When we talk about rule of law, when we talk about corruption, when the Commission the Commission themselves set out their annual State of the Union report, and it goes through country by country, then we clearly support the work that is done by the public prosecutor and OLAF. And with the new anti-corruption directive, of course, we are committed to ensuring that it takes form here. Thank you.
A teraz poprosím kolegu.
And now I will ask Mr. López Aguilar has the floor, please.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner McGrath. In every single Strasbourg plenary, no matter what happens, there's always a cacophony of critics in Spanish from all the right-wing parties against Spain and its government. And this is very sad, because they'll believe any lie, any piece of defamation, any fake news. Secondly, because you need to be cynical in order to accuse honorable people with no proof by believing corrupted criminals from the right. The EPP has 3 ministers who have been in jail, and 2 of them are facing trial. And the national treasurer of the Partido Popular has just been released after a 20-year prison sentence, because of having used public money to finance its private affairs. And fourthly, this is not what we wanted to speak about, but we have shown that there are independent judges in Spain who don't follow orders, even when they are threatened by their hierarchy. They follow the Spanish Constitution. So Spain is a scapegoat for the unbelievable lies you throw at us. And you are absolutely ridiculous. It's pathetic how you do this. Every single time, you just won't let go. You're obsessed in attacking your own country and the reputation of Spain and our image in Europe, which was so difficult to build. Colleagues, Spain is an open and inclusive society where people are truly free. And the rule of law is only improving, as we see in every report. And innocent people can be defended from lies on the web. We are growing, we are creating jobs, we are increasing pension payments and the minimum wage, we are reducing our debt, our deficit, and Spain wants to coexist based on respect and values of pluralism and diversity, which you are angry with every time you come to this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ako ďalšie poprosím kolegu Demetra.
Next, Mr. Demeter has the floor.
Thank you very much, President. I think it's worth saying a few words about the background to today's debate. So what's happened here is that a former commissioner of the European Commission has been accused of money laundering. We're talking about Mr. Reinders, who for years lectured us on the rule of law. And then suddenly it transpires that, according to suspicions, he himself was actually money laundering to the tune of €1 million. The PFE asked for a separate debate on this, but the EPP left coalition put the spanner in our works. We wanted a resolution as well. There's going to be a resolution on Kyrgyzstan, on Azerbaijan, but when it comes to this scandal that's hit the European Commission, there's not going to be a resolution. The hypocrisy is off the scale. A couple of questions that I'd like to ask, if I may. First of all, was the European Commission, indeed was the leader of the European Commission, aware of the fact that there were suspicions against Mr. Reinders? And secondly, how can it be that people who are suspected of money laundering on an industrial scale are allowed to pontificate on the rule of law? We need a committee of inquiry, and that is our request. Now, we've been reading that the Liberal Grand Coalition has actually got a kind of roadmap as how to silence the PFE. Well, I would ask you to be just as zealous when it comes to your own leaders and your own scandals. Thank you.
Ďakujem a teraz poprosím kolegu Turziu. Nech sa páči.
Turzio has the floor.
Stimați colegi, corupția nu este străină în niciun stat al Uniunii Europene.
Colleagues, corruption is a topic that affects all member states. We see fraud in the public sector, and this is one of the most profitable, attractive areas for cross-border mafia. The more diversified the investment, the more opportunities for fraud. So at local and national budgets, authorities often talk about a shortage of resources to properly fight corruption. But this is merely an excuse to justify their own incompetence. They're just trying to disguise their own complicity sometimes. The fight against corruption must be waged, but sometimes we only recover small percentages of what's been taken. Often too much legislation, bureaucracy can encourage corruption. So we need clear legislation and we need intelligent administration and governance of the state. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson has the floor.
Nicht einmal 3 Tage nach
3 days after he left office, Mr. Reinders, 3 days later, an investigation was launched. Accusations of money laundering through the purchasing of lottery tickets. So the investigative authorities are looking at this case, are investigating. And obviously these charges, these suspicions have to be clarified, and we need to make sure that the rule of law prevails. But what's interesting is that, over the last few decades, this was an individual who had a lot of influence on the rule of law, on democracy. These last few years, we've been trying to tighten up our rules on money laundering, etc. But what about lottery systems? We didn't really include lottery systems in our rules against money laundering. And yet, now we have these accusations. We're told that lottery has been used in order to launder money. So it seems to me that the Commission needs to do more than just remain silent on this issue. They need to address this matter. We need to have clarity and we need to know exactly the extent to which Mr. Reynders had an influence on the legislation that was adopted in this particular area. Thank you.
Next speaker, Mr. Antocci has the floor, please.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. We are facing a challenge that threatens the very foundations of our union: corruption and money laundering in the public sector. The alleged case of money laundering that has involved a former commissioner casts a shadow in our fight against corruption. It is a great harm, especially in a legislative term where we will be passing several laws to fight against corruption and organized crime. Because corruption and money laundering are two sides of the same coin, used by organized crime, and it degrades our democratic integrity. It undermines the credibility of the institutions. Money laundering shows how urgent it is to strengthen our legislative instruments to uphold transparency. I'd like to thank Mr. Sarsalejos for quoting the anti-corruption legislation. Me and the shadow rapporteur will work together to ensure that these will be examples of the past and not the future of the European Union. Thank you.
Ďakujem pekne a teraz poprosím kolegu Ščerbu, nech sa páči.
Mr. Szczerba has the floor, please.
President, Mr. Commissioner, the European Union is the leader amongst international organizations when it comes to drafting and implementing anti-corruption legislation. Of course, we can always do better. We can coordinate better. We can implement better. But we can never say that we ignore this issue. The EU directive is an important step towards a harmonized anti-corruption policy. We are introducing universal standards for prevention and for fighting corruption. Prevention is very important. There is a commitment to carry out a regular assessment of those sectors that are particularly endangered by corruption. Poland has a lot to achieve in all these matters. During the past 8 years, under the government of law and justice, all standards were broken when it comes to public life. The pandemic and purchases, public procurement during that time was a particularly difficult example. Polish laws are strict. However, in the past, the prosecution, the law enforcement authorities did not act swiftly against those in powers. Investigations were dropped, they were discontinued, they never went to court. Poland has applied today for the red note by Interpol against Mr. Romanowski, a former Deputy Minister of Justice. He is to be brought to court, and we will want these persons to be brought to justice.
From Mr. Mulatic, do you accept it? Please.
Pośle Szczerba, pana wystąpienia tu w
Mr. Szczerba, your presentations here at the Parliament are a disgrace to our country. For 8 years, you were saying that you were defending the rule of law, and Commissioner Reynders was your colleague. You were shaking hands constantly, and during the last year, your government took over the public television in an illegal manner. You employed people there, even you had no right. You took over the prosecutor's office. You do not respect the Supreme Court rulings. You do not respect the Constitutional Court rulings. So the government of Tusk in Poland is a dictatorship which is only pretending to be a liberal democracy. All this is happening with the approval of the European Union.
That is for asking questions, so please, according to the rules of procedure. Mr. Mulaczyk, the floor is yours.
Panie komisarzu, chcę pana zapewnić, że...
Mr. Commissioner, I want to assure you that new Minister of Justice, the Prosecutor General, Mr. Adam Bodnar, decided for the National Prosecution Service to revisit all cases that were discontinued for political reasons. I had to mention this today. I had to say that the former Deputy Minister of Justice is investigated and needs to be found using the red note of Interpol. Is important. We will never be another Hungary. We will not accept an oligarchy.
Thank you very much. Madam Incher has the floor, please.
Colleagues, Commissioner, every corruption scandal, every stolen euro, every bribery and abuse of power is an insult to our citizens. It betrays their trust and chips away at democracy. Corruption can also, in its worst form, kill. While the EU is making progress at large, we must accelerate the fight against corruption, as we unfortunately see new scandals in our institutions and even member states that are moving in the wrong direction. In the 2023 Corruption Perception Index, Hungary is ranked number 76 when it comes to corruption in public sector. Hungary shares this spot with China and Cuba. Several other member states take a slightly better but similarly unflattering spot in this list. To combat corruption, we must increase transparency and protect those who uncover it. Access to documents in our public institutions is essential for accountability, and it is an integral part of democracy. It is therefore unacceptable that the Commission President continues to oppose transparency when it comes to her own communication with a pharmaceutical company, and we all know who it is, in her capacity as a public official especially. Meanwhile, the EU Ombudsman has found significant maladministration in the Commission when it comes to access to documents. It is therefore high time that Member States resume negotiation on the regulation on access to documents, as well as increase transparency in our Member States. Equally, the European Media Freedom Act is crucial for empowering journalists to investigate and expose corruption without fear of retaliation. We must also strengthen the rule of law mechanism and the rule of law report. The rule of law report cannot be for the Commission to approve. It must be fully independent. Our democracies can only function if there is transparency, protection for journalism, and accountability for those who abuse their positions of power. Impunity must end.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Bay.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Commissaire.
President, Commissioner, the EU likes to teach lessons to everyone. It says that it guarantees transparency and fighting corruption. Now, in and of itself, this is a noble goal. But if you look a bit deeper, what do you see? Institutions that are full of corruption. For example, an inquiry from journalists Follow the Money from January 2024. They found 45 cases of corruption that have affected the EU since 2019. As we've already heard, this includes the Director General for Transport, who should have granted financial information to which country? Surprise, surprise, Qatar. Also, Maria Arena, the former socialist member who was involved in an affair involving which country? Qatar, Qatargate. You talk about transparency, but in these circumstances, how can you explain your rejection for a committee of inquiry that our group asked for? We were ID at the time as a group. More recently, the former commissioner, Didier Reynders. I won't go into more detail because that's been touched upon a number of times. So here we're talking about transparency and acting quickly against corruption. But before we teach lessons to anyone else, I think we have to make sure that our own house is clean. The European Union needs to clean its own house, therefore, before it tries to teach lessons of transparency to the rest of the world and particularly member states.
Zoido Álvarez.
And I give the floor to Mr. Zoido Alvarez. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, on the 24th of December, when Pedro Sanchez sits down to Christmas dinner, it'll be very difficult for him to know if he is at a family dinner or if he is in a court of law as the accused. His wife is accused of illegal spending of funds, professional intrusion, and corruption in business dealings. His brother is charged with embezzlement, money laundering, and misuse of public funds as well. This is a whole tangle of corruption that goes beyond their families and reaches his ministers, the entire presidency of the government, and the upper echelons of the Socialist Party. President Sanchez has infected the different institutions of government, and now he's cornered. So when the European Commission asks Sanchez to change the law to better combat corruption, he looks the other way. When the European Commission asks him to reach the standards for independence, as we see in Europe, for the Spanish judiciary, he hides his head in the sand because he's ashamed. And it should be known in Europe that his public prosecutor has been accused of leaking information of a political nature to his party. Sanchez is dragging Spain into corruption levels that are unacceptable for a European country. And our job as a European institution is to call him out and stop him. Thank you.
Señor Zoido, Mr. Agius, you have the floor.
Colleghi, Commissario,
colleagues, commissioners, good evening. Congratulations on the beginning of your mandate. I wish you good work. And I hope that you can be more courageous than the person who went before you. I'd like to speak to you about the Maltese. The Maltese people who every day see their government stealing public contracts, shadow contracts, a power station scandal. They're implicated in the murder of Daphne Caruana Galizia. We are in the spotlight for the wrong reasons, and I hope that you can succeed where me and many of my colleagues, we are hoping that we can stop corruption, so that those who pay taxes, who pay VAT, don't get away with this anymore in Malta. Europe needs to enforce the laws that exist, but they need to go further. Let's look at the hospital scandal in Malta. 3 hospitals with 40 million euro concessions were given, and this goes against the public procurement directive. This is a European law, dear Commissioner. These millions should have been stopped from the day one, but nothing was done, even though I, as a citizen, formally complained back in 2021. Colleagues, let's walk the talk, let's get down to business, and let's stop corruption in our countries. Thank you.
Nuestra siguiente interviniente es la señora.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madame Esther Sferagut. You have the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, these are the fundamental pillars of the EU. All of them have been breached in Spain by the government of Mr. Sanchez. Corruption has now become intolerable. Ministers, advisors, high officials, the spouse of the Prime Minister, the Attorney General, all of these people are involved. And at the moment, it is impossible for this government to really serve the people. They've looked at the criminal code and recategorized this particular crime instead of trying to tackle this. In terms of the judges, they've had to actually stand up in order to defend judicial independence. Judicial decisions must be respected. They've had to point it out yet again, in particular when it comes to those who head institutions, without any exception, without the exception of Mr. Pedro Sanchez. It's also a call for reason. These attacks are not in line with the basic requirements of a state governed by the rule of law. So we're concerned about the partisan use of public funds, and we're also concerned about the independence of these entities in Spain. There's a constant attack against also the media who point this out. It seems to us that the government is turning its back on the judiciary. This has been said, and it is most worrisome. Therefore, Spain, I think, needs to be brought off this path of corruption and brought back to the path of the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Señora Estaràs, tiene usted una tarjeta azul
Thank you very much. You have a blue card. Will you accept it?
de Mr. Grasules. Mr. Grasules.
Commissioner, the ruling majority in the European Parliament has appointed a commissioner, a woman. She is being suspected by closing a deal of $35 million with Pfizer, and she has also appointed other officials. So can this commission, will this commission be able to fight corruption, judging from what the commissioner has done? What is your answer?
La Comisión hace un informe.
Well, the Commission presents an annual report on the rule of law, state of the rule of law in all our member states, and in that report you have a clear depiction of the situation, the democratic health of all of our member states. And obviously, we will keep a watchful eye on this. We will continue to do so with regard to Spain in particular, because there have been so many calls for remedies. We've seen this also with Malta. We've seen this with other countries such as Hungary. So, yes, we will certainly remain watchful, keep a vigilant eye on this. It could not be any other way. We want to make sure that the Commission does this work properly.
We jump now into the Catch the Eye time. I have 4 requests. First place, en primer lugar, el señor Sánchez Amor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioners, another Spanish speaker, apologies. Of the 22 speakers in the room, 11 were Spanish. I think we need to have an hour debate just for Spanish speakers. Mr. González Pons, you're the only one who weren't here, I think. Spain is very involved in this debate, but it actually goes back to 2018 when this chamber was first affected by corruption. In Spain, it was 2018 where the Spanish government encouraged the Partido Popular government to leave. And the Spanish Popular Party is the only political party that has actually been condemned for corruption, with a very long list. I'm not going to go through it all. I'm sure the Spanish know who they are. But the Spanish government is subject to attacks from the media, from the right, and every time, and this happens every time we go to the urns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mularczyk.
Dziękuję bardzo, Panie Komisarzu.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, dear colleagues. I represent the Law and Justice Party, which for 8 years during the previous term was under a very brutal attack from the mainstream parties of the European Parliament. Many politicians of this party presented photographs, shaking hands with Commissioner Reinders, who has problems with the law enforcement right now. Our party was attacked unjustly, dishonestly. And the government of Prime Minister Tusk has been in power for 1 year, and we are witnessing an unprecedented situation where the public prosecution has been taken over. Politicians of the opposition parties are being thrown in prison. The opinions of the Council of Europe are not respected, and we do not hear from the European Union. Mr. Commissioner, as an experienced member of Parliament, as a lawyer, do not use double standards. Watch very carefully what the government of Mr. Tusk is doing.
Nuestra siguiente oradora es la señora Miranda.
Madam Miranda is the next speaker.
El Tribunal de Cuentas de Galicia, mi país, presentó un informe en el que...
The Court of Auditors of Galicia, my country, issued in a report that a hospital used over 470 million euros just to build the hospital. How is it possible that this EPP government reduced the square footage of rooms and increased the cost? My party, the BNG, has been calling this out in the Galician Regional Parliament, where 25 members forced the Partido Popular to give explanations about the cost of this hospital. And what has been the answer of the Partido Popular, who is now here at the hand of Vox? You know what they answered me? They hid reports, and they also uncovered the former president and leader of the EPP, Mr. Feijó. Why is Mr. Feijó not appearing before the Galician Parliament? You want to follow Mr. Rajoy, and here from the European Parliament I want to denounce the fact that the Partido Popular is hiding documents and using all sorts of tricks to hide what the Galician Health Service has done by granting concessions to family members. Thank you, President.
Mr. Gratsoulis, you have the floor again.
There's a saying, there's a popular saying, that the fish starts to rot from its head. I just posed a question to a representative of the ruling majority. Is the institution able to fight corruption? An institution which appointed as Commission President a person who is suspected with illicit relations with Pfizer, and the amount is 35 billion. And that person is appointing 3 highest officials in the European Union, and they, in their turn, are also suspected in corrupt relationships. I think that this institution and this ruling majority will not solve the corruption problems. On the contrary, they will get deeper and deeper. Mr. Commissioner, I feel sorry for you. You are in a really sorry situation. You will not be allowed to resolve the problem of corruption in a strict manner.
To close the debate.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'd like to thank all of the colleagues who made a contribution to this important debate here this evening. And I think we can all agree that corruption is a threat to democracy and to the rule of law, and corruption is not a victimless crime. It undermines the institutions and citizens' trust, and where corruption involves public officials at any level, then trust in public bodies is particularly damaged. Corruption affects the functioning of the single market and is also a tool for organised crime. But we have a good basis to meet this challenge, to defend democracy and to defend the rule of law, and we are going to have to work together. We agree that whistleblower protection is a powerful tool in the fight against corruption. We also have a long-term challenge to make sure that corruption and impunity are not tolerated in any context. As public officials, our example is crucial to promote public trust. And that is why we are also improving our internal rules on transparency. As I said in my opening remarks, we have proposed a directive to combat corruption by criminal law in the EU, to provide law enforcement and judicial authorities with the tools that they need. And I count on the Parliament to support the Commission proposal on this directive and to work towards an ambitious compromise with the Council from the first trilogue, which will take place in January, in order to reach an agreement soon. And this directive is necessary because we have to ensure that all kinds of corruption are criminalised throughout the European Union. And the truth is, the current EU criminal anti-corruption legislation is fragmented and it is limited in scope, and we need to address this. Criminal law provisions to fight corruption are only harmonised to a limited extent, covering only bribery at the moment. Other corruption offences, such as misappropriation, trading in influence, abuse of functions, illicit enrichment from corruption, are not yet harmonised, and the differences in national law hamper the effective fight against corruption, in particular in cross-border cases which have been consistently increasing. So we are going to have to work together to fight corruption wherever it is happening within the European Union. And of course, the rules must apply to all. I will bring forward the first comprehensive EU strategy against corruption, and I look forward to your support in that regard. And I will also work to strengthen the capacity of the EU bodies that are involved in addressing corruption. And I also believe it's important that Member States properly resource their own national authorities when it comes to combating corruption in their own jurisdictions, because I think that has an important role to play as well. Colleagues will not expect me to comment on any specific individual case, but I do think it's important to put on the record, in the case of the police investigation into former Commissioner Didier Reynders, the Commission had no prior information on the investigation, and we do not have any further information other than what is in the press at the moment. It is not, as you would expect, for the Commission to comment on an ongoing investigation, and we will certainly not prejudge its outcomes, and the Commission stands ready to fully cooperate in respect of this or indeed any other investigation where the public authorities are seeking the cooperation of the Commission. But in that particular instance, I think the most important thing is that we allow those who are doing the investigation to complete their work without fear or favour. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Commissioner McGrath. The debate is closed. The next debate on the agenda is 11th year of the occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol by the Russian Federation, and deteriorating human rights situation in occupied Crimea, notably the cases of Irina Danlovich, Tofik Abduhafiev, and Ahmed Suleimanov. To open the debate, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Galler.
Gracias, Presidente. Once upon a time, there was an autonomous Republic of Crimea in Ukraine. In 1991, during the independence referendum, also a majority of inhabitants of Crimea voted in favor of Ukrainian independence. Crimean Tatars could feel at home as much as Ukrainian and Russian speakers. Russian was an official language in Crimea. The Crimean Tatars had their majlis, their legal representation. This changed all dramatically with the illegal occupation and subsequent annexation by Russia of the Crimean Peninsula. Ever since, the rule of law, basic human rights, international conventions, and also the legitimate representation of the Crimean Tatars has been disregarded. For the Tatars, the situation seems more and more and resembles more and more to the situation that they had after first the German occupation of Crimea and then retaking by Stalin and the deportation that happened thereafter from Crimea. This situation is unbearable, but what is more important is to shed a light also on the fate of individuals who are persecuted because they demand their legitimate rights. We have picked 3 persons in the title of this urgency, namely Irina Danilovic, Tofik Abdulhaziev, and Ahmed Suleimanov. And we have added another 13 persons who, because of their political activities, because they belong to this minority, they are persecuted. It is important that their names are on record so that the aggressor and the oppressor knows that we know about them, and we demand the immediate and unconditional release and condemn the Russian action that is ongoing within the big war against Ukraine, starting in 2014 in Crimea. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gala. Our next speaker is Mr. Glucksmann. You have the floor.
Merci. Chers collègues.
Colleagues, Crimea is a laboratory for Russian colonial expansion. Those who claim that it's always been part of Russia are just repeating the propaganda of an imperialist regime which specifies in rewriting history. And if there's one people that has been systematically deleted by this deletion, it is the Tatar people, a native peoples oppressed by the Tsars, deported by Stalin, persecuted by Stalin. Crimean Tatars have been the object of neocolonialism, and of all nationalities who say they're so concerned about people living in their home, and all anti-imperialists who are in favor of Putin because they hate the West. Listen to what Crimean Tatars have to say about colonialism, imperialism, the destruction of a culture or a nation. They have been decimated in the past, and they survive today in Ukraine despite the occupation and systematic Russification of their territory. 800,000 Russians have been moved into Crimea by authorities, and out of a population of 2 million. We call on those responsible for the deletion of a people to be sanctioned. We're concerned about the Tatars as well as all people who were deported by the Soviet and then leaders and now persecuted by Russia. Peace will not go through negation. The rights of the Crimean Tatars or the people of Ukraine. Europe believes in their existence, and we will not give in at all against the imperialist presence that is attacking the architecture of our continent.
Dear colleague, Mr. Mularczyk is our next speaker.
President, dear colleagues, we have to remember that Crimea was not the first act of aggression. Do you remember Chechnya, the attack against Chechnya in 1990s? Tens of thousands of victims, women, children. Do you remember Georgia in 2008? The aggression, thousands of victims. Russia has never changed. They always use the same methods. They want to be imperialists. They want to expand their territory. They are acting just like the Soviet Union acted. I come from Poland. Poland knows Russia very well. Why Germans were closing deals with Putin when we were already aware of the aggressive policies? Why were they calling Nord Stream a business undertaking? Why so many political groups were supporting German policies? Was profit more important than human rights, than peace? You should respond to this question yourselves. Thank you.
Mr. Guetta. Mr. Guetta, you have the floor.
Mais les Russes protestent les...
But it's Russian. That's what Vladimir Putin's friends say. No, Crimea was Tatar, first of all. And a lot happened before Russia conquered it. But then it had become Russian, these people say, and they forget that it was Ukrainian after it was Russian. But it's just rewriting, it's just changing the internal frontiers of the USSR. No, this was extremely meaningful because when Russia ceded Crimea to the Ukrainian, they were paying them an indemnity for a war that was imposed by the Holodomor. Ukraine deserves this, and Ukraine received its independence with Crimea included, and this was in internationally recognized borders. History is complex. It can be debated. It is eternally debated. But international law is quite something else. It's very clear and cannot be discussed. Thank you.
Vice President Stefanuta, please take the floor.
Imagine that as a young child, you were kidnapped from your home to a faraway land. Only half your friends and family survived the trip. 50 years later, you return, only to once again be forced out of your home, this time with your own grandchildren. This is exactly what's happening to thousands of Crimean Tatars, because the easiest way to destroy a culture is to make them doubt their own existence by removing their leaders, their thinkers, their artists. And what we see in Crimea is also the template for the kind of repression, ethnic cleansing, and historical erasure that Putin wants to impose on all of the Ukraine. Europe failed to act when Crimea was annexed. This is where it all began, and it's also where it must end. So who's the most effective advocate for the Crimean Tatars' right to their historical homeland? It is the Ukrainian army empowered to win. Thank you so much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Vice President Stefanuta. Nuestro siguiente orador es el señor Stier.
Gracias, presidente. Ruska Federacja konstantno
The Russian Federation is constantly violating international law by violating the sovereignty and territory of Ukraine by the occupation of Crimea and Sevastopol since 2014. Unfortunately, the people in the Crimea are on a daily basis confronted with violation of human rights. Their passports are taken away. They are arrested without justification. Religious ceremonies are banned, and so on. The Russian Federation is systematically implementing the policies of ethnic purification, which is a war crime according to international law. We should definitely not forget that Russia had more than 218 political prisoners, out of which 67 suffer severe health issues, and they need urgent medical help. Only some of the cases that are worrying are such cases of Irina Danailovich and journalists Tofik Abdulaziev and Ahmed Suleimanov. They are also imprisoned by the regime. The European Parliament should demand immediate release of all political prisoners, and all those responsible should be brought to justice. The international community should not recognize these attempts of the annexation of Crimea, and they should insist on the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Since 2014, Zagreb has proudly hosted the platform for the defense of Ukraine and Crimea in October 2022.
Ostravicius, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Madam Commissioner, dear colleagues, Russia's occupation and violation of Ukraine's sovereignty have sunk the Crimean Peninsula into a decade of darkness and oppression. The fierce persecution of Crimean Tatars and ethnic Ukrainians, civil society activists and journalists is being carried out in the style of the Soviet NKVD. The cases of the imprisonment of a human rights defender and civil journalist Irina Danilovich for 7 years, and the imprisonment of the Crimean Tatar activist Tofik Abdulaziev and Ahmed Suleimanov for 12 years, each show the true face of the Russian occupiers. This is the real Putin, to whom Viktor Orban is still keep calling. I urge the European Union to further increase the pressure on Moscow by including all 7,000 and more of the list of the Navalny Anti-Corruption Foundation to those responsible for the Russian aggression against Ukraine. I call for the joint action to help the detained and imprisoned Crimean activists to regain their freedom and their homeland as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ratsoulis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. I think we're wasting our time. What is this empty resolution for? Who of you does not know that Ukraine and Crimea are occupied? Let's say we pass this resolution. Does that mean that the Putin regime will stop persecuting people in Crimea? This will not happen. For the second time, I'm asking you from this podium, listen to the Ukrainian President Zelensky. Real works, not the resolutions, will help him. Please provide real financing to him. Please provide real weapons, and weapons of the kind for which he is pleading. And please allow him to use the weapons to defend. Instead of this, you're passing these empty, useless resolutions. The ruling majority, I'm addressing you. You are waiting for the Trump coming into power in the USA, but you are not able to defend yourself.
In just 2 months' time, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine will have gone on for 3 years. But the war actually started back in 2014 when Russia unlawfully annexed Crimea. During this decade, Russia has systematically breached the human rights of the opposition, and they have forcibly moved thousands of Ukrainian children to so-called centres for re-education and adoption. In a recent report last year, we identified 43 such sites where they're working actively on the political re-education of Ukrainian children. If you add it all up, the executions, the rapes, the merciless bombing of civilian targets, what you get is a composite picture of an enemy that will leave no stone unturned in this fight against the global rule-based order. Many in the West relativized the invasion of Georgia in 2008, as well as the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And many further still in the West believe that we should avoid an escalation because we're afraid of Putin's response. I think the exact opposite. I would say that if the rest of the world, including the EU, had been more robust in its response against Russia back in 2008 or indeed 2014, when Russia broke international law with a view to expanding its territory. If we'd acted resolutely then I think we could have avoided the full-scale invasion of 2022. We let down the Georgians then, we let down the Ukrainians then. That mistake must not be repeated. Russia should surrender immediately, unconditionally. They should return occupied land, they should release all children and political prisoners, and they should provide compensation for the victims. We need to stand by these demands and walk the talk, because Putin only understands brute force, and he's continuing with his warmongering precisely because so far we have been unable to be sufficiently deterrent in our response. The consequences of that will be felt in 10 years' time, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Mr. Brandstad, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Yes, you're very right. We have to do something and not only talk about it, but first of all, we have to explain it also to our voters, to the people in Europe, what's happening in Crimea. And it didn't start in 2022, no, more than 8 years before. And then many European companies, also Austrian companies, continue to have business with Putin, which is a problem. We have to talk now about it. We have to tell it, because they said Russian gas doesn't stink. Oh yes, it stinks. It stinks like gunpowder. But we also have to explain to the public in Europe what happened in Crimea. It's not ethnic cleansing. I don't like this word. Actually, they just tried to harass all the Tatars, to harass the Ukrainians, and some of them really have to watch out that they were not killed. It's very difficult for politicians to understand, but we have to say it again. It doesn't make sense to appease Putin. He only is respecting us when we do things, when we tell him we are not afraid of you, we are fighting. And also, again, I want to say it, free all political prisoners.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Bulgin, you have the floor.
Уважаеми колеги,
Colleagues, only someone hopelessly ignorant about history could argue that Crimea belongs to Ukraine. Crimea has always belonged to Russia, ever since Empress Catherine the Great included it in the territory of the Russian Empire in 1783. Even after Khrushchev gave Crimea to the Ukrainian Soviet Republic, most people there identified as Russians. And naturally, after the coup in Kiev in 2014, the majority of Crimeans voted to become part of Russia again. Crimea is inseparable from not only Russian politics, but also Russian culture. Some of the greatest Russian writers and artists lived there in the 19th and 20th century, such as Anton Chekhov, Marina Tsvetaeva, and others. The genius Alexander Pushkin has exquisite poems about the beauty of Crimea, while the Kiev regime is now demolishing his monuments. Kiev's claim to Crimea is as absurd as the allegation that the Russian army uses refrigerator chips in its war effort. Crimea has always been an inseparable part of Russia's political history and will always be. Mr.
Dobrý večer, dámy a pánové.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to respond to Mr. Volgin, who delivered a statement as if from a Russian paper. Do you really think, Mr. Volgin, that in the 21st century someone is going to believe to lies spread by Russian propaganda? Even a small child can look up in the internet to see what the Budapest agreements were like, under what pressure Ukraine was when giving out its nuclear weapons back to Russia. And we are in a certain situation today. Many countries occupied other countries, but now we are in the 21st century. We should respect the history and our commitments that we made in many agreements. And I really don't want to listen to lies here about who did what in Ukraine. I do not want to listen to anyone calling the Ukrainian government a regime. Well, these statements may be delivered in Russia's Duma, but not in the European Parliament. We have our own resolution in the EP because we want to point out to the cases of Crimean Tatars. We want to show that these people are tortured, they are imprisoned, and they are fighting for their freedom and democracy. And it is a nonsense to twist the history, to distort historical events, and to ignore the fact that these people have been victims of bullying, despotism, and that they are actually fighting for freedom and democracy. Thank you.
From Mr. Bulgin, the previous speaker, do you accept it?
Yes.
Mr. Bulgin, you have the floor.
Microphone.
Истината руска пропаганда.
Truth cannot be referred to as Russian propaganda. This is
commonplace expression that is commonly heard in the European Parliament. Next time that you make a speech, please think with your own head, not with the intellectual, semi-cooked food provided by your chiefs in Brussels. Try at least once to be independent. This is my advice to you.
Dear Mr. Volkin, I come originally from the aristocratic family. We have it very good memory of all the times, especially we have it allergy on communist times, that you change it, everything. My father doesn't want to study. We were really under the pressure of the communist regime. Look on members of my family. By Nazis they were killed, by communists they were put to the prison. And of course, the Russians said, what is it the true from our history and what is it no? And now it's repeating the same propaganda and saying who is aggressor and who is not. And I feel it, really, feel it very bad if I hear in European Parliament that Ukraine and someone from the Ukraine is part of regime. I absolutely disagree.
Thank you very much, dear friend. I have two requests for Catch the Eye, and my first speaker in this part is going to be Mr. Salimas.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, as we discussed today the occupation of Crimea, I want to draw your attention to one specific aspect of the aggression against Ukraine. This is the involvement of the Russian judiciary in the crime of aggression, which is the gravest possible discreditation of justice. The judges of the so-called Russia's Constitutional Court authorized the annexation of 5 Ukrainian territories. The first ruling was namely on Crimea in 2014, and it encouraged the further aggression and human rights violations. The chairman of the so-called Russia's Constitutional Court, Valery Zorkin, openly justified this decision by the alleged threat of neo-Nazism in Ukraine and Islamic radicalism of the Crimean Tatar people. The so-called Constitutional Court was followed by the entire
Sorry, Mr.
judiciary.
Salimas, I beg you to speak a little bit slower.
Thank you. The so-called Constitutional Court was followed by the entire judicial machine in Russia in persecution and massive repression of the Crimean Tatars and other Ukrainian people. Accountability of the so-called Russian judges has to be also among our guiding principles. First and foremost, the judges of the so-called Constitutional Court must be put in the dock for the crime of aggression, together with the political and military leadership of the Russian Federation. Thank you very much.
Our last speaker is Mr. Jungbluth.
Ja, sehr geehrte Kollegen, es gibt...
Colleagues, one moment really frightened me. A colleague who said that Ukraine must be put in a position to win this militarily. Lots of applause. I find that frightening. You know, this honesty. Well, if you want honesty, say honestly you want war. You don't actually want peace negotiations. You want a military victory. War at all cost. You know, you sit here, you go to bed at night, and you don't care that Russian soldiers are being killed, that Ukrainian soldiers are being killed, that they all have to die. You don't care. You don't care. You want war. You don't actually want peace. So thank you for being so very honest about it.
Very much, dear colleague, Madame Roswell. Welcome to this House. You have the floor.
And honourable members of the European Parliament, this is the 11th year of Russia's illegal annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. A brutal occupation that led to the isolation and oppression of Crimeans and turned the peninsula into a military base that served Russia's illegal aggression in February 2022. The EU will never recognize this annexation in violation with international law. Our position is based on a simple principle inscribed in the UN Charter. The territory of a state cannot be acquired by another state through force. Our policy of non-recognition includes a broad range of measures, including diplomatic pressure, sanctions, and restrictions since 2014, and non-recognition of any Russian passports issued in Crimea. We will continue reinforcing these measures. Ukrainian citizens in Crimea, including indigenous groups such as the Crimean Tatars, are deprived of the possibility to live freely in their land. And we are in touch with civil society and human rights advocates to monitor the situation of Crimeans and hold regular human rights dialogues on Crimea and other occupied territories to discuss human rights violations and developments. What we observe is unacceptable. The occupier is forcing a Russification of Crimean people through schools, public life, suppression of Ukrainian culture identity, and media censorship. Russia imposed its law, citizenships, and institutions while suppressing dissidents. Those opposing Russian rules, journalists and civil activists, community members, religious figures, and regular citizens suffer human rights violations. Many, such as Irina Danilovich, Tofik Abdulhashev, and Ahmed Suleimanov, are detained under false accusations without access to fair trial or urgent medical care. They are sentenced to years of imprisonment and often deported to Russia. We are aware of 218 political prisoners from Crimea alone. Many others are abducted, detained for years, and tortured. We call for all political prisoners, and notably those in critical health conditions, to be immediately released. President, honourable members, we thank the Parliament for organising this debate and denouncing the human rights situation in the occupied territories. Our joint message to all Crimeans is clear. The EU is with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. The debate is closed. Now we jump into the next debate on the agenda, and it is human rights situation in Kyrgyzstan, in particular the case of Demirlan Sultanbekov. And first speaker and author, one of the authors of this debate is Mr. Fedrzykowski.
Vážené kolegové, vážení
colleagues, I'm happy that today we are able to discuss the situation in Kyrgyzstan. As a former chairman of delegation for Central Asia, I have made sure that we keep extensive and balanced relations with those countries. The situation in Kyrgyzstan is not easy. On the one hand, there is a Russian threat and the Russian pressure on Kyrgyzstan remaining one of the cooperating countries. On the other hand, there is the pressure from China, and another pressure comes from Islamists from the south of the country who are trying to get hold of the youngest generations. In the middle of that is the Kyrgyz government that is trying to work out how to govern the country. I need to speak clearly here. The situation that there is in Kyrgyzstan is disturbing. The resolution we have authored across parliamentary groups appeals for support of democracy, of human rights and plurality in Kyrgyzstan. Tamerlan Sultanbekov, the head of the Kyrgyz Social Democrats, was arrested and accused of buying votes based on a recording that probably was authored by secret services. Nobody knows, however, where this recording comes from. We certainly do not want to interfere with the process of investigation. On the other hand, we do not want that certain actions be repeated that we've seen in other post-Soviet republics. New legislation adopted in recent years in Kyrgyzstan, such as the foreign agents law, are often used to suppress opposition and the freedom of expression. And that's why the European Union appeals to the Kyrgyz government. Let's go and cooperate better, and let's work out these how to resolve these problematic issues.
Now another one of the authors, Mr. Sanchez Amor. President, Commissioner, Kyrgyzstan, as my colleague has just said, is a country where regression when it comes to democratic values has been pointed to by several international reports. The case at hand is yet another example of this. The security services have detained the leader of the opposition and indeed prohibited the participation of the said party in local elections. We don't know, although we've asked, if they carried out recordings with a warrant. We also don't know how. A conversation between two people who don't mention a third person lead to arresting that third person, and beyond that criminal responsibility, how they can prohibit a party from taking part in elections. Today, this individual is in jail on hunger strike when he could be under house arrest instead. We need to review the trade agreement with Kyrgyzstan, which is based on human rights protection, as they all are, and we hope that this case can be resolved before this case comes before this House. Thank you, dear friend.
Of this debate is Madame Tom. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, dear colleagues, as Vice Chair of a delegation to Central Asia, I would like to emphasize that the European Union considers the Kyrgyz Republic a partner, and we are committed to strengthening bilateral relations. That is why they are part of the EU Generalized Scheme of Preferences for several years, and that is why the EU signed an enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement earlier this year. This political dialogue and deepening cooperation is based on shared values and commitment to the principles and norms of international law. And as a part of this dialogue, we have to mention cases that catch our attention and raise concerns and questions. The case of Tamerlan Sultanbekov, we have questions about the judicial due process in connection with gathering evidence and about the disqualification of several candidates so close.
Sorry, Madam, can you speak a little bit slower?
I will try.
I will give you back your time.
Thank you very much. I have to start from the beginning? No, I think.
No.
Okay, yes.
Not necessary.
In the case of Tamerlan Sultanbekov, we have questions about the judicial due process in connection with gathering evidence and about the disqualification of a number of candidates so close to local elections. We also have questions about the due process of several other activists and journalists who are facing court cases or have been sentenced. Ensuring respect for fundamental rights, including the full access to political rights, stands at the core of the European Union and its engagement with the world. And we will continue to emphasize it in our dialogue with the Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. And the last signer of the resolution is Madame Kilkonen, and she has the floor.
Kiitoksia, arvoisa herra puhemies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Kyrgyzstan, the human rights situation is critical. The ruling party has systematically repressed the opposition and silenced people's voices. Under the November election, the Social Democrat Party was silenced and its leader was detained. Now she is in hunger strike and her health is deteriorating. Limiting the media and silencing the opposition is a serious sign of a degrading democracy. Limiting independent media is taking Kyrgyzstan further away from the democratic principles. The EU must defend the Kyrgyzstan people's right to democracy and free election. Suppression of freedom and freedom of speech cannot continue. We have to do more than just speak about freedom. EU must use its power as a significant economic operator so that forces that trump on human rights don't win in.
Mr. Gonsalves. I don't know him. Let's see what he is.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, Tamerlan Sultanbekov is a young political activist in Kyrgyzstan. And it's not only a young political activist, it's one of the most brilliant democrats in his country. Last month, he was unfairly detained and denied his rights in an attempt to prevent him from standing in the next elections. This is not the first time that this administration has sought to silence the opposition. And in face of such actions, the European Union cannot stay quiet nor tolerate violations of democratic values. We must speak loud and clear. Intimidation campaigns have to stop. All arbitrary arrests must cease, and the respective politicians, journalists and activists must be released. That is what we owe to Tamerlan and to all the young political activists. Not just our solidarity, but our commitment to end this situation and to ensure that the authorities in Kyrgyzstan correct their course by respecting freedom and democracy. That is what we stand for here in the European Parliament, and that is what the European Union is all about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Mariani.
C'est donc désormais au tour du Kyrgyzstan.
So now Kyrgyzstan is the one undergoing the neo-colonialism from the EU, forgetting the fundamental principle of sovereignty of nations. The EU has chosen a victim that's been that's subject to legal proceedings in its country. Of course, nothing changed. Here we see there was the Katagate in Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, these socialists are also sadly often involved in corruption cases. And how does this respond to the spirit of mutual respect and cooperation between nations? Here in Strasbourg, do we have the right to dictate or comment on internal decisions of a democratic state such as Kyrgyzstan when we don't have any reliable proof of this case? I would say we don't. Respect for states and people should come above all else. We can't say that we are fighting for respect for human rights when at the same time we are absolutely flouting the principle of non-interference in internal affairs of other countries. European Union is increasingly becoming everything it wanted to avoid, a neo-colonial socialist interventionist.
Luoma, you have the floor.
European Union is a community of shared values. And these values must be respected not only by our own member states, but also by our partners around the world. Countries that want to cooperate with the Union must commit to respecting fundamental values like democracy and human rights, which include also respect for the political opposition. The developments in Kyrgyzstan are concerning. Efforts to limit the participation of opposition parties in elections are unacceptable and do not belong in a democratic society. I am especially concerned about the detention of the opposition leader and chair of the Social Democratic Party, Tamerlan Sultanbekov. I have the honour to know Tamerlan personally, and I know that he is fully committed to democracy and to serving the Kyrgyz people. So he must be immediately released, and Kyrgyzstan must live up to its commitments in the enhanced partnership and cooperation agreement signed with the European Union this summer.
Thank you very much. As we don't have catch the eye request, Mr. Schieder is our last speaker before the Commissioner.
Colleagues, news coming out of Kyrgyzstan is worrying, very worrying. 13th of November, Tamerlan Sultanbekov was arrested at party headquarters, and without the presence of an attorney, he was interviewed, he was put under pressure to withdraw his candidacy, and basically all Social Democrats were therefore wiped out from the electoral list. It is a breach of human rights. It is not compatible with democracy, and for that reason we must call this out here in the European Parliament. Call it out and demand the release of Tamerlan Sultanbekov. We're demanding that Kyrgyzstan release him with immediate effect. Also, I happen to know Tamerlan, and I wanted to send a message to him. He's still behind bars and undergoing a hunger strike. We're here in the European Parliament. We will not forget you.